Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Watched by Every Universe? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a regular day at U. Nizu wore a mischievous smile, All Might was sipping his tea, Eraserhead was nestled in his sleeping bag, Bakugo was shouting, Ito was urging him to calm down, and Midoriya was mumbling to himself. Everything seemed normal until a sudden white flash illuminated the room. "Where are we?" Bakugo exclaimed, his voice echoing in confusion. "Bakugo, quiet. Everyone, get behind me," Eraserhead commanded, his demeanor shifting to one of readiness. Another white flash erupted, and the group braced themselves for a confrontation, only to find their fellow teachers and the principal standing before them. They relaxed momentarily until the sound of clicking heels caught their attention. A young girl, appearing to be the same age as the students, approached. She had long white hair, striking sky-blue eyes, and wore a stylish black dress. I walked to the small stage at the front and raised my hands. "Calm down, I mean you no harm," I assure them. They seemed to ease up a bit but remain cautious. "My name is Dalia Evans, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to my theater." I smile as the main lights brighten the room. "Miss Evans, could you explain why we are here?" Nizu inquired. "Just call me Dalia, if you don't mind. I'll explain shortly, but first, I need to bring in a few more guests," I replied, snapping my fingers before anyone could ask who. With another white flash, the Wild Pussycats, Koda, the Big Three, and Eri appeared. "Hey, where are we? How did we get here?" Nijire asked, bewildered. "I want to go home," Tamaki murmured. Eri and Koda looked around until they spotted Midoriya. They rushed toward him, shouting his name, "Deku!" Everyone turned to see the two children running toward the green-haired boy. Midoriya bent down, smiling warmly. "Eri, Koda!" As they got closer, he opened his arms, and both children leaped into his embrace. He gasped, "W8," but they tackled him to the ground. Groaning, he looked at them, and they exchanged giggles, prompting him to laugh along. "That is adorable," I thought, snapping my fingers again. Two white flashes appeared. In one, Shinso, Hatsum, Minoma, Kendo, and Tetsu emerged. In the other, Inko, Mitsuki, Masaru, Rei, and Gran Torino appeared. "Mom!" Midoriya exclaimed, while Todoroki and Bakugo echoed similar sentiments. "Inko, what's going on?" Inko asked, her eyes wide. "Do not worry, Miss Inko, I'll explain. Please take a seat, everyone," I instructed. Once everyone settled, I began. "There's one more group I need to bring in, but first, I want to make one thing clear. No fighting. Is that understood?" They nodded. "Good." I snapped my fingers one last time, and a white light revealed the League of Villains. Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, Twice, and Kurogiri. "What the hell?" Dabi exclaimed. "Villains!" Kaminari shouted. "What are they doing here?" Eraserhead asked, his tone serious. "Heroes," Shigaraki grumbled. "I can't wait to see each of you covered in red," Toga giggled. "I'll take you on Crazy Beach." Bakugo shouted, readying himself for a fight. "No fighting." I waved my hand, and both heroes and villains were compelled to take their seats. "I've disabled your quirks since you all seem unable to follow a simple instruction. You'll get them back once you return home, but for now, you won't have them. Now, to those who just arrived, my name is Dalia Evans, but you can call me Dalia. The reason you are here is that you will be watching different multiverses featuring your one and only freckled green bean," I explained. "Midoriya?" Everyone echoed in surprise. "Me? W.I." Midoriya stammered. "Because you're the main character," I replied. "Why is the shitty nerd the main character?" Bakugo shouted. "Brat, you better be quiet." Mitsuki retorted. "Shut it, old hag." Bakugo shot back. "Katsuki, what did I just say?" Mitsuki warned. "Both of you, quiet down and sit," Masaru interjected. They complied, and the room fell into a brief silence, everyone sweating at the family dynamics on display. Most began to understand why Bakugo was the way he was. As I was saying, food and drinks are to the right, and bathrooms are to the left. There's a playroom for the children and a panic room for those who might feel overwhelmed. Some of the content can be a bit dark. That's all I have to say. Any questions? Nizu, I will only answer one question from you because you're too clever for your own good. Is that all right? That is perfectly understandable, Miss Dalia, Nizu replied. Yes, Midoriya? I prompted. How are you showing us this? Is it your quirk? Midoriya asked. With the press of a button, and I don't have a quirk, just my unique abilities, I explained. Can you choose which universe we see, or is it random? Hatsum inquired. It's random, I confirmed. Does each of us here mean something to Midoriya in the other universes? Yaoyorozu asked. Yes, and each connection is different. You may love him in one universe but hate him in another, I answered. Will I see Isuku covered in blood? Toga asked eagerly. I can't choose the universe, but I can guarantee at least one will feature that, I replied. Alright, Nizu, you're the last question. Is our Midoriya connected to the other Midoriyas in some way? Nizu asked. Yes, they are connected in various ways through feelings, emotions, events, or people. Now let's get started. I stepped aside as a wall opened to reveal a button and a small tablet. I clicked start and pressed the button. Multiverse loading 10%. Multiverse loading 50%. Multiverse loading 95%. Multiverse found 100%, flipped. This universe is called Flipped, I announced. Flipped? I wonder what it will be about, Midoriya pondered. Oh, I forgot, it can provide a small description. In this universe, your roles are reversed or flipped. But enough of that, let's begin, I said. Interesting, Nizu remarked. Two young girls walked down a hallway, both wearing UA uniforms. One had long green hair styled in a half bun, while the other had short white hair. Have you chosen a hero name, Rei? The green-haired girl asked. I'm stuck between two names, but I'm sure I'll decide by class. How about you, Inko? The white-haired girl replied. Inko smiles. It's a surprise. They open the classroom door and enter, being the last ones to arrive. Midoriya exclaims, Wow, Mom, you're a hero. Inko giggles, I guess I am. Rei adds, Looks like I am too. Their classmates include younger versions of Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Powerloader, Vlad King, 13, All Might, Endeavor, and Recovery Girl. Eraserhead raises an eyebrow. Wait, how are all of them in the same class if we're all different ages? Dalia explains, As I said, each universe is different. Here, you all are different ages, but in that universe you aren't. Yaoyorozu wonders, I wonder who their sensei is. Dalia replies, You'll just have to wait and see. Everyone takes a seat. Pisa Aizawa, Yamada whispers, turning to face Aizawa with a grin. Aizawa glares back. Do you not know how to stay quiet for 5 minutes? Yamada chuckles. Nope. Who do you think the guest is? The one sensei mentioned yesterday. Aizawa shrugs. I don't know and I don't care, then turns back to his seat and closes his eyes. Kiyama chimes in. Well, I hope he's attractive. Yamada smirks. You think anyone with a nice figure is attractive, Kiyama? You stare at sensei all the time. Kaminari laughs. Man, even as a teenager, Aizawa-sensei needs some sleep. Shinso agrees. What a mood. Mineta starts to say, but did you see Midnight's younger self and especially Midoriya's mom? She looks so. He stops abruptly as a chilling aura fills the room, causing everyone, even the villains, to feel uneasy. Midoriya slowly stands and turns to Mineta, his eyes glowing an intense green. What were you going to say about my mom, Mineta? He asks calmly, without a hint of stuttering. Silence falls over the room, everyone too afraid to speak. Dalia snaps her fingers, and Mineta vanishes. I sent him back. I still wonder why he is still in Class 1A, she says, placing a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, which helps him regain his composure. Sorry about that, he murmurs, and everyone relaxes as the tension dissipates. The door swings open to reveal an older Bakugo Katsuki. For seconds, still not good enough. Every second matters. Now get your costumes, change, and meet in Gym B. You have 5 minutes, or else I'll expel you like the others. Now go! Everyone scrambles to grab their gear and rush to change. Shiro and Kaminari burst into laughter. Oh my gosh! Tsuyu adds, I did not expect that. Yaoyorozu agrees, neither did I. He kind of reminds me of Aizawa-sensei. Mina teases, wait, does this mean Midnight-sensei was staring at Bakugo? Laughter erupts from Shiro, Kaminari, Mina, and present Mike. Bakugo yells, shut up. Ida scolds, Bakugo, stop cursing. Nizu observes, he does resemble Aizawa, being blunt about how time is important and even expelling students. He takes a sip of tea. The laughter continues, with Kaminari gasping, my stomach hurts. Bakugo retorts, that's what you get, you idiot. The students are panting, hands on their knees. Looks like each of you made it with a few seconds to spare. Our guest should have been here by now. I swear if he got distracted, I'm going to be very upset. The mention of anger makes the students nervous. Suddenly, someone drops in next to Bakugo, wearing a green jumpsuit with black shoes and gloves, and a white cape. You're late, Deku, Bakugo says, looking at him. The students whisper in awe, it's Deku. No way. The #1 hero is our guest. Wow, he's even more impressive up close. Koda exclaims, Deku looks really cool. Eri nods, he does. Aoyama adds, yes. He looks dazzling. Uraraka marvels, wow, Deku-kun, you're the #1 hero. Midoriya responds shyly, wait. Midnight comments, younger me isn't wrong, he's attractive. Eraserhead interrupts, stop that. Sorry I'm late, Kaken, Deku says, rubbing the back of his neck. Just start the class, nerd, Bakugo replies. Deku turns to the class. Wow, Kaken, you have more than 5 students. You must like them. Bakugo retorts, no I don't, there's still extras. Deku leans closer to the class and whispers, don't worry, once you show you have enough potential to be a hero, he'll stop calling you an extra and use your names. He smiles, causing all the girls to blush. He then gets distracted by Aizawa's capture weapon, starting to ramble. Hey, what's this? It looks like a scarf. What is it made of? It's lightweight but durable. It doesn't seem cuttable? I wonder what it's for. Does it help your quirk, or is it a support weapon? What is your quirk? Can you... Bakugo yanks Deku by the ear, dragging him away from the class. Quit it. You're scaring the class. It's my job to scare them. Deku winces in pain and looks at the class. Aizawa is red with embarrassment, while the rest of the class is shocked by how many questions he just asked without taking a breath. Sorry about that, I tend to ramble a lot, Deku apologizes. Tsuyu comments, Ribbit, Midori-chan acts the same here. Present Mike laughs, look how embarrassed you are, Eraser. Eraserhead replies, I saw, now be quiet. Kirishima adds, that's not very manly of you, Bakubro, to grab Midoribro like that. Bakugo snaps, that's not me, shitty hair. Today, each of you is going to fight the guest for more than 5 minutes. If you don't belong in my class. Who's first? Bakugo announces. Deku interjects, Kaken. That wasn't in. He stops when he sees Inko raise her hand. Bakugo smirks, all right, extra number 7, step up. If you make it past the mark, state your name, quirk, and hero name. Deku will decide if it's a good name or not. Understood? Inko walks up, giving a firm nod. Yes, sir. She gets into her fighting stance. Catch. Start. Bakugo commands. Inko charges forward, her eyes glowing. Rocks begin to float and head straight for Deku. His eyes widen as he dodges and kicks the rocks away. He decides to use one of his air blasts to blow all the rocks away. Inko then reaches into one of her pouches and throws something at Deku. She throws 3 throwing knives, but unbeknownst to Deku, she has thrown 4. He manages to dodge all but one, which nicks his cheek. Everyone gasps, even Inko, surprised that she managed to land a hit. Time, Bakugo says with a smirk, nodding to Inko. She smiles. Midoriya Inko, quirk telekinesis, hero name dash, mystic. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. You have great control over your quirk, and I approve of your hero name, Deku says with a smile as she leaves the fighting field. Who's next? Bakugo asks. They repeat the pattern for every student. Deku compliments them and offers advice on how to improve. Alright, class is over. Head to lunch, Bakugo announces. Thanks for letting me join you for class. Keep up the good work, Deku says, waving goodbye. Come on, Det. Your brother should be in the teacher's lounge. Those fights were. So. Kirishima starts. Manly. Tetsu and Kirishima exclaim together. Yeah. Midoriya and Mamoruki were badasses, Mina adds. Who is Midoriya and Mamoruki? Todoroki asks. Midori's mom and your mom, obviously. It's easier to not get your names mixed up, Mina explains. Oh, okay, Todoroki replies. Are we just going to ignore that Deku has a brother? Tsuyu interjects. You're right, I wonder who it is, Uraraka says. Bakugo and Deku walk toward the teacher's lounge. Deku opens the door and scans the room until he spots light blue hair. Brother, he calls out. The blue-haired figure looks up, his red eyes widening. Aizu. Look, Tamura-kun. It's you. You're a hero. Toga exclaims. How the hell am I related to the brat? Shigaraki retorts. I did not expect that, All Might says, surprised. In that universe, they are the grandsons of Nana Shimura, Dalia adds. Nana? Grand Torino questions. Who's Nana Shimura? Eraserhead asks. She is my master, All Might replies. What are you doing here at UA? Tenko asks Deku. Nizu and Kaken wanted me to come by to see his class and give a few tips. But I also wanted to see my favorite brother, Deku replies with a smile. Tenko deadpants, I'm your only brother, idiot. Why do you have to be so mean, Tenko? Bakugo sighs. You act like such a child, you nerd. I do not. I sometimes wonder how you're the #1 hero when all you do is smile like an idiot, Tenko says, taking a sip of his coffee. You're supposed to be on my side, Tenko, Bakugo chimes in. Just because I'm your brother doesn't automatically put me on your side, idiot, Tenko replies, returning to his coffee. Deku pouts and looks at Bakugo, who just shrugs. Suddenly they hear giggling. A figure stands up from her desk. It's Momo Yaoyorozu, also known as Kriati. She smiles at Deku. Hello, Shimura-kun. Hey, Yaoyorozu. It's nice to see you again, Deku stammers. She starts to walk out of the lounge. I hope we can catch up sometime. I have a class to teach. Also, I don't think you smile like an idiot, I think it's cute. She blushes, realizing what she said, and quickly leaves. Deku stands there, wide-eyed and blushing at the spot she just occupied. Bakugo slaps his forehead. Stop being a wuss and ask her out. Deku sighs and leans back in his chair. I want to, but you both know why I can't. He is still out there, and I don't want to put her in danger. Tenko and Bakugo pat his shoulder. You'll figure it out, little brother, Tenko assures him. They like each other. That is so cute. Mina exclaims as Midoriya and Yaoyorozu make eye contact and quickly turn away to hide their blush. Who is he, though? Shiro asks. Don't know, but seeing affection coming from Shigaraki is weird, Dabi comments. Deku stands up, saying, I should head back to my agency. I'll see you guys later. He waves goodbye as Tenko and Bakugo watch him leave. You know what we should do, Tenko says, turning to Bakugo with a grin. We should get him and Kriati totally wasted one night and lock them in a room together. Bakugo grins back. That ain't a bad idea, Atomizer. Let's get Pinky in on it. She can drag Ponytail anywhere. Having fun without me, aren't you? They turn to see a smirking pro-hero, Siren, also known as Hitoshi Shinso. Bakugo smirks and says, let's get to work. That's it. Kaminari exclaims. It was getting good, I wanted to see more. Mina adds. You looked really cool, Shinso-kun, Midoriya says. That plan would be something me and Mike would do, Midnight comments. Yeah. Present Mike agrees. Eraserhead glares. Shut up, Mike, problem child. Midoriya gulps. Weiss sensei? How did you do that thing on my Netta? Eraserhead asks, and everyone looks at Midoriya. Rubbing the back of his head, Midoriya replies, Oh someone told me how to do it. Who did? Eraserhead inquires. Looking away, Midoriya mumbles. Mumble. Kid, you won't get in trouble. We're just curious, Eraserhead reassures him, but everyone is still staring. Glancing at Ida, Midoriya finally admits, it was Stain. The hero killer, Stain? Eraserhead asks, surprised. Weiss. He sent me a letter from prison after the internships. He told me how I am a true hero like All Might and also have a strong aura like him. He mentioned he could teach me how to reassure civilians and intimidate villains. It seemed rude not to reply, so I did. I also wanted to thank him for saving me from the Nomu in Hosu. I was curious about how he did it. He managed to paralyze everyone in fear, even Endeavor. I thought it was a useful skill to learn if used on villains. I am so sorry, Ida. It's quite all right, Midoriya. But are you still sending letters to him now? Ida asks. No, I only replied to him twice. Grand Torino whacks Midoriya on the head with his cane. The loud smack silences everyone. They did not expect that from an old man, and now they feel a bit afraid of him. Grad Tor .. You bring nothing but trouble, brat. You're a bigger idiot than Toshinori himself. Then again, you learned from him in the first place, reckless idiot. If I didn't already have gray hairs, you would be the reason I would. He walks away, returning to his seat. You kinda deserved that, Isuku, Inko says. Midoriya sighs in defeat. Yeah, I did. Problem child is going to give me gray hairs, Eraserhead thinks. Dalia presses the button, let's continue. Does it hurt? Ariax. Rubbing the bruise on his cheek, he smiles at her. Don't worry, Eri-chan. It doesn't hurt, I'm okay. Tokoyami says, I sense darkness. What do you mean? Shoji asks. Dalia replies, for this one, I'm going to have Eri and Koda go to the playroom. But I want to watch Deku, Koda protests. Not this one, but the next one. There's ice cream in the room, Dalia explains. What's ice cream? Ariax. You're going to love it. Now go on, Dalia encourages. They walk hand in hand to the playroom. All Might. Is something going to happen to young Midoriya? Dalia. Nizu, must be quite serious if you sent Eri and Koda away. Dalia. It is not bad per se, let us watch. Get up, Izuku Midoriya. Your friends are waiting, Izuku thought as he panted. He was currently in an alleyway, slowly sliding up to stand with his back against the wall. One hand gripped his stomach while the other held onto the wall for support. He wobbled as he tried to regain his balance but fell back down to the ground. Coughing into his hand, he looked down to see blood. That's not good. He opened his hand, revealing the crimson stain. Come on, get up. Get up. With great effort, Izuku slowly got to his feet, groaning in pain. Inko, what's happening to my baby? Uraraka, I don't like where this is going. Bakugo. Eraserhead, problem child, why are you by yourself? Recovery girl, he needs help quickly, or he won't make it. Midoriya, guys, I'm right here, I'm okay. Uraraka and the rest of her class were down the street from where Izuku was. Everyone was panting, covered in sweat and dirt after saving civilians and defeating villains. Uraraka bent over, hands on her knees, taking deep breaths to steady herself. We did it, Deku-kun, we saved everyone. When she didn't hear a reply, she looked up. Deku-kun? Searching for him, she finally spotted the familiar fluff of green hair at the end of the street. He was leaning against a building, struggling to walk toward them. Uraraka gasped as she saw the blood dripping from him. Deku-kun, she screamed, rushing toward him. The others turned to see her running and quickly followed suit. Midoriya, they all shouted, racing to his side. The students had watery eyes, unsure of what to expect. The teachers were on edge, not wanting to witness their student in danger. Exhausted, They ran with determination, some using their quirks to gain speed. Bakugo propelled himself with explosions, Ida activated his engines, Todoroki created ice paths, and Shinso utilized his capture weapon. They all aimed to help their classmate, rival, and most importantly, their friend. I hear my name, Isuku thought as he looked up to see his friends, his second family, rushing toward him. He smiled, attempting to take a step forward but tumbled to his knees and then fell back. He could faintly hear his family calling for him. I don't want to go yet, I want to see them become the heroes they are meant to be. He closed his eyes, tears escaping. Please. I don't want to go yet. The students were crying now, especially Midoriya's close friends. Isuku opened his eyes and began to glow, coughing again. Show me. Please. He closed his eyes again, and in his mind he saw bright colors like stars. Todoroki, is he? Everyone. Isuku started to see flashes of the future. He envisioned an adult Ida taking over his brother's agency, a symbol of a green bunny face on his arm. The scene shifted to an adult Uraraka in her hero costume, helping those in need, the same symbol over her heart. He saw Bakugo defeating villains, the symbol on his back. Then, Todoroki entered an orphanage, laughing as he was surrounded by little kids, the same symbol over his chest. Tsuyu was swimming in her hero costume, the symbol on her arm. Shinso leaped from building to building, his voice-changing mask displaying the same symbol. Hatsum was shown running her own industry, her logo a green bunny with goggles. He saw all his classmates as heroes, saving people, helping the community, and giving hope. Every one of them wore the green bunny on their costumes, all smiling. Nizu, the symbol of the green bunny represents Midoriya, doesn't it, Miss Dalia? Dalia, you are correct, Principal Nizu. Lastly, he saw teenagers Eri and Koda in Class 1A, both wearing Izuku's signature bright red shoes, training to be heroes, wanting to save and protect, just as Izuku had saved them from danger. He had not only saved them physically but had also healed their hearts. He helped Koda learn to trust heroes again after the loss of his parents and brought Eri out of Overhaul's shadow, making her smile. Izuku saw the bright colors again before everything went black. Kirishima, is it? Is it over? Dalia, not quite yet. Uraraka was the first to reach Izuku. Dekugen. She knelt beside him, applying pressure to the wound. Stay with me, Dekukuin. Tears welled in her eyes. Dekukuin, wake up. Please. Come on. Slowly, Izuku opened his eyes. He saw Uraraka and raised his bloodied hand. Dekukuin. Don't move, you're still bleeding. He wiped it on Uraraka's mouth. Wadashta. Bakugo landed next to her. It's yours now, take care of it, Izuku said. Dekukuin, what are you talking about? Uraraka asked, confused. Bakugo's eyes widened as he looked at Uraraka, then back at Izuku, who nodded. You're not gonna die. Listen to me, you're not gonna die, nerd, Bakugo said, starting to wrap Izuku's wounds. Damn it. Yaoyorozu. We need bandages now. Bakugo yelled. Nizu thought, looks like Midoriya has passed one for all to Uraraka. He glanced at All Might and Gran Torino, who shared knowing looks. Midoriya, I gave one for all to Uraraka. Ida and Todoroki finally reached Midoriya, both carrying medical bandages. We got the bandages, they said, kneeling beside him to help stop the bleeding. Todoroki looked at Midoriya's face. Midoriya, stay with us, don't close your eyes, he urged. Midoriya, the rest of the class called as they gathered around. Is he okay? What happened? What should we do? All of you shut up. Bakugo yelled, silencing the group. Izuku lay on the ground with his head in Uraraka's lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. He's okay for now, we stopped the bleeding. It looks like he was shot. Ida, did you call for backup? I did, but it's still 5 to 10 minutes until they arrive. Everyone surrounded Izuku, standing or sitting, some with tears falling. Izuku opened his eyes and saw his friends. That you're all here, Izuku says, coughing slightly. Everyone turns to him. Of course we're here, bud, Kirishima replies. Yeah, you're our friend. We wouldn't just leave you. We're family, you know, Kaminari adds, And Izuku smiles weakly. Try not to move, help is on the way, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu reassures him. In case I don't make it, Izuku begins, but Bakugo interrupts, quit it, you're not gonna die. Midoriya, please don't talk like that, Shinso says, tears welling in his eyes. Please, Izuku whispers. Deus, stop, Bakugo says, his head lowered. Silence falls over them for a moment. Say it, Dekuen, Uraraka urges, gently running her fingers through his hair. When you make it out, you're going to get a beating for scaring us like this. So say it, she insists, a tear escaping her eye. Snipe. Where were the heroes? Why were they by themselves? Nizu, I am thinking the same thing. Kirishima, Bakugo. You called him by his first name. Bakugo. Teach, thank you. If I don't make it. Izuku groans in pain, I'm okay. Each of you are. Amazing friends. Glad I got to meet you all. I know each of you are going to be great. Just keep on smiling for me, okay? Don't forget about M. Izuku is abruptly cut off by a gunshot that echoes through the street. The sound sends shockwaves through the group, and they gasp in horror. Izuku's body goes limp. No, Uraraka thinks, her heart racing. She looks up to find the source and spots a man on the rooftop of a building. What did you do? What did you do? Uraraka screams, her emotions igniting a surge of power as small rocks and debris begin to float around her. They fly toward the man, causing him to lose his balance and fall from the rooftop. As he struggles to get up, Shinso's capture weapon wraps around his neck, restraining him. Yaoyorozu conjures 3 sharp knives and hurls them at the villain, each one embedding itself into his back. Dark shadow emerges, snapping one of the man's legs with a swift motion. Ida follows suit, kicking the other leg out from under him. Todoroki unleashes flames that burn one of the man's arms, leaving it charred and blackened. Mina uses her acid at its highest acidity, melting the skin on his other arm. Kaminari sends a jolt of electricity through him, and Bakugo, with tears streaming down his face, detonates an explosion right in front of the man without even looking at him. The rest of the group watches as the man writhes in pain. They leave him there, alive but severely injured, and return to their friend, collapsing to their knees beside Izuku's cold body. We'll never forget about you, nerd, Bakugo says, and they all begin to scream and cry. Screen goes black. The villains watch in fear, realizing that they could be next if they harmed the green-haired boy. They just witnessed a group of 15-year-olds unleash their fury on a man. Uraraka, how was I able to do that? Todoroki, my flames changed color. Nizu, it seems your quirks mutated due to your emotional state. Kaminari, that was intense. Kirishima, why it was. Dalia, how about we take a break? Yaoyorozu, why yes please. Dalia, okay, I'll get the next one started while you all take a break. Inko grabs Izuku and pulls him into a tight hug. You better not die anytime soon, do you understand? She says, her voice trembling with emotion. Midoriya, I don't plan to. He lets go of her and looks over at his friends. Do you all want a hug too? The members of the Deku squad gather around him, pulling him into a group hug that causes them to tumble over. Kaminari and Kirishima join in. Kaminari, dog pile? Midoriya laughs, his laughter lightening the mood and bringing small smiles to the teachers and his friends. Multiverse loading, 5%. Multiverse loading, 25%. Multiverse loading, 75%. Multiverse found 100%, villain. Dalia, is everyone ready to start? Midoriya, yes, but where are Kota and Eri? Dalia, oh, they are napping. This one isn't something they should watch either. Mina, are we going to see Midori die again? Dalia, we won't. Multiverse found, 100%, villain. All Might, is young Midoriya a villain? Dalia, yes he is. Toga, really? Ooh, I can't wait to see him. Twice, I'm excited. No, I'm not. Dabi, you're so loud. Zero, Midoriya as a villain? I don't see it happening. Jiru, yeah, neither do I. Dalia, you'll see. Isuku Midoriya walks down the street, his head down and arms wrapped around his burned notebook. He abruptly stops in the middle of a bridge, the wind tousling his messy hair as he looks up. His eyes are red and devoid of life, a bruise forming on his cheek, and his school uniform bears signs of burns on the shoulder. Uraraka, oh no, what happened to Deku-kun? Kirishima, yeah, he doesn't look like our Midoriya. Midoriya sets down his backpack and gazes at his burned notebook, gently touching the singed edges. A few tears fall onto the pages. Todoroki, that notebook looks like the one you have, Midoriya. Uraraka, you're right, I see you write in it every now and then. Midoriya thinks, it's that day. He looks up at the sky, letting out a cold, emotionless laugh, tears streaming down his face. Present Mike whispers to Eraserhead, I don't like where this is going. Eraserhead, yeah, neither do I. Kaminari, I don't like the sound of his laugh. Midoriya opens the notebook to a clean page and begins to write. He rips it out and places it inside his backpack. Removing his bright red shoes, he approaches the ledge of the bridge, looking down at the flowing river below. Kirishima, wait, is he going to jump? Mina, no, don't do it. Uraraka, please don't do it. Midoriya smiles sadly and lets go of the railing, falling backward with his eyes fixed on the sky. I'm sorry, Mom, you were the only person to love and care about me despite being quirkless. He closes his eyes, remembering the happy moments he shared with his mother, their laughter echoing in his mind. Midoriya continues to fall. Inko, Izuku. Kaminari, he jumped. Todoroki, quirkless? Midoriya tries to hold off a flinch but fails, only a few notice. Eraserhead, Midoriya, does being quirkless mean something to you? Midoriya, Weiss. Todoroki, how? Midoriya, I was misdiagnosed as quirkless, I'm a late bloomer. Todoroki, I see, that could be the connection. Mina, come on, a hero has to save him, or he'll be in serious trouble. Uraraka, yeah, there has to be someone there. Shigaraki, no one's going to save him. Ida, why? Dabi, you're naive. How do you think villains are made? Villains aren't born. Midoriya, they are made. They get failed by society. Everyone. They did not expect that from him. Red Eyes watch the child fall from the bridge. A raspy voice commands, grab him. Suddenly, a purple portal opens below Midoriya, and he falls through it, dropping a short distance. Midoriya tries to look up, but all he sees are blurry figures before he passes out. A hand with a finger raised grabs the notebook, opening it to read. A grin spreads with each page turned, stopping at one page where the grin widens. Let's go back to the bar, bring him too. He'll be a great asset. Dabi, didn't take you for the saving type, handy. Shigaraki, shut it, patchwork. Midoriya lies on a couch, slowly waking up. Ugh, my head. He places a hand on his forehead, blinking a few times to adjust his eyesight. Where am I? Just then, Shigaraki enters the room. Looks like you're awake, good. Midoriya stares at Shigaraki and asks, why did you save me? I remember jumping off. Shigaraki sits on a stool. Well, let's just say you reminded me of myself. No one came to save you when you needed it the most. I also saw your notebook and potential in you. Shigaraki opens the notebook, turning it to show Midoriya the crossed-out signature of All Might, with the words, pathetic, and die, written on the sides. You seem to have a grudge against All Might. Care to share why? Eraserhead, what did you do, All Might? All Might, I do not know. Shigaraki, how the hell does he remind me of myself? Uraraka, I can't see Deku-kun hating All Might. Mina, yeah, he looks up to him. Midoriya stares at Shigaraki with wide eyes, sitting up from the couch. I'll tell you the reason why, and it started. Flashback. Midoriya is seen writing in his notebook in class until Bakugo snatches it away. What's this, your diary? Hero analysis for the future? UDMN quirkless Deku. Bakugo tears the notebook and aims to throw it out the window. K-Kaken, W8 don't. Bakugo smirks and throws it. Midoriya rushes to the window, watching it fall into a koi pond. Don't apply for UA. Even if you do, it's not like you'll pass. They won't let a quirkless freak like you in. Bakugo says, placing a hand on his shoulder and activating his quirk. As he walks away, Midoriya hangs his head. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there might be another way. Midoriya looks up. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a dive off a roof. Everyone. Mitsuki, did you really say that to Isuku, Katsuki? Please tell me you didn't. Bakugo looks away and slowly nods. Mitsuki begins to cry. Eraserhead Nizu, good. If he didn't feel any guilt or remorse, I would expel him the moment we got back. Uraraka, smack, how could you say that to him? It doesn't matter if he had a quirk or not. He's still a person. Ida punches Bakugo's face. He's been nothing but kind to you. We risked our lives for you. Todoroki grabs Bakugo's shirt with both hands. What would you have done if he actually did it? Answer me. Bakugo, I don't know, okay? I don't know. Kirishima, there's not a lot of things I hate, but one thing I do hate is bullying. Grits teeth and looks away. Mina, you probably don't know what it's like to be bullied. People like me, with mutant quirks, get bullied too. Starts to cry. NW words they. Shoji, they hurt more. They may not mean anything to you, but they mean a lot to us. Words stay with us and can last forever. Do you think I wear a mask for fun? Yaoyorozu, it's because of you. Because of you he flinches at every loud noise or every time you yell. The reason he stutters so much. How could you do that? Sobs to him. Shinso, a guy like you shouldn't become a hero. Bakugo looks down in shame, while Mitsuki cries alongside some of the students. Inko, looking forward, voice cold and distant. How long? How long have you hurt my son, Katsuki? I remember you and Isuku would smile so brightly and be inseparable. I can see the guilt in your eyes. I can tell you regret it. Turns to face him. So tell me how long? Bakugo, since I found out he was quirkless. Inko, I see. Masaru, Bakugo's dad, gets close to Bakugo and raises his hand as if to slap him. That was the plan until Midoriya grabs his wrist. That's enough. Eraserhead, kid. Midoriya, it's all right. I know what he did was wrong. Nothing can change what happened in the past. He's changed since then. Bakugo, that I don't need. Midoriya, Katsuki, shut up, please. Thank you. Nizu, Aizawa-sensei, you can punish Katsuki as you see fit. Just please don't expel him. He's not that person anymore. Aizawa looks at Nizu and nods. Eraserhead, that all right. Bakugo, you'll have to take mandatory anger management classes, see Hound Dog for therapy, and do community service. If you don't, you're expelled. Understood? Bakugo, yes, sir. Todoroki, how? How can you still defend him after what he did to you? Midoriya, because we're the same in a way. Just like how I wasn't seen because of my lack of quirk, Katsuki was only seen for his quirk. People praised his quirk and not him. That's why he's brash and yells a lot. It's his way of seeing if people want to be his friend. When he told me that, I knew he didn't mean it, just like the times he bullied me. He would always look back at me with sad or guilty eyes. This is not an excuse for what he did, and I'm not asking you to forgive him. Walks over to where Inko is sitting and kneels in front of her. Mom, please stop crying. I don't like to see you cry. I know you blame yourself for me not having a quirk because you're from an earlier generation. I also know Hisashi left us because he didn't want a quirkless son and not because of work. I'm okay with that because I always had you. You never left me. I was always happy with you. I'm here because of you. Don't think you're a bad mom just because you didn't realize what was happening, okay? He smiles at her. Inko, Izuku. She nods and pulls him into a hug. How does All Might relate to this? Shigaraki asks. I'm getting there. On my way home, I was attacked by a sludge villain, and the one who saved me was All Might. After he did, I asked him a simple question. All Might, coughs. Oh no. Flashback. Can I ask you a quick question? Midoriya asks All Might. It has to be quick, my boy. Can I be a hero even though I'm quirkless? All Might looks at him and replies, without a quirk, I don't think so. Being a hero is dangerous, even for those with strong quirks. It's best for you to become a police officer or a doctor. It's good to dream, but at least make them realistic. With that, All Might jumps off, leaving a wide-eyed Midoriya on the rooftop. Eraserhead glares. How could you say that? Do you not realize half of your coworkers fight quirkless? Gran Torino, you're really pathetic, Toshinori. Nizu, I'm quite disappointed in you, All Might. Eraserhead, you're what? Midoriya. Midoriya steps in front of All Might. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei, please stop yelling at my master. He's already apologized to me for what he said that day. He knows it was wrong. All Might pats Midoriya's head. It's all right, Isuku. I deserve to be reprimanded for what I said in the past. Eraserhead, Midoriya, why did you call him master? Midoriya, sighs. I'm All Might's successor ever since that day. He started training and teaching me, and because of that, my quirk manifested. It turns out I needed to build body mass to use my quirk, or else I would have seriously hurt myself. Eraserhead, his successor, sits back down. All Might, you'll face my wrath when this is done. I need some coffee. Coffee appears in his hands. Eraserhead, I'm not going to question it. How would you like to get back at those who hurt? I can give you power. Join me? Midoriya smirks. Yes, I'll join you. Shigaraki grins. Let's get you stronger then. Months pass. Midoriya is in a lab coat, writing in a notebook. He's taller and more muscular than before, and his hair is shorter. He sighs, closes the notebook, takes off his coat, and leaves the room. He goes into the bar and meets Shigaraki and Kurojari. I'm going out to find more subjects to complete the Nomu. Don't kidnap too many. I don't want heroes on us just yet. Don't forget to change your appearance, Shigaraki says as he faces Midoriya. You got it, big brother, he replies with a smile and a wave before leaving the bar. Shigaraki has a small smile on his face. Brat. Shigaraki, oh no. Toga, your brothers. Once Midoriya is in the alleyway, he closes his eyes. Slowly, his hair starts to change from green to orange. His freckles begin to fade away. When he opens his eyes, they are no longer green but black. All Might, don't tell me he got a quirk from him. Nizu, seems very likely. Midoriya starts to walk out and looks around, observing people walking by. He stops when he hears the sounds of a fight coming from a rundown building. His curiosity gets the best of him, and he goes to check it out. He sees a group of thugs surrounding two individuals. One has dark hair and burn marks all over his body, while the other is a girl with blonde hair pulled into two buns. Toga, Dabi. It's a shakes Dabi. Dabi yippee. Midoriya watches with curiosity, trying to figure out what's going on. He gets closer, just close enough to hear. We're going to take you down. You think you can get away with stealing our money? The guy and girl get ready in their fighting stances. The thugs charge at them full speed, quirks activated. Both of them manage to take down over half of them, but after 10 minutes, they start to get exhausted. Midoriya sees them panting, yet there are still 20 thugs left. He takes out 10 throwing knives, 5 in each hand. He throws them, and each lands right on target, causing 10 thugs to fall to the ground. He then takes out 2 guns and aims at the remaining thugs. This time, they fall unconscious. Midoriya puts his guns away and reaches into his pocket to get his phone. He dials a number and puts it to his ear. Hey, I need transport back. I've sent the location. I'll explain later. He walks over to the 2 individuals. Hey, are you both okay? The guy was about to answer, but the girl started to sway side to side and passed out. Midoriya quickly catches her before she hits the floor. Kurojari then appears and looks at Midoriya. What did you do now? He glances at the fallen thugs and the 2 still standing. Midoriya laughs. Kaminari, not gonna lie, Midoriya looked impressive taking out those thugs. Toga, Isuku looked so cool. Dabi, I look like a mess. Those who are alive and unconscious are subjects. These 2 are potential allies, Midoriya tells Kurojari. He carries the passed-out girl in a bridal style and faces the guy. Come with us. We can help you. The guy nods. Kurojari transports the thugs to Midoriya's lab, then opens a portal to the bar, and they all enter. They find Shigaraki sitting on a stool, watching them. Midoriya places the girl on the couch and grabs the first aid kit to tend to their cuts. "What are both of your names?" Midoriya asks as he puts the kit back. "I'm Dabi," he says, pointing to the girl. "That's Toga." Toga starts to stir, her eyes snapping open. She stands up, ready to fight. "Toga, calm down," Dabi says. She looks over to him and sees he is okay. "Where are we and what do you want?" she asks. "A bar. We want to recruit you both to join our league to dismantle the hero system, starting with taking down All Might. We have the means to do so thanks to him," Shigaraki explains, pointing to Midoriya. "So, what do you say?" They both stay quiet until Dabi speaks. "I'll join as long as I get to take down Endeavor. I want to see him suffer." Shigaraki then turns to Toga. "As long as I can be free and do what I want, I'll follow you." Shigaraki grins. "Looks like we have a deal. I'm Tamura Shigaraki. Kurojairi. Pleasure to meet you. Daromi. I'm Isuku." "Isuku, take off your disguise, it's hideous." Midoriya puts a hand over his heart. "That hurts my feelings, Tomu." Shigaraki glares at him, and Midoriya sticks out his tongue but complies with the request. His hair and eyes changed back to their natural green, and his freckles reappeared. "Better." "Very, now go take the two to the spare rooms. I'm pretty sure they know where to stay." They both turn to Toga and Dabi. "We can stay here?" Toga asked. "Yeah, if you have nowhere else to go," Midoriya replied. Toga's eyes widened, and she ran to hug Midoriya and Shigaraki. "Thank you. Thank you." "Dabi, did you hear that? We don't have to sleep on the cold floor." Dabi sighed. Yeah, I heard." Midoriya led them to their rooms and then left for the lab. The next day, Toga asked where Midoriya was. Kurojairi replied that he was working in his lab and advised her not to bother him. A few hours later, Midoriya entered the bar, and Kurojairi asked how the progress was going. Midoriya smiled and said it was going well. He then sat with Dabi and Toga, and they started to talk and get to know each other. Shigaraki even joined in, and they shared laughter, quickly becoming friends. Midoriya sat up in bed and glanced at the clock, realizing it was 4 in the morning. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. To his left, Toga was sleeping peacefully, and he smiled at her. He got out of bed, dressed, and put on his shoes. "Where are you going?" Toga asked, sitting up in one of his shirts, her hair down. Midoriya cupped her face and kissed her gently. "There's something I need to do." "Can I come?" she asked. Midoriya ran his hand through her hair. "Not this time, love. I'll be back in a few hours, okay?" She nodded. "Be careful." He smiled at her. "Always." He kissed her again before grabbing his jacket and leaving. "Dude," Kaminari said. "What the actual heck?" Bakugo exclaimed. "That's so cute." "I hate it." Twice added. "I did not expect that," Dabi commented. "Toga, are you all right?" Mr. Compress asked. Toga covered her face with her hands, blushing. She nodded, slowly looking up to make eye contact with Midoriya, who was also blushing. She hid her face again. Midoriya thought. She looked cute with her hair down like that, and his face turned red as he realized what he just thought. Some of the girls whispered, "He's mine." Midoriya quietly opened a window to an apartment and stepped inside. He looked around at the messy kitchen and living room before walking down the hallway, where he saw picture frames of himself from when he was younger. He stared for a moment before quietly opening a door and peering at the sleeping form of his mother. He approached the side of the bed and gently placed a hand over her mouth. Inko's eyes snapped open in shock. "Don't scream," he whispered, and tears began to stream down her face. "Is he going to hurt her?" Uraraka asked. "He wouldn't. Would he?" Ida replied nervously. "I believe that isn't the case," Nizu said. "It would be messed up to harm your own mother," Dabi added. Midoriya kept his hand over Inko's mouth and turned on the lamp with his other hand. He lowered his hand, and Inko's eyes widened. "Izuku?" she stammered. Midoriya took her shaking hands in his. "It's me, Mom." Inko pulled him into a tight hug. "It's you. I knew you were still alive." Midoriya looked at her with confusion. A mother always knows. They may have said you were dead, but I always had a feeling you were out there. He began to tell her everything that had happened. Bakugo's bullying, meeting All Might, his struggles, and how Shigaraki had saved him and introduced him to new friends. I'm going to do things that may make me look like a villain to everyone else. You were always there for me, always made me happy. That's why I'm here now. I don't want you to see me as a bad guy. I may be doing some questionable things, but it's for a good cause. Inko stared down at her hands before looking back up at Midoriya, her eyes red and puffy from crying. Are you happy? She asked. Midoriya was caught off guard by the question but smiled and assured her that he was, and that they were like family to him. They talked for a few more hours until it was time for Midoriya to leave, and he promised to keep in touch. Midoriya returned to the bar, where the League was waiting. Twice and Spinner greeted him, and Dabi asked where he had been. Midoriya simply said he had a last-minute job to do. Dabi sighed. You do know we are attacking UA in less than 2 hours, right? Midoriya looked at him with wide eyes and laughed nervously. I may have lost track of time. Twice grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him back and forth. You better not be cheating on my dear Toga. I will kill you. No, I won't. Yes. What? I'll never cheat on her. I love her. Midoriya exclaimed. Once Twice stopped shaking him, Midoriya realized what he had said and buried his face in his hands. Dabi poked his arm and teased him. Quit being a wuss and just tell her you love her. It's just 3 simple words. Midoriya flipped him off. Get lost, you burnt chicken nugget. Go find someone else. Dabi just laughed, and Shigaraki entered. Oh, you're back. Is everything complete? Midoriya smirked. The Nomu is ready. We will confront All Might today at the USJ. It's time to change the world. Ready to cause some chaos, Toga? Midoriya asked her, and she giggled. Always am. They entered Kurogiri's portal, and on the other side was the USJ. Where is All Might? How are we going to take down the symbol of peace if he isn't here? Shigaraki exclaimed. They could hear pro-hero Eraserhead shout, 13. Protect the students, as he ran toward the League. Kurogiri, you know what to do, Shigaraki instructed. Kurogiri moved to the front entrance. I can't allow you heroes to leave. Prepare to face the consequences. Kurogiri then sent them through his portals, using the information Midoriya had gathered about their quirks to send them to places that countered those abilities. Azui went to the frozen zone, Tokoyami to the fire zone, and so on. Toga, go wild. Make sure to collect plenty of blood, Shigaraki instructed. Toga smiled and dashed off, chanting, blood. Midoriya sighed. Compress, please go with her. We don't want them dead yet. Of course, Compress replied, following Toga. Twice, create a few clones of us and go disrupt the heroes in training. Remember, don't kill them, we're not here for that, Shigaraki commanded. Twice saluted, saying, Yes, sir. I wanted to take them out. Dabi, go scare them too. Spinner and Isuku, give Eraserhead a good fight. They all nodded, and Spinner and Isuku rushed toward Eraserhead. Eraserhead noted, they are more prepared than when they were here. Dabi remarked, Wow, look at that, you can be a leader. Shigaraki retorted, If I had my quirk, you would be a pile of dust right now. Mina chimed in, You two fight like a couple. Midnight added, OMG, I thought I was the only one who thought that. Hakagure agreed, You're right, they do. Dabi and Shigaraki both exclaimed, No way. Eraserhead threw his capture weapon at Isuku, who simultaneously threw a knife. They both managed to dodge the attacks. It's nice to meet you, Eraserhead, Isuku said, landing a punch to Eraserhead's stomach, pushing him back, where Spinner kicked him. Where is All Might? He was supposed to be here, Spinner asked. Isuku pinned Eraserhead down and whispered, Is it because he's out of time? Eraserhead's eyes widened. Midoriya let out a cold laugh. Next time, tell him not to be so reckless with showing his weak form. Spinner pointed his katana toward Eraserhead's eyes. Too bad there won't be a next time, he said. Eraserhead broke free from their grip and distanced himself. Spinner's katana had a few drops of blood on it, and Eraserhead covered one of his eyes, which was injured. Eraserhead remarked, "They knew where to aim." Nizu observed, "Seems like they knew your weakness." Uraraka commented, "It's kind of scary to see Deku like that." All Might thought, "Thank goodness he wants to be a hero." Underground hero Eraserhead, Shota Aizawa. Quirk, Erasure, allows him to erase someone's quirk with eye contact until he blinks. Doesn't work on mutation quirks. Weakness, struggles when fighting many opponents or in long fights, and most importantly, his eyes. Can't use your quirk without your eyes, Midoriya explained with an innocent smile, pointing to his own eyes. He then took out 4 knives and threw them at Eraserhead, embedding them into his shoulder, arm, and both legs. "I suggest you stay put unless you want to bleed out," he warned. Eraserhead fell to his knees and then to the ground, the last thing he saw being Midoriya's wicked smile. Just then, All Might burst through the declaring, "I am here." Mina asked, "Is Sensei okay?" Nizu replied, "No, he isn't dead, he just lost consciousness. He didn't aim to kill, just to harm." Midoriya tapped his earpiece and said, "Everyone to the plaza, our target is here, and you do not want to miss the show." They soon arrived, and All Might charged straight at the villains but was halted by the Nomu. "Where are my students?" he shouted, continuing to punch the Nomu, which remained standing. Shigaraki taunted, "Can you not hear their cries of pain and fear?" The Nomu then struck All Might in the stomach. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Laughter erupted, and he turned to see the source. "You really are pathetic," Midoriya said, a wide smirk on his face. "Although I did take your advice and make my dreams realistic." "Midoriya!" All Might shouted as Midoriya pulled out a gun and pointed it at his chest. "Farewell, All Might," he said before pulling the trigger. The Nomu released All Might, and his body fell into a portal. All Might! The villains turned to see Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Jairu, and Yaoyorozu, all bruised and exhausted. Yaoyorozu gasped, "He shot him." Eraserhead confirmed, "He really did do it." Todoroki added, "He didn't even hesitate." Dabi remarked, "Wow, that was cool." Toga giggled, "So much blood." "Kurojairi, take him too," Midoriya instructed, pointing to Bakugo. Kurojairi nodded, and a portal opened beneath Bakugo. "Bakugo!" Kirishima yelled, reaching for him but failing. Just then the teachers arrived. Midnight rushed to help 13, while Present Mike went to assist the injured Eraserhead. Snipe drew his guns and began shooting, while Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice. Midoriya raised his arm, and a greenish barrier appeared, protecting him and the other villains from the attacks. "Let's go, we're done here." "Time to head home, everyone," Midoriya said to the villains. He then faced the heroes and shouted, "We are the League of Villains. You'll be seeing more of us later." The League wore wicked grins and smirks as they turned and entered Kurojairi's portal. Dalia greeted, "Hi Eri and Koda, how was your nap?" Koda replied, "Good. Can we watch Deku now?" Dalia smiled, "Yes, you can. Go ahead and take a seat next to Midoriya." Koda asked, "Were you cool in the last one?" Eri nodded, "Were you?" Midoriya replied, More or less, but it was really boring and you wouldn't have liked it. I'm pretty sure you'll like this one." Everyone thought, he handled that a whole lot better than expected. Kaminari, I bet Midoriya is a rabbit. Koda, rabbit? Mina, he would be so adorable. It is past sundown, and a dark figure is seen leaping from rooftop to rooftop. The figure halts when a scream pierces the night, and he rushes toward the sound. Upon arriving at the source, he sees a girl struggling against a man. "Stop squirming." "Get off me," she protests, trying to break free. "No one's going to save you, little girl," he taunts, and the girl whimpers in fear. "I've heard enough," the dark figure declares as he leaps down from the roof, kicking the man away from her. With a swift punch, he knocks the assailant out cold. He drags the man out of the alley and ties him to a streetlight. The figure wears a loose dark green hoodie with a hood adorned with bunny ears. A cloth mask covers half of his face, and orange goggles obscure his eyes, making it difficult to discern their color. He pulls out a phone, presses a few buttons, and puts it to his ear. Hey, detective, I've got another one for you. I sent you the location. Bye. He hangs up and returns to check on the girl, who is curled up, crying. Hey, are you okay? He asks gently. The girl looks up, revealing herself to be none other than Mina Ishido. What's your name? He inquires. Ishido, she stammers. Ishido, it's okay now. He's not going to hurt you anymore. He extends his hand, and she shakily takes it as he helps her to her feet. No more crying. It ruins that pretty face of yours. He wipes her tears away and leads her out of the alley. The police are on their way, and the criminal is taken care of. Just be careful not to be out so late next time. Bye. He turns to leave, but Ishido grabs his hand. Wait, what's your name? He looks back at her. It's Rabbit. Thank you for saving me. Ishido suddenly realizes she is still holding his hand and quickly lets go. Sorry. He chuckles softly. It's okay, I don't mind holding a beautiful girl's hand. She blushes at his words, and the sound of police sirens fills the air. That's my cue to leave. He jumps and lands on the rooftop, giving Ishido a two-finger salute before leaping to the next building. Hakigure, nudges Mina. Looks like you're the lucky girl in this one. Mina, what? No, I'm not. Midnight, I don't know about you, but that was some smooth flirting. I love it. Midoriya is seen sleeping peacefully in his bed until the alarm clock starts ringing. He groans, opens his eyes, and checks the time. Oh no! He quickly gets up and rushes to the bathroom for a shower. Less than 5 minutes later, he emerges, dressed only in his pants, revealing his toned physique, marked with a few scars, some small, others more prominent. Most girls have blushes on their cheeks. Kaminari, he's ripped. Kirishima, manly scars. Midnight, licks lips. What a sight. Midoriya hurriedly puts on his uniform, grabs his backpack, slides on his shoes, and is out the door in seconds. He races to school, arriving just in time. He takes his seat and rests his head on the desk. That was close. Maybe I should patrol less. The day continues, and it's now the last class. It's time for you to think about your future. However, I know you all want to be heroes, the teacher announces. Don't lump me in with these losers, Bakugo interrupts. I'm the only one from this dump of a school who's going to make it as a top hero. That's right, you're aiming for UA. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? The classroom falls silent, then erupts in laughter. Students start to murmur. Seriously? Deku really thinks he can do it? You're quirkless. He can't be a hero. Great, way to go, you thoughtless teacher. Now Bakugo is going to be on my case. Midoriya thinks as he raises his head, only to find an angry Bakugo glaring at him. He sighs. Just perfect. Eraserhead, kid. Ida, Midoriya, is this how people treated you? Midoriya, yeah. Eraserhead, I'm going to deal with them. Midoriya, there's no need for that. Todoroki, yes, there is, and you can't stop us. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there's an easier way to do it. Just take a swan dive. Off the roof and pray you get a quirk in your next life, Bakugo tells Midoriya, turning to leave. But before he can, Midoriya speaks up. Okay, if that's really what you want, Bakugo. Midoriya walks past him. What Deku? Midoriya heads for the stairs leading to the roof. He reaches the ledge, hearing Bakugo rush up the stairs behind him. Many glare at Bakugo. He flinches. Todoroki, I'm going to deal with you when we get back. Ray, Shoto. Eraserhead, I'll allow it, as long as it's an accident. Do you? Bakugo yells as he bursts through the door. His eyes widen when he sees Midoriya on the ledge. I didn't mean it, don't do it. Midoriya looks at Bakugo. Why do you hate me so much? If I'm just a nobody, why do you care if I become a hero? He takes a step back, teetering on the edge. Isuku. Midoriya looks at him with wide eyes. Wow, you actually know my name. I thought you forgot with how much you call me Deku. You know, sometimes I miss calling you by the nickname I gave you. Do you remember it? Bakugo nods shakily. You called me Kakin. Maybe I can call you Kakin in my next life. Midoriya smiles at Bakugo, taking another step back and falling. Isuku! Everyone gasps. Uraraka? Shiro, did he really? Inko faints. Tokoyami, reverie in the dark. Kirishima, is Bakugo going to save him in time? Bakugo uses his quirk to reach Midoriya, extending his hand to grab his arm just in time. Midoriya looks up at Bakugo, wide-eyed. Quit staring and give me your other hand, idiot. Midoriya takes Bakugo's other hand, and Bakugo begins to pull him up slowly. They sit together on the roof, panting, with Midoriya staring up at the sky. After a moment, Bakugo speaks. Why did you jump? I thought you wanted to be a hero, Midoriya said, turning to Bakugo. I was going to catch myself. No one's going to stop me from being a hero. Bakugo gave him a strange look, and Midoriya laughed. You'd be surprised. I never look down on you. Quite the opposite, I look up to you more than All Might. Midoriya stood up, grabbing his backpack, his back to Bakugo. Thanks for saving me. I hope you realize your mistakes. Maybe when we get to UA, we can be on equal footing. I'll see you around. Kakin. He turned his head to smile at Bakugo before heading out, leaving Bakugo wide-eyed on the rooftop. As he left, Midoriya faintly heard an, I'm sorry. On his way home, Midoriya decided to take a break from vigilantism for a while. That was so manly, Kirishima exclaimed. Jiraiya added, that made my stomach drop. I thought he wasn't going to get there in time. Me too, Yaoyorozu agreed. Wow, look at that. He can apologize, Todoroki remarked. Shut up, you half-and-half bastard, Bakugo shot back. Midoriya, now in his rabbit persona, was once again jumping from building to building. One of his bunny ears twitched as he pressed a button to enhance his hearing. He picked up the sounds of a fight and moved toward it, hiding in the shadows to observe. Eraserhead was surrounded by a group of villains. 4 of them had mutant quirks, while the last one had an emitter quirk. Seeing Eraserhead struggle, Rabbit jumped down, brandishing his staff. Hey, Eraser, need some help? His eyes sparkled as he swiftly took out half of the villains before Eraserhead could respond. Why am I always involved with the problem child? Eraserhead sighed, clearly exhausted. Present Mike and Midnight patted his back, trying to suppress their laughter. He did look impressive taking out those villains, Shiro commented. Yeah. He did it so quickly, Uraraka added. He's strong despite being quirkless. It's amazing, Ida noted. Eraserhead was handing over the villains to the police when he caught sight of Rabbit hopping away. Oh no you don't. You better not run away, he thought, using his capture weapon to chase after Rabbit. Rabbit looked back and saw Eraserhead right behind him. Oh no. My legs are killing me. I don't want to face his wrath. Rabbit, get back here. Eraserhead called out. No thanks, I chose life. Rabbit shouted back, but Eraserhead only seemed to speed up. Rabbit's eyes widened. Oh no, wrong choice of words? Why am I such a fool? He jumped off a roof, but Eraserhead's capture weapon wrapped around his leg, leaving him dangling. This gives me déjà. He looked up to see an angry Eraserhead, quirk activated. Rabbit nervously waved and laughed. Iche. How was your D-Day? Eraserhead slowly released the weapon, causing Rabbit to drop slightly. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't let go. Kaminari burst out laughing. PFFFD haha. Dabi smirked. I love the sarcasm. Midnight chuckled. Look at your face, Shoyuda. Present Mike added. You look so done. Shiro remarked. I can't decide whether that was brave or foolish. A bit of both, possibly, Jiru suggested. Todoroki noted. It's strange to hear Midoriya cuss. The only thing bad he ever says is, "B." I can cuss, you know. I just don't because it's rude, Midoriya replied. I don't believe it, Todoroki said. Tsuyu chimed in. We'll believe it once we hear it with our own ears. Eraserhead pulled Rabbit up, who was panting and catching his breath. Is it too late for me to say sorry? Rabbit asked. Eraserhead glared at him. You go off the grid for over 2 weeks. Kid, where the hell were you? Rabbit started playing with his fingers. I was figuring out some stuff. Eraserhead stared at him for what felt like an eternity. What kind of stuff? Rabbit. Are you safe where you live? Rabbit's head snapped toward Eraserhead. What? Yes, I'm fine. Despite your looks, you worry too much. Eraser Dad. Eraserhead lightly hit him on the head. Call me that again, and I'm turning you in. Rabbit rubbed his head. Ouch, that hurt. I'll stop calling you that when you stop treating me like a kid. Eraserhead gave him a deadpan expression. You are a kid. Ugh, I hate how I let myself slip one time. Now you know I'm a teenager, Rabbit complained. Eraserhead smirked. A short teenager. Rabbit glared at him. Forget you. Present Mike laughed. That's great. Eraser Dad, it's catchy. I love it. Uraraka exclaimed, I can't believe he cussed at Aizawa-sensei. Zero added, that was hilarious. Shinso quipped, Eraser Dad? Nah, more like Dadzawa. Kaminari laughed, ha, that one's better. Eraserhead sighed, I'm too tired for this. Eraserhead shook his head and looked at Rabbit. I thought something bad happened to you, Rabbit. Rabbit replied, I don't know if jumping off a roof at school counts as bad. I'm sorry for worrying you, Eraserhead. Like I said before, I was just figuring out some stuff, Rabbit said. They stood in silence, listening to the sounds of the city. Do you want a hug? Rabbit asked. Eraserhead didn't respond but instead pulled Rabbit into a hug. Rabbit awkwardly patted his back. Next time, let me know when you're going off the grid. I don't want to find your body in a ditch. Eraserhead pulled away and patted Rabbit's head. Alright, seems fair. I gotta go now. See you around, Eraser Dad. Rabbit waved him off and jumped off the roof to head home. I knew Aizawa-sensei had feelings, but who knew he could actually show them? So you said. Present Mike and Midnight burst out laughing. I can't believe you actually said that, Sue, Jair remarked. Eraserhead hid himself in his scarf. Todoroki thought, is Midoriya Aizawa's secret love child? It could explain the black part of Midoriya's hair. It also explains why Midoriya's hair floats when he uses his quirk at times, just like Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya said his father left him at a young age. What if that's just a cover story because Aizawa is a pro-hero? That explains why Midoriya and Shinso hang out so much. It's because they are secretly brothers. Shinso resembles Aizawa too much for them not to be related. I need to write this down. Dalia thought, oh my goodness, how does he even come to this conclusion? Isuku, you're going to be late. Inko called out. Mom, school ended a while ago, Midoriya replied, half asleep. Inko entered his room. Isuku, today is the entrance exam. Midoriya's eyes snapped open. What? That's today. He quickly got up and rushed to shower and change. Inko sighed and shook her head. How could you forget when all you want to be is a hero? Midoriya slipped on his shoes. I'm leaving, bye Mom. Isuku. Good luck. Midoriya smiles at her and heads out the door. Uraraka giggles. He seems to be always in a rush. Ida responds, being late is unfit for a hero. He emphasizes his point with a hand chop. Kaminari shrugs. Chill, dude. It's barely the entrance exams. Midoriya arrives at UA and makes his way inside. The written portion passes without incident, and now it's time for the practical exam. He finds a seat in the auditorium next to Bakugo, and they sit in silence. Midoriya rests his head on his hand as Present Mike begins to explain the rules and objectives. Suddenly, someone interrupts him. Excuse me. You only stated 3 of the enemies. There are 4 in the paper. UA should be ashamed of this foolish mistake. You with the curly hair, why are you sleeping? You should take this seriously. Midoriya turns to the speaker. I am taking this seriously. Maybe if you hadn't interrupted Present Mike, he would have explained the 4th enemy. So how about you sit down and let him finish? The auditorium falls silent until Present Mike clears his throat. Ahem. As I was saying. He continues explaining the rules. As Midoriya heads to his destination, Bakugo passes him and says, Don't fail, Izuku. Midoriya smirks. I don't plan on it. They both walk away. Jairu exclaims, "Oh my god, was that you who interrupted him in our exam?" Ida stutters, yes. Shiro laughs, "Wow, you were such a stickler for rules." Kaminari adds, "He still is." Tsuyu comments, "Well, at least it isn't as bad as before." Ida agrees, "I think that is true." All Might wonders aloud, "I wonder how he will do." Midoriya stands outside the fake city, waiting for the start signal. He has his hands in his pockets and his eyes closed, feeling calm until someone places a hand on his shoulder. He opens his eyes and turns to see the blue-haired kid from earlier, who seems to have engines in his legs. Looks like a speed quirk. "Can I help you?" Midoriya asks. Ida pushes his glasses up. "Are you sure you're taking the right exam? It seems all you want to do is sleep." Midoriya sighs and looks Ida straight in the eyes. "Listen, if I didn't want to be a hero, I wouldn't be here. Stop questioning everything and let me focus." Ida opens his mouth to respond, but is cut off by present Mick's shout of, "Gio." Midoriya springs into action, racing toward the gate. There is no real countdown in the real world. Go, go, go. Present Mike yells. Present Mike and Kaminari share a laugh. Shiro chuckles, "Ha! Rip off Sonic." Uraraka pats a dejected Ida on the shoulder. There. She giggles. "It's a little funny." Midoriya thinks, "Do some thoughts connect to me too? Because when I first met Ida, he did look like a rip-off Sonic. Oh my god, what about my other thoughts? Like when I give a sarcastic remark in my head or when I think someone is attractive? Oh no, that's like over half the class. No. Eri taps Midoriya's arm. "Are you okay, Deku?" Midoriya blinks. "I'm okay." He smiles at her. Nothing to worry about. Internally, he panics. Dalia thinks, "This is too much fun." Midoriya enters the fake city and scans for robots. Once he spots them, he positions himself to get targeted. As the robot notices him, it begins to chase after him, and Midoriya smirks. He leads the robot into another one, causing them to cancel each other out. He employs this tactic for a few minutes, also saving a few people from falling debris. Suddenly, he hears rumbling and sees the zero-pointer. "No way! I'm out!" He turns to run, but then he hears a cry for help. He looks back and sees a Shido trapped under rubble, with the zero-pointer getting closer. Without thinking, he runs toward her. He scans the area for something to use and spots a sharp pole. Grabbing it, he quickly climbs the building. Once on the roof, he takes a few steps back and waits a moment. Then he runs forward and jumps off the roof, using the pole to strike the zero-pointer right in the eye, causing it to stop moving. "I can't believe that actually worked." Kaminari exclaims, "That was awesome." Kirishima adds, "So manly." Koda comments, "Deku looked really cool." Eri nods in agreement. Eraserhead muses, "Did he really do that without knowing it would work? I don't want to deal with this." Present Mike replies, "Good thing you aren't." Eraserhead lets out a long sigh. Ida observes, "It seems it's a Shido being trapped and saved rather than Uraraka." Uraraka thinks, "I wish it was me." Midoriya quickly slides off the zero-pointer and approaches a Shido. "Hey, it's okay. I'll get you out." He begins to remove the debris from her. "Can you stand?" he asks. "Yeah, I think I just bruised my foot," a Shido replies. She gets up but hisses in pain as she puts pressure on her foot. It looks sprained. "Let me help you." She nods, and Midoriya carries her in a princess style. "Wait, I didn't mean for you to carry me," she protests. Midoriya shrugs. "It's easier and it won't make your injury worse." "Oh, thank you for saving me." "You didn't have to," Ashido says, trying not to look at him. "What kind of hero would I be if I just left someone in danger? I don't regret saving you, so you're welcome." He smiles at her, and Ashido blushes. "What's your name?" she asks. I'm getting a sense of déjà vu again. "Isuku Midoriya." "What's yours?" "Because I'm calling you, pretty girl, in my head." She blushes again. "Mina Ashido, nice to meet you, Midoriya." "Ashido? Wait, I remember her. I saved her as Rabbit. Nice to meet you too, Ishido. He then takes her to Recovery Girl, waves goodbye, and leaves UA. Uraraka thinks, now I really wish that was me. Kaminari teases, wow Midoriya, you're such a flirt. Siro adds, who knew you could? Midoriya stammers, WH. Hakigura nudges Ishido. Look at that, Mina. Is it love? Ishido blushes and replies, stop it. A week passes since the entrance exam, and Midoriya, now Rabbit, is back to vigilantism. The UA letter should be coming soon. I wonder if I'll make it. Let's worry about that later, he thinks as he jumps to another building. He stops when he reaches the tallest one and presses the button on his ear to enhance his hearing. All he hears are the sounds of the city until he picks up the sound of crying. He starts to move toward the sound of crying, stopping to look around for the source. That's when he sees someone on the edge of a roof, and they are the ones crying. Oh no, I hope they are okay, Yakuza says. Yeah, I wonder who it is, Jiraiya adds. Rabbit approaches the person, and as he gets closer, he notices curly, fluffy hair and horns. Is that? He reaches the same roof as the person and hides in the shadows. His eyes widen as he realizes who it is. It's Ishido. Why is she crying? Well, there's only one way to find out. Rabbit steps out of the shadows. I thought I said crying ruins that beautiful face of yours. Ishido quickly turns, her eyes widening as she wipes her tears. Our Rabbit. Rabbit takes a few slow steps forward. The one and only. Can I ask why you are crying? It's stupid. You're crying, so it isn't stupid. Come sit over here rather than on the edge. Rabbit sits on the floor and pats the spot next to him. Ishido doesn't speak but walks over to sit beside him. Oh my god, if they kiss, it'll be so cute, Hakigura whispers. So you're going to ignore why she's crying? Ojiro responds. I'm sure she's fine, she's got Midoriya, Hakigura insists. Mina blushes, Ojiro sighs, and Shoji shakes his head. Ishido and Rabbit sit in silence, with occasional sniffles coming from Ishido. You okay? Rabbit asks after a while. Ishido gives a watery laugh. Not really. I overheard the guy I had a crush on since middle school say he would never date me because of my looks and that I look like a monster. I mean, I know I look different with my skin, eyes, and horns. Sniff, I just hate the way I look sometimes. Ishido begins to cry again, and Rabbit pulls her into a comforting hug, rubbing her back. Once she calms down a bit, Rabbit pulls away and gently holds her face, wiping her tears. Listen here, you are not a monster. Your features are what make you unique. You are beautiful, and that includes your skin, eyes, and adorable horns. So the JRK who said that can go away, he doesn't deserve someone as wonderful as you. I'm going to confront the guy who said that. Hakigura exclaims. Need some help? Tsuyu offers. Yeah, that was totally unmanly, Kirishima adds. You okay there, Mina? You're turning a bit purple, Jiraiya remarks. Mina replies, covering her face with her hands. He sure does have a way with words, Yakuza observes. I love it. Midnight exclaims. Toga thinks, Deku-kun is mine. Ishido looks at Rabbit with wide eyes. I mean every word I said. Thank you, that was the first time someone ever said something like that to me. Rabbit pushes a strand of hair behind her ear, causing her to blush slightly. Well, I'm glad I'm the first. You may be a vigilante, but you're my hero. I have to go before my parents notice I'm gone. I hope I can see you again, Rabbit. What you said to me means a lot. Ishido smiles at him and then gives him a quick kiss on the cheek before leaving a shocked Rabbit behind. He stands there, placing a hand on the cheek she just kissed. Rabbit then snaps out of his shock and heads off. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. Did I really say that? Geez, what is wrong with me? Did she really kiss my cheek? I don't. Rabbit almost stumbles while jumping from roof to roof. That was close. I'll figure it out later. Can't be distracted right now. Screen goes black. Not the kiss I was expecting, but good enough. Guess it ended. I wanted to see if they got together, Hakigura comments. Pretty bold of her to do that. That's only the second time she's met him, Jiraiya replies. It seems she has fallen for him, don't you think, Ashido? Kaminari teases. That's not me, Ashido stammers. Heh, he never said it was, Siro adds, making Ashido blush. Glad it's over, Eraserhead states. Admit it, Eraser, you liked it? Present Mike challenges. Never, Eraserhead retorts. I wonder if he did make it to UA, Tsuyu muses. Yeah, too bad it ended, Uraraka says, thinking, I'm glad it ended, I don't like seeing him with other girls. Ready for the next one? Dalia asks. Yeah. Eri and Koda respond eagerly. Totally. Kaminari adds. Multiverse loading 10%. Multiverse loading 30%. Multiverse loading 80%. Multiverse found 100%. Abandoned. Abandoned? Snipe questions. Who dares to abandon the precious green bean? Present Mike exclaims. We don't even know if it's Midoriya, Eraserhead points out. Every universe is about him. It has to be him, Midnight insists. This is what you get for leading the heroes toward us, Shigaraki says, using his quirk on a low-level thug, leaving nothing but dust. All right, let's go. He glances over at Dabi and Toga, who are leaning against the wall. I wanted more action. Toga pouts and Dabi sighs. Let's just go meet up with Kurojairi. The three exit the worn-down building, walking for a few minutes until they hear crying coming from an alley. It's us. Toga exclaims. Don't tell me we're the ones who find the brat, Shigaraki grumbles. The crying sounds like a baby, not a teenager, Midnight observes. That's because it's coming from a baby? Dalia suggests. Everyone stares in disbelief. Shigaraki, Dabi, and Toga enter the alley and approach the source of the crying. They look inside one of the trash bins and find a crying baby with green hair, no older than 10 months. Shigaraki starts but stops when he sees Toga instantly grab the baby without a second thought. The baby stops crying as soon as it's in Toga's arms, looking up at her with wide green eyes and smiling. Let's keep him, Toga says with utmost seriousness. What? Bakugo exclaims. I'm not a baby, Midoriya says in disbelief. Such a cute baby. You did an amazing job, Inko-san, Midnight praises. Oh, thank you, Inko replies. Why is he in a trash can? Todoroki asks. This is the first time I've seen Toga so serious about something, Tsuyu notes. Shigaraki and Dabi exchange glances. Toga, we can't just claim a baby, Dabi says. Why not? Someone obviously abandoned him. No one saved him until we did, Toga argues, looking down at the sleeping baby. Shigaraki scratches his neck. We're villains, remember? We're still humans, Toga replies, not taking her eyes off the baby. Even if we're villains, we can give him a family. That's something I didn't get to experience until I joined the league. She looks at Shigaraki and Dabi, her determination clear. Is that how you feel here, Toga? Mr. Compress asks. Everyone looks at Toga, who fiddles with the hem of her shirt. Yes. Toga admits. Twice hugs Toga. That's adorable. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Mr. Compress gently pats her head, Kurojairi nods in agreement, and Dabi and Spinner share knowing smirks. Shigaraki gives a slight nod. Fine. As long as you keep doing your job for the league. You're in charge of it, got it? Shigaraki says, causing Toga to beam with joy. That's it. Also, it's a boy, not an object. Yeah, whatever. Let's go. Shigaraki turns to leave, with Dabi following closely behind. Dabi whispers, Are you sure this is a good idea? Shigaraki glances back to see Toga cradling the baby protectively. He shrugs in response. Don't know, but who knows? He may be a good asset when he's older. Dabi raises an eyebrow, and Shigaraki rolls his eyes. Wow, she really became attached to Deku, Uraraka observes. I thought he would have used his quirk to get rid of the kid, Dabi remarks. What the heck? Shigaraki interjects. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure Toga would have taken care of that first, Spinner adds. Forget this, Shigaraki mutters. The group, along with the little one, steps into an alley. Moments later, Kurojairi appears. You all took longer than expected. Did something happen? Dabi sighs, more like someone. He steps aside to reveal Toga holding the baby. Kurogiri looks at Shigaraki. Why is there a child with you? Tisich will explain later. Let's go. Kurogiri stares at him for a moment before opening a portal. They arrive at the bar. You're here. You're late. Twice exclaims. The baby. So cute. How surprising. Spinner stops sharpening his knives. Eh, what? He asks, looking up to see the baby in Toga's arms, his eyes widening. Mr. Compress sets his book down. Why is there a baby here? He asks. Shigaraki explains what happened and how they found the baby. He looks done, Kaminari comments. I'm still surprised they are keeping Midoriya instead of leaving him at the hospital or something, Siro adds. He's so adorable. Mina exclaims. Are we really going to keep him? Spinner asks, glancing at the sleeping baby in Toga's lap. Yes. Kurogiri, can you contact Jiren and ask for an underground doctor who can check if the baby is healthy? If I go to a hospital, they'll easily find out the baby isn't mine and take him away, and I won't allow that, Toga insists. Shigaraki raises an eyebrow. Where are you going to get the money for that? Jiren isn't cheap, you know. Toga doesn't even flinch, running her fingers through the baby's little tuft of hair. I'll find a way, even if it means robbing a bank. I'll do whatever it takes to get him what he needs. She sure is protective of him, Tsuyu observes. There's no way she will actually rob a bank. She's too reckless, Dabi scoffs. Hey, I actually can. Toga retorts. Quit lying, Shigaraki says dismissively. Like you could actually do it, Spinner challenges. Oh yeah? I'd like to see you try, you burnt piece of bacon, Dabi replies. That's enough, Kurogiri interjects. Toga hands the baby to Dabi. Here. Dabi raises his hands. Whoa, what are you doing? Dabi, just hold the baby. Dabi shakes his head. Nope, that's your job. I didn't sign up for this. Fine. Twice here. I'll be back. Toga hands the baby to Twice. He takes the baby but freezes, unsure of what to do. Watch over him. I'll be back in an hour or so, Toga says as she heads out of the bar. Where are you going? Compress asks. Toga smiles and replies, to get some things he will need. With that, she leaves. How could you not want to carry the little green bean? He's adorable, Present Mike comments. He's so peaceful, Uraraka adds. She's going to get caught, Dabi predicts. Not a chance, Toga calls back. After an hour and a half, Toga returns to the bar with several bags and a duffel bag. I was starting to think you got caught by heroes. After all, you were on the news, Shigaraki says, pointing to the TV, which shows a report about a bank robbery. As if, Toga replies, setting the bags down. She glances over to where Twice is still holding the sleeping baby. Suddenly, the baby sneezes, waking himself up. He doesn't cry but opens his eyes and stares at Twice. Twice tilts his head, and the baby mimics him. See? I didn't get caught, Toga says triumphantly. Whatever, Dabi replies. I'm surprised she managed to pull it off, Spinner admits. I'm surprised the nerd isn't crying, that's all he does, Bakugo remarks. Hey, I'm not the one who fell off a log and into a river when we were 5. Midoriya retorts. I'm gonna blow you to pieces. Bakugo shouts. Laughter erupts from Ashido and Kaminari. The baby babbles and starts moving his arms, grabbing Twice's finger and nibbling on it. Twice lets him, saying, I think he's hungry. On it. Toga says, starting to prepare a bottle. Hey there, little guy, I got you a bottle. She shows him the bottle, and he stops nibbling on Twice's finger to drink. Once he finishes, Toga picks him up. Let's get you cleaned up. The baby babbles happily, and Toga giggles as they head to the bathroom. Is this really a good idea? Spinner asks, looking at Shigaraki. Maybe. If it isn't, I'll just dispose of him, Shigaraki replies nonchalantly. Twice looks at him, alarmed. Do that and I'll take you down. Now, no need to get all hasty. He is just a child, no killing, Mr. Compress interjects. Fine, Shigaraki concedes. Is he serious? Killing a baby? Shiro asks incredulously. A baby Midoriya? Ashido adds. He's so cute, Hakigure chimes in. Toga returns half an hour later with a clean baby in her arms, who is now playing with a rattle. The baby is dressed in a light blue onesie with a monkey on the front. He looks around at the league members with his bright emerald eyes. First, he glances at Shigaraki, who looks away. Kurogiri nods at him, Compress waves, Dabi scoffs and turns away, while Spinner and Twice stare in awe. The baby smiles and babbles at them. That has to be the cutest thing ever, Uraraka exclaims. He looks so small. Hakigure adds. He is dazzling as always, Aoyama comments. I still don't know how he does that, Dalia muses. Toga places the baby on the couch, where he continues to play with the rattle. Does he have a name? Compress asks. Toga shakes her head. Twice begins to play with the baby, and Compress puts his thumb and index finger on his chin. How about Mikumo? Spinner shakes his head. He doesn't look like a Mikumo. What about Haru? Twice starts suggesting names. Toshio? Ichigo? Kenta? Akio? Dabi groans. Just name him Izuku and be done with it. Everyone looks at him, including the baby. Toga glances at the baby. Izuku, do you like it? The baby babbles, making her smile. Izuku it is. Spinner looks at Dabi with a smug expression. I thought you said you didn't want anything to do with him. Dabi glares at him. Leave me alone. That was so wholesome, Mina comments. Baby Midori is so adorable, Tsuyu adds. It's funny how they just started to say names, Shiro chuckles. The next day, Toga and Izuku visit the underground doctor. Overall, he says that Izuku is healthy but a bit malnourished and should be better in a few days. He also notes that Izuku is barely 10 months old. They leave and head back to the bar, where Toga places Izuku in his little play area. The play area is a cozy corner with a carpet filled with a few toys and stuffed animals, along with a blanket and pillows. Izuku begins to play when Shigaraki enters and announces they have a job to do. He states that only Toga, Twice, and Compress are needed for the task. What about Izuku? He'll have to stay here, Toga asks. Shigaraki scratches his neck and grumbles. Dabi and Spinner will watch over him. Just go do the job. We need this completed to take the next step in our plan. Now go. Toga kneels beside Izuku. I'll be back, Izuku. I'm not leaving you. I'll try to be fast, okay? Izuku continues to babble and nibble on his stuffed animal. Toga looks at Dabi and Spinner. Feed him in an hour and keep an eye on him. The doctor told me he is in his crawling phase. If anything happens to him, you're in trouble. She glares at them. Got that? They nod, not wanting to provoke an angry Toga. Toga smiles. Bye, Izuku. We'll be back soon. Dabi mutters. Wow, she really left him with me and an idiot. Spinner retorts. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? You, obviously, Dabi replies. I'm so done with your nonsense. Me too, but here we are. Oh my god. Shut up. I want to know what happens, Toga interjects. Once they leave, Shigaraki heads to his room. Izuku watches him go. He's your problem, he says before it's just Spinner, Dabi, and Izuku in the room. Spinner and Dabi stare at each other, then at Izuku, who stares back. De-ta-ta. Spinner sighs. I have no clue how to watch over a baby. Dabi gets up to leave. Well, you're going to have to. I'm not taking care of him. Spinner tries to stop him. Oh no way. You are not leaving me here with this. Yes, I am. You can't leave. I can and I will, so move. They continue to argue, failing to notice that Izuku has crawled away from his play area. I wonder how long it takes them to find out he's gone, Tsuyu muses. I give it 20 minutes to notice and 30 minutes to find him, Kaminari predicts. No, it has to be longer. 45 minutes to notice and an hour, Mina counters. Seriously? Betting over this? Shiro questions. While Spinner and Dabi bicker, Izuku decides to explore. He is a curious and clever child. He crawls down the hallway, spotting a slightly open door. He enters a dark room with light coming from a TV. As he crawls toward the light, he bumps into a shoe, letting out a small oof. The chair in front of him turns, revealing Shigaraki. Their eyes meet green and red. Shigaraki sighs. Those idiots can't handle one job. Both of you are fools, he mutters. Forget you. Dabi and Spinner shout back. Shigaraki picks up Isuku, holding him in front of him. Isuku gazes at him with wide green eyes, tilting his head. Don't look at me like that. They stare at each other until Isuku babbles again. Fine, you can stay. Let's see how long it takes for the idiots to realize you're gone. He places Isuku on his lap and gives him a block to play with. After 20 minutes, Isuku starts to chew on Shigaraki's shirt. Stop that. I'll get you food, but stop it. Shigaraki stands up with Isuku and sets him in a box. Stay there. Ah, that is so cute, Mina coos. He sure is caring, Tsuyu adds. I don't know if placing a baby in a box is caring, Siro remarks. It's unsanitary, Ida points out. It's still cute though, Uraraka insists. Shigaraki leaves the room and heads to the kitchen. He prepares a bottle, and as he returns to his room, he hears Dabi and Spinner's voices. Where the hell is he? Dabi yells. I don't know. We looked everywhere, Spinner replies. Great. Toga is going to kill us. Shigaraki rolls his eyes. Fools. He enters his room, where Isuku turns to him, making grabbing motions with his arms. Shigaraki sits down, wrapping tape around 2 fingers on each hand. Once done, he hands Isuku the bottle, and the baby begins to eat happily. Wow, even after they noticed he's gone, they still argue, Todoroki observes. They're the same here, Mr. Compress comments. I'm done with this nonsense, Dabi states. Okay, but did you notice Shigaraki taking precautions with his quirk to carry Midori? It's cute, Hakigura points out. I know, right? It's adorable, Mina agrees. So manly, Kirishima adds. When Izuku finishes eating, he starts to feel sleepy and soon falls asleep in Shigaraki's arms. Shigaraki continues to hold him, eventually dozing off himself. They both nap for an hour until they wake up to a loud thud. Shigaraki rubs his eyes. I think Toga and the others are here. He looks over at Izuku, who has his eyes half open, rubbing his head. Shigaraki gets up with Izuku and heads toward the noise. As they approach, they hear grunting and groans of pain. When they enter the room, they see Twice in the corner, rocking himself with his head in his hands. Compress towers over Spinner, who is on the floor clutching his stomach, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. In the middle of the room, Toga is on top of Dabi, who is sprawled out on the floor, with a knife pointed toward his eye. What are you all doing? Shigaraki asks, drawing everyone's attention as he carries a drowsy Izuku. Izuku! They all exclaim. Izuku looks at them and smiles, mumbling something unintelligible. Screen goes black. Shigaraki, they got what they deserved. Dabi, thank goodness that's over. Mr. Compress, it was quite a show. Toga, I enjoyed it. Uraraka, that has to be the cutest thing ever. Mina, absolutely. I just want to pinch those adorable cheeks. Hakigure, sure you do. Inko, it feels like just yesterday he was a baby. Rubs Inko's back. I feel the same way about my son. Dalia, let's continue. Multiverse loading 35%. Multiverse loading 59%. Multiverse loading 93%. Multiverse found 100%. Cute hot. Chapter end. Dalia, we will take a break from the multiverse and now see pictures of Midoriya. Midoriya, P pictures. Midnight, Fufufu, what kind of pictures? Licks her lips. Erases her head, glares at Midnight. Dalia, they are pictures of him being cute and adorable to hot. Hot? Midori-chan is more of an adorable type of guy. Many others nod in agreement. Mina, see, adorable. Midoriya, when was this taken? Midoriya, took this. I remember going for a run by myself. Bakugo, who cares? Siro, whispers someone's jealous. Ashido, Emichim. Hakigure, wow, he can model. Mina, totally. Hakigure, Mina, you can say that again. Midnight, imagine what he could do with that smile. Eraserhead, smacks his head. Stop it. Midnight, I said that out loud. Present mic, just loud enough for only me and Shoyuta to hear. Midnight, oh thank goodness. Eraserhead, glares at her. Tsuyu, he sure is photogenic. Nijire, he really does look good. Midoriya blushes furiously. Kirishima, you look very manly. Midoriya. Tetsu, totally. Midoriya, thanks. Kaminari, wow. Midoriya, who knew you had it in you? Ashido, it's the piercings for me. Hakigure, it's the effort he puts into his outfit for me. Jiru, it's the jawline for me. Tsuyu, it's the curly hair for me. Midoriya is completely red. Midoriya, I can't handle so many compliments. Zero, getting bold. I see. Midoriya. Midoriya, I know. Show us your muscles. Midnight, me too. Eraserhead glares at her. Jiru, it's a photo. Mina. Mina, exactly. Mina, I didn't mean literally. Every girl is beet red, and some guys too. Midnight, hee. Toga, so cute. Midoriya, where did you even get these? Dalia, a magician never reveals their secrets. Tsuyu, Karo, Midori-chan, do you really have a six-pack? Midoriya, blushes. Hatsum, yes he does. Every girl, how do you know? Hatsum, obviously I touched them. Everyone stops. Midoriya, Hatsum, don't phrase it like that. Inko, when were you going to tell me you had a girlfriend? Isuku? Midoriya, mom. Shinso, smirks at Monoma. Yeah, Midoriya? When were you going to tell me? I thought I was your friend. Niza drinks tea as he watches the drama unfold. Monoma, smirks back at Shinso. I feel hurt. Midoriya, were you ever going to tell us? Midoriya, waves hands furiously in front of him. Shinso-kun, Monoma-kun, that's not it. Kirishima, that's very unmanly of you. Midori bro. Tetsu, very unmanly. Present Mike starts to eat popcorn and hands some over to Snipe and Midnight. Midoriya, but Kaminari, I never expected that from you. Midoriya. Zero, it explains why you've been going to the support department a lot. Shinso, so that's where you're going whenever you say you're busy and can't hang out with me and Monoma. Ida, Midoriya, lying is not very heroic. You told me, Todoroki, and Uraraka that you were going to hang out with Shinso and Monoma. Present Mike whispers, ouch, continues eating popcorn, and passes some to Dabi. Midoriya, why? Inko, I taught you better. Izuku. Midoriya, Hatsum, explain now. Every girl is glaring at Hatsum. Hatsum, stop glaring at me. He was helping me with my inventions. It is so quiet you can hear a pin drop. Everyone except for a few has their eyes wide open. Some have their mouths opening and closing, not knowing what to say. Power loader sighs in disappointment. Some, like Shinso and Monoma, are trying so hard not to laugh. Dabi, that he must be really good at what he does. Hatsum covers her face with her hands. Inko, Izuku. Midoriya, no wait. She means her inventions. Her inventions. Me and her aren't dating. She calls her inventions babies. Shinso and Monoma lose it. Shinso Monoma, bwahaha. Shinso, oh my god, I can't believe half of you believed it. Ha. Monoma, ha. Present Mike, plot twist. Uraraka, so you aren't dating? Midoriya, no, we aren't dating. The reason I go to the support department is that she is building some gloves for me. Ida, I never lied. I did hang out with Shinso and Monoma, but they decided to be idiots and lie. I'll deal with them later. Shinso, no, it's payback for making us train like crazy. Midoriya, it was barely the warm-up. Monoma, that's the point. My legs and arms were ready to give out. Midoriya, hey, don't blame this on me, both of you wanted to train with me. Monoma, that was before we knew you trained like a monster set from hell. Midoriya, you're overreacting. Shinso, overreacting my foot. You run 8 miles without stopping. Then you do 200 sit-ups and push-ups. Then you do 1,500 leg kicks on each leg, and that was still the warm-up. Dabi, what in the world? Chapter end. Multiverse found 100%, Emerald and Amethyst. Yaoyorozu, what is this one about? Dalia, Midoriya and his childhood friend both become vigilantes. Kaminari, whoa, another vigilante story. Jiru, I wonder who the childhood friend is. Mina, well, obviously it's got to be Bakugo, he's always the childhood friend. Tsuyu, but that doesn't match the title. I'm pretty sure Midori-chan is Emerald for his green hair and eyes. Amethyst has to be someone with purple hair and or. Dalia, very good observation, Tsuyu. Ida. Then, it can be Jiru, Shinso, Midnight Sensei, even Spinner. They all have purple hair. Dalia, you're right, it is one of them. 2 14-year-olds are running, one with green hair and the other with purple. Let's hide here, the green one says. They hide in an alley behind a trash bin, hearing the sounds of other kids and small explosions. They're gone, let's go, Toshi. Green eyes meet purple. Yeah, let's go, Aizu. They start to get up and leave the alley when they hear soft meowing. Midoriya, it's Shinso. Minoma, Ichi, how does it feel not being the childhood friend? Are you jealous? Kendo, karate chops him quiet. Mina, it's so cute. Midori has given him a nickname too. Midoriya and Shinso look at each other and approach the sound coming from a box. Midoriya opens it, revealing 2 small kittens. One is fully white, the other is fully black, and both have sky blue eyes. Shinso picks up the black kitten while Midoriya takes the white one. Let's take them to the vet, he suggests. They leave the alley and head to the veterinary clinic. After some time, they are on their way home. The white cat is perched on Midoriya's head, while the black kitten nestles in the hood of Shinso's sweater, its head resting on his shoulder. Once they enter Midoriya's home, they make their way to his room. Shinso instinctively places the kitten on his chest as he sits on the bed. Are you going to keep him? Midoriya asks. Yeah, are you going to keep her? Shinso replies. Midoriya nods, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I'm not sure if my mom will let me, but I'm going to try. What are you going to name him? Shinso begins to pet the black cat. I don't know yet, he admits, glancing at Midoriya with a sigh. You have a name in mind, don't you? Midoriya chuckles. I was thinking, since they're twins, we could name the white one Lunar and yours Eclipse. So, Lunar Eclipse. Eclipse, huh? I like it. It's much better than our vigilante names. Shinso laughs. Midoriya squeaks. It was the first thing that came to me. Shinso smirks. Yeah, right, you're supposed to be the smart one here. Anyway, you mentioned you found some important information. What is it? Oh, right. I hacked into the police department, and they called in a pro-hero to come after us, Midoriya explains. Shinso sits up, surprised. Wait, seriously? After we've been vigilantes for over 2 years? What changed? Midoriya laughs nervously. We may have gotten on Detective Tsukachi's nerves, and he wants us caught since we give him too much paperwork. Shinso runs a hand through his hair. Did he say which hero? Midoriya sighs. He didn't specify, just mentioned that they're good at catching vigilantes. So, we better be on our guard during patrol tonight. Uraraka, the kittens are so cute. Tsuyu, I'm curious about who the hero is. Present Mike, I have a feeling I know who it is. Glances at Eraserhead. Todoroki, I'm surprised they haven't been caught after so long. Kaminari, I want to know what their vigilante outfits look like. Kirishima, manly. That night, Midoriya closes a box and slides it under his bed. He quietly walks to his window and opens it. He pulls his hood over his head, glancing back at his sleeping cat on the bed before climbing out. He ascends the fire escape and reaches the roof. Pulling up a mask that covers most of his face, he leaves only his eyes visible. His hood conceals his hair, and he wears a black hoodie with dark green fingerless gloves, black pants with green markings, and a whip at his hip along with a medium-sized knife on his back. Taking a few steps back, he runs to the edge and leaps to the next building. Kaminari, he looks badass. Zero, yeah. Kirishima, so manly. Midnight, a whip? I love it. Midoriya thinks, a whip? Emerald leaps from building to building when he hears a thud beside him. He glances over to see Amethyst, who wears a similar outfit but in dark purple. His mask is made of metal, equipped with a voice changer. On his back, he carries 2 Eskrima rods and has a few hidden knives. Uraraka, wow, they're matching. Aoyama, they look magnificent. Tsuyu, the mask is different, it must be because of his quirk. Mina, they look so cool. Kaminari, yeah, like a hero duo, but vigilantes. They pause on a rooftop. It's quiet tonight, Emerald observes, and Amethyst nods in agreement. They sit at the edge, swinging their legs and listening to the sounds of the city night. Suddenly, they notice a black blur land silently on the same roof. Instantly, both are on their feet, weapons drawn, Emerald with his whip and Amethyst with his rods. Show yourself, Amethyst demands. From the shadows, a piece of cloth darts toward them. They dodge just in time. At least reveal yourself before attacking us, Emerald calls out. You're quick, the figure responds as they step into the light. It's pro-hero Eraserhead. Present Mike, knew it. Eraserhead, ugh. Ida, are they going to fight? Yaoyorozu, he's there to capture, not to fight. Kaminari, they better not get caught. Mina, yeah, for sure. Amethyst and Emerald exchange wide-eyed glances. Sorry, Eraserhead, but I'm afraid you won't be catching us today. See ya. Emerald exclaims, tossing a smoke bomb to the ground. He uses his whip to grab a pole and swings away, while Amethyst darts across the rooftops. Eraserhead approaches the edge of the roof, watching them leap between buildings. He activates his quirk, but it doesn't slow them down. They knew who I was. Interesting, he thinks. Kaminari, where did he get that smoke bomb? Tsuyu, he must have had it hidden. Todoroki, he probably has other gadgets too. Jairu, did you see Midoriya swing? It was awesome. Siro, yeah, it was cool. After running and swinging for over 10 minutes, they finally stop, panting to catch their breath. Oh my god. Did you see who that was? It was Eraserhead. We just met our idol. Our favorite hero is trying to capture us. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's Eraserhead. His quirk is so cool. I have so many questions about how it works. His scarf too. It was amazing. Amethyst covers Emerald's mouth. I get that you're excited, but please keep it down. You'll wake the whole neighborhood, okay? Emerald nods, and Amethyst slowly removes his hand. We should head home. We still have school in the morning, Emerald suggests. Ugh, don't remind me, Amethyst groans. Uraraka giggles, he's so excited. Tsuyu, I still wonder how he talks so much. Without taking a breath. Ida, that will always be a mystery. Present Mike, pokes Eraserhead, you're his favorite hero. He called your quirk cool. Eraserhead hides in his scarf, shut up. Midnight, laughs softly. The next day, Midoriya and Shinso walk to school in their uniforms. Upon arriving, Shinso sighs. I hate being here, it's so frustrating. Midoriya chuckles. Yeah, me too. As they enter, some students call them names while others ignore them. Freaks. Useless. Villains. Suddenly, someone shoves Midoriya into the lockers. Whoops, sorry. Ha. Midoriya and Shinso ignore the taunts and head to their respective classes. As Midoriya heads to his seat, he can feel Bakugo's intense glare. He sighs, thinking, this is going to be a long day. Everyone gasps. Kirishima says, Midoriya bro. Shin bro. Midoriya and Shinso keep their heads down, feeling the weight of the conversation. Ida asks, did this happen to you on a daily basis, Midoriya, Shinso? Midoriya and Shinso remain silent. Kaminari chimes in, brothers? Yaoyorozu questions, why didn't they stand up for themselves? Or get a teacher? Shinso scoffs and rolls his eyes but chooses not to respond. Eraserhead addresses them. Shinso, Midoriya, did you ever ask for help? They both remain quiet. Nizu urges, boys, answer the question. Shinso finally says, I stopped asking for help at the age of 7. No one wants to help a kid with a villainous quirk. They're happy? Eraserhead turns to Midoriya. And you? Midoriya replies, I'm not going to answer you. All Might interjects, my boy. Midoriya insists, it doesn't matter now, it's in the past. So please back off regarding my and Shinso's case. Shinso adds, I would do it if I were you. Eraserhead presses, kid, just tell. Midoriya interrupts, back off. This instant, Eraserhead. Doesn't matter anymore. Eraserhead feels a chill run down his spine. Later, Midoriya and Shinso walk home, passing a dumpster-strewn beach. Shinso looks at Midoriya, placing a hand on his shoulder before dragging him toward the beach. What? Where are you taking me? Midoriya asks, but Shinso remains silent. They reach a small clearing surrounded by trash, and Shinso sits Midoriya down on a worn tire. What are your injuries? He asks. What are yours? Midoriya counters. Shinso rolls up his sleeve to reveal his forearm covered in bandages. Someone threw a textbook at me. Now he... Hesitantly, Midoriya uncovers his shoulder, revealing a hand-shaped mark. Isuku, what happened? Shinso exclaims, pulling out a first aid kit. He applies soothing cream, and Midoriya winces in discomfort, but Shinso finishes by placing a bandage on it. I'm going to deal with him, Shinso says through gritted teeth. Midoriya and Shinso subconsciously touch their injuries. Kirishima asks, brothers, did those injuries happen to you here? His hand begins to shake. Suddenly, Bakugo is on the floor, clutching his nose. Everyone gasps. Mina shouts, Kiri! Kaminari exclaims, bro! Kirishima confronts Bakugo, how could you? Why would you harm someone who has done nothing wrong? Bakugo looks down in shame. Shinso taunts, what? Got nothing to say? Shinso stands to leave, but Midoriya stops him. Stop. Don't. Shinso turns to him, frustrated. Why not? Because you'll get in trouble and it'll end up on your record. Then you won't be able to go to UA. They'll favor Bakugo. It doesn't matter the reason. The moment they look at your quirks, they place the blame on you, even if you're just defending yourself. You know that, right? I do know that. Shinso groans, picking up a piece of trash and throwing it. This is frustrating. For 10 years. Every single day. We receive cuts and bruises. I'm tired of it. He kicks a nearby refrigerator, cursing with each strike. It's unfair. Every single day. Bakugo. The teachers. Society. With one final kick, he leaves a dent in the fridge and collapses to the ground, panting. Shinso finally says, well, that was something. Midoriya thinks, yeah, no kidding. Yaoyorozu observes, this is why you never asked for help. People would favor those with strong quirks. Shinso replies, TSK, yeah. Eraserhead whispers to Nizu, we'll have to do something about those schools. Nizu assures him, no need to worry, I already have a plan to address those who hurt my students. Do you feel better? Midoriya asks. Shinso takes a deep breath. No, he replies. Midoriya stands and sits back to back with Shinso. They sit in silence until Midoriya speaks again. Hey, we've made it this far. They aren't going to stop us from being heroes. Shinso chuckles. I'm surprised we even lasted this long. Midoriya extends his hand to Shinso. We have each other, and that's all that matters to me. Shinso's eyes widen, and he gives Midoriya a fond smile as he reaches for Midoriya's hand. Midoriya beams back, then pulls them both up to leave the beach and head home. Siro wonders, how can he still smile like that? Midoriya thinks, I ask myself that every day. Tsuyu comments, it's brave of him, despite everything he still wants to be a hero. Uraraka agrees, and Kirishima adds, very manly. Once again, Emerald and Amethyst stand on a rooftop after saving a woman from being robbed, taking a moment to catch their breath. Does your shoulder hurt? Amethyst asks Emerald, who is rubbing his shoulder. Just a bit stiff, but I'm fine, he replies. Shinso opens his mouth to respond but senses another presence. He takes out his Eskrima rods, and Emerald does the same with his whip. What do you want with us, Eraserhead? Amethyst questions as Eraserhead steps closer. The two vigilantes raise their weapons, and Eraserhead raises his hands in a calming gesture. Calm down, I just want to talk. They lower their weapons but remain cautious. Then talk, Amethyst says. Monoma comments, wow, you sure are rude, Shinso. Shinso retorts, shut up. Kaminari notes, it's cool how they can easily sense someone is there. Todoroki wonders, why does he want to talk? Doesn't he need to capture them? Tsuyu agrees, I was wondering the same thing. Ida adds, it could explain why they are cautious. Okay. I don't want to capture you and hand you over to the police, Eraserhead states. Emerald and Amethyst are both taken aback, not expecting that. Why? Amethyst asks, still surprised. I saw the file the detective has on you too. Neither of you has ever harmed a civilian, and with villains, you never go beyond what's necessary. As long as you don't harm a civilian, I won't capture you. Emerald narrows his eyes, analyzing Eraserhead. There's a catch, isn't there? What do you want from us? Eraserhead meets Emerald's gaze. We meet here once a week for me to keep an eye on you too. Do you agree? Amethyst looks at Emerald. We agree, but on two conditions. Eraserhead raises an eyebrow as a notebook appears in Emerald's hands. First, sign my notebook. Second, tell me how that scarf of yours works. Amethyst sighs and puts a hand on his face, thinking, this idiot. Eraserhead looks at him skeptically. That's it? You want my autograph and how my weapon works? 20 minutes later, Emerald and Amethyst returned home with Eraserhead's autograph. Eraserhead sighed, I have a feeling my other self is going to have a lot of headaches. Tsuyu replied, I'm surprised he's not capturing them, but it makes sense. Kaminari exclaimed, I can't believe they agreed. Mina added, yeah, just for an autograph. Jairu teased, he's a fanboy, what do you expect? Midoriya hid his face in embarrassment. Ida patted Midoriya's shoulder. Siro lamented, it's over. Uraraka said, yeah, but I'm excited for the next one. Hakigure agreed, me too. Multiverse loading 27%. Multiverse loading 65%. Multiverse loading 91%. Multiverse found 100%. Apocalypse. Hello, Midoriya signed. What kind of apocalypse? He asked. Dalia responded, well, the alive but dead kind. Kaminari cheered, who? I'm going to love this one. Jairu questioned, alive but dead? What does that mean? Kaminari looked around at the confused faces. Wait, do you all not understand? Everyone shook their heads. I actually know something. See, I'm not dumb. Siro urged, just tell us. Kaminari explained, it's simple, zombies. Everyone fell silent. Ida started, there's no such thing as. Dalia interjected, actually, Kaminari is correct. Kaminari smirked, told you. Dalia continued, also, I'm going to have Eri and Kota leave. Kota complained, man. Two figures were seen walking down the middle of the road, flanked by trees. As they got closer, it became clear it was Midoriya and Kaminari. Midoriya wore a black shirt with a dark blue flannel hoodie, jeans, and combat boots. He had a machete on one side of his hip and a gun holstered on the other. Most importantly, he held a bow with a quiver full of arrows on his back. Kaminari, on the other hand, wore a white shirt with a denim jacket, black jeans, and combat boots. His weapons included a katana on his back, a shotgun, and an axe at his hip. Both carried backpacks. Kaminari exclaimed, whoa, we look badass, Midoriya. Midoriya chuckled, yeah we do. Nizu observed, they look older there. All Might agreed, you are right they do. As they continued walking, Midoriya's voice narrated, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and this blonde idiot is my best friend since high school, Denki Kaminari. We are both 20 years old, and it's been 2 years since the fall. Everyone called it the fall since that's when everything collapsed. The city, the government, and especially the people. A few months after the fall, we lost our parents to them, the dead. Ever since then, Denki and I have been on the road trying to survive. The last time we saw another person was 10 months ago. We're pretty sure they are dead now. Tsuyu remarked, "That's a lot to take in, Ribbit." Kirishima added, "It's very manly, despite everything, they have each other's backs." Jiraiya teased, "Looks like you're still an idiot." Kaminari corrected, "Correction. A badass idiot." Nizu expressed curiosity, "I'm curious to how everything fell." "How long until we get to the next city?" Kaminari asked. Midoriya sighed, "You asked me this less than 10 minutes ago. It'll be a day or two until we get there." Denki hummed, "Wanna know something?" "What is it?" Midoriya replied, "The last time I had a romantic encounter was 2 years and 2 months ago." Midoriya looked at Kaminari with a deadpan expression. "I sometimes wonder how the hell you're my best friend." Kaminari placed a hand on his heart and gasped, "I feel offended." Midoriya rolled his eyes, "Deal with it." "So who was it with? Was it that girl in our music class, Jiraiya, or was it that guy, Shinso, who worked at the coffee shop? Was it both?" Kaminari blushed, "I hate how you have a good memory." "No, it wasn't both, it was Jiraiya. I gave my number to Shinso, but he never called me. I thought I would have a chance, but nope." "I'm surprised you know how long it's been since you had a romantic encounter, yet you still don't know how to use a compass," Midoriya teased. Mina chimed in, "Wow, you sure are a player, Kaminari." Kaminari stammered, "That's not me." Zero laughed. Kaminari opened his mouth to argue back, but then they heard growling. Midoriya grabbed an arrow and raised his bow, while Kaminari drew his katana. Midoriya signed to Kaminari, "It sounds like there are many of them. Something must be attracting them. Let's check it out." Kaminari nodded. They both stepped off the road and into the forest. The growling and snarling grew louder as they walked. "It's over this hill," Kaminari signed. They reached the top of the hill and looked over, their eyes widening. Kaminari exclaimed, "No. Why are you going towards the danger?" Jiraiya scolded, "Stop yelling, idiot." Uraraka asked, "Why are they signing?" Yaoyorozu explained, "It seems the dead are attracted to sound." Mina added, "Oh, that makes sense." What they saw below was unsettling. In a clearing stood a cabin at the center, with a car parked beside it. Dozens of the dead were huddled together, fighting over the lifeless body of a blue-haired girl. They were tearing into her, while another group surrounded a dark-haired boy with pointed ears, who was still alive but in grave danger. The scene was chaotic, filled with the sounds of growling and the unsettling crunching of bones. Mina and Present Mike both gasped. Uraraka and Ida covered their eyes, while Todoroki stared in amazement. Inko fainted, and Eraserhead and the staff turned pale. Kirishima and Siro covered their mouths, and others stared wide-eyed. Tokoyami murmured, "Revelry in the dark." Shinso commented, "This is cool." Dabi muttered, "Forget this." Midoriya noted, "Is it just me, or do those two look a lot like Hato-senpai and Amajiki-senpai? I mean, what's left of them?" Everyone fell silent. Nijaya remarked, "It does. They're eating my intestines." Kirishima gagged, which caused Siro to GG as well. Most everyone covered their mouths. Dalia warned, "Oh hell no. You better not vomit in my theater." Kirishima reassured, "I'm okay." Siro added, "And me too." Kaminari covered his mouth and nose, gagging as he turned away. Midoriya pressed his face into his elbow, observing the last group of the dead surrounding the car. He squinted to see what was happening and gasped when he noticed someone trapped inside. It was a little girl with long white hair pulled into a ponytail, wearing a red long-sleeve shirt and black pants, her backpack resting on her back. He tapped Kaminari, who was crouched down, trying to keep his stomach in check. Kaminari looked up, wide-eyed. "There's a little girl trapped in the car." Kaminari's expression shifted to concern. "Knowing you want to save her, don't you?" Midoriya nodded, and Kaminari sighed, a smirk creeping onto his face. "What's the plan?" Midoriya began to explain his strategy. "Ribbit." "It's airy," Tsuyu said softly. "Always the hero," All Might remarked. "There are so many of them, how are they going to do it?" Uraraka questioned, worry etched on her face. "I'm sure they'll come up with something," Todoroki replied confidently. "I hope so," Jiraiya added, her voice filled with concern. I'm not doing it. Kaminari exclaimed in frustration. Midoriya gave him a pleading look. Fine. I can't believe you want me to be bait. Midoriya smiled reassuringly. It's not that bad, you're just leading them away. Kaminari shot him a deadpan look. Let's meet back at the road once you lead them away far enough for me to get the girl. Okay. Kaminari nodded. The moment they start coming my way, grab her quickly. Don't die, got it? Don't plan on it. Midoriya raised his fist to Kaminari, who smiled and returned the gesture. Midoriya moved closer to the car while Kaminari headed in the opposite direction. I can't believe I'm being used as live bait, Kaminari muttered. It's you, what do you expect? Jiraiya replied. That hurt, you know, Kaminari shot back. Their friendship is amazing, Mina commented. Yeah, it shows how much they trust each other, Uraraka added. Midoriya knelt behind a tree once he was close enough to the car, counting the 11 dead surrounding it. He secured his bow on his back and drew his machete, waiting for Kaminari's signal. As he watched, he noticed the girl's silent tears falling as she looked down at her lap. Come on, look up, he thought. Suddenly, a dead banged on the window, making her jump and look up. Her eyes widened when she saw Midoriya, who put a finger to his lips in a shushing motion, gesturing for her to stay still. She shakily nodded in response. Then, a loud crack echoed as the car window began to break, catching the attention of the dead nearby, who all turned toward the car. Oh no! Uraraka gasped. There are so many! Mina exclaimed. He'll save her, Kirishima reassured. How do you know? Todoroki questioned. I just know, Kirishima insisted. That's not how it works, Karo. Tsuyu added. I can't believe I'm doing this, Kaminari thought as he walked. He stopped when he felt far enough from Midoriya. Okay, I can do this. He glanced at the dozens of dead roaming around. I can't do this. There are so many of them. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud crack. He looked up to see the car window breaking and the dead moving toward it. Oh no! He took a deep breath. Okay, let's do this. He drew his katana and shouted, Shuai, over here. The dead turned toward him, some starting to shuffle over. Come on, you guys. I'm right here. Wow, I'm badass, Kaminari thought, feeling a rush of adrenaline. I don't think insulting dead people is something to be proud of, Siro remarked. I hope you're one of them, Kaminari retorted, sticking out his tongue. At least it's working, Mina said, watching the scene unfold. Yes, let's see if they make it out safely, Yaoyorozu added. Slowly, more dead left the car, but 3 remained. Midoriya seized the opportunity, rushing toward the car. He swung his machete, taking down the nearest dead with a swift motion. He kicked another back and stabbed it through the eye, ending it quickly. He approached the last one, a man with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes, and slashed down, dispatching him with precision. With the path clear, he opened the car door. Come on, he urged, opening his arms. The girl rushed into his embrace, and he whispered, Don't worry, I've got you. Midoriya then sprinted away from the car, carrying her safely in his arms. Is the last one me? Mirio joked. It looks like you, Nijaya replied. Oh my god. Midoribro took down Togata-senpai. Kirishima exclaimed. For someone who's dead, a lot of blood comes out, Siro commented. I don't think I can watch this, Kirishima said, covering his mouth. At least he saved her. That's good, Todoroki noted. Midoriya ran until he reached the main road, then slowed down and knelt in front of the girl. He scanned the area for any remaining threats. Hey, what's your name? He asked softly. The girl looked up, her face clear of tears but her eyes still red. Eri, she stammered. Midoriya smiled gently. I'm Isuku. Do you know sign language? Eri nodded. Only a little bit, if they were still teaching me. Her eyes began to water again, and Midoriya pulled her into a comforting hug. I'm sorry, but I'll keep you safe from now on. How does that sound? Eri nodded, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you. That's so cute. Uraraka exclaimed. It's adorable, Mina agreed. Manly. Kirishima added with enthusiasm. He became so protective of her, Yakuza giggled. He cares, Hagakure said with a smile. Suddenly, they heard a twig snap, and both Midoriya and Eri turned toward the sound. Midoriya relaxed when he saw Denki approaching with a relieved smile. "Thank God I found you too," he said, kneeling next to them. "I'm Denki," he introduced himself. Eri looked at him shyly. "Eri," she replied. Kaminari's smile widened. "What's the plan now?" Midoriya thought for a moment. "The plan stays the same. We head to the city. It'll take longer with Eri, but that's okay." He looked at her. "Can I see what's in your backpack?" Eri nodded and handed it over. He opened it to find a blanket, a change of clothes, 3 cans of food, a small first aid kit, and a knife. He returned the backpack to her with a smile. "Let's get going. I wonder why they are going to the city. Uraraka, Eri is so cute. Jairu, will they find more people in the city? Kaminari, I doubt it. We should find a place to sleep. It'll be dark soon," Kaminari says, turning to face Midoriya, who is carrying a sleeping Eri. "Yeah, we've been walking for 4 hours already. Check the map. I think I saw a small neighborhood nearby." Kaminari pulls out a map and studies it. "You're right, it's less than a mile away." Midoriya nods. "Let's go." They walk for another 20 minutes before spotting houses. Midoriya signals to Kaminari, who goes ahead to the houses while Midoriya stays back. He gently wakes Eri. "Hey Eri, I know you're tired, but I need you to wake up. We're about to head into a neighborhood." Eri slowly opens her eyes and rubs them. "I'm sorry." Midoriya smiles and pats her back. "It's okay, you're still a kid. You get tired easily." Eri looks around and notices a missing blonde. Midoriya answers her unasked question. "He'll be back, he's finding a house for us to stay in for the night." Eri forms an O shape with her mouth and then nods. Kaminari returns 10 minutes later, smiling and waving them over to follow him. "Zero, 4 hours. Tsu, wow, that must be tiring." Ribbit. "Drew, no kidding, and he was carrying Eri." "Yakuza, good thing they found a house to sleep in. It's better than sleeping outside." "Todoroki, that's true." Kaminari leads them to a simple one-story house. It's a small yellow house with intact windows, unlike all the others they passed. The 3 enter the house, which is reasonably clean. There are no signs of danger, just disorganized furniture and a few broken frames. "Neat, huh?" Kaminari comments. "Yeah, great find, Denki," Midoriya replies, looking around, and Eri does the same. "All right, let's cover the windows and doors." They begin to cover the windows with blankets they found and place chairs against the doors. Once that is done, Midoriya grabs a mattress from one of the rooms and places it in the living room next to the sofa. He sees Kaminari lighting candles while Eri sits on the couch, looking at a book. "Mina, why are they covering the windows?" "Ida, I think it's because they don't want to attract unwanted attention." "Zero, oh that makes sense." "Tokoyami, staying hidden in the dark." "Jair, even though it's an apocalypse, they seem so relaxed." "Tsuyu, they're probably used to it, Karo." Midoriya kneels in front of Eri. "What are you reading?" She looks up and shows him the cover of the book. It's a comic featuring a man in a blue, red, and white costume, hands on his hips, smiling. The title reads, All Might plus Ultra. "Nice choice. I used to read this comic as a child. Heroes and villains, it's a cool fictional story." Eri tilts her head. "What does fictional mean?" "Oh, it means it's not real. It's just a story." Eri looks puzzled, and Midoriya waits patiently for her to respond. "But you're my hero, you saved me." Midoriya looks taken aback, then chuckles. "I'm no hero, I only did what was right." "To me, you are," Eri says, and for the first time since he met her, she smiles. Screen goes black. Mina, that's so cute. Uraraka, it's adorable. Kirishima, so manly. Kaminari, I like this one, I'm awesome. Zero, sure you are. All Might, that I'm not real. I'm just a story. Eraserhead, is he okay? Gran Torino, the idiot is fine. Dalia, ready for the next one? Mina, hell yeah. Ida, Ashido. No cursing. Uraraka, we're ready. Dalia, okay. Multiverse loading 10%. Multiverse loading 54%. Multiverse loading 89%. Multiverse found 100%. Yakuza. Dalia. Eri, Koda, you'll need to go to the playroom for this one, okay? Eri, Koda, okay. Midoriya, is this one going to be bad? Dalia, oh no, it's just that overhaul is in this one, and I don't want to trigger Eri. Also, for those who don't know, this will show Eri's past. Please be prepared. Multiverse found 100%. Yakuza. I'm sorry, young man, you can't be a hero without a quirk. It's good to dream, but it's best to make them realistic, All Might says before leaving a stunned Isuku Midoriya on the rooftop. Heroes, students, and villains alike glare at All Might, sending shivers down his spine. Midoriya walks home, ignoring everything around him, even the distant explosions. He opens the door. Mom, I'm home. Sorry I'm late, he calls as he takes off his shoes. Mom. He enters the living room and sees her watching TV intently. What's going on? That's when Midoriya sees what's on the screen. Bakugo being trapped by a sludge villain, the same one that had attacked him. How did he escape? He notices the heroes standing by, not helping. Why aren't they doing anything? He spots All Might in his skinny form at the edge of the crowd, a hand over his wound. Is there? Why is he just watching? Why isn't he helping? No, he's out of time. Midoriya continues watching, his hands clenching into fists. With every passing second, his knuckles grow white, and his nails dig into his palms. Mina, come on, someone save him. Hakigura. Anyone. Midoriya isn't there, he was the one who saved him before All Might. Pro-hero Edgeshot arrives on the scene, using his quirk on the villain, making it collapse. He then rushes to catch Bakugo, who is unconscious, checking for a pulse. He begins CPR as paramedics run toward them, taking over. They manage to get a pulse and place him on a gurney, wheeling him into the ambulance. Isuku! Isuku! Midoriya snaps his head toward his mom. She has her phone in hand. She must have called Auntie, he thinks. Go change out of your uniform, we're going to meet Mitsuki at the hospital. He nods and heads to his room. He sees the All Might merchandise. He ignores it for now, grabs his clothes and changes in the bathroom. Midoriya and his mom leave their home and head to the hospital. Kaminari, I wonder if Bakugo makes it. Todoroki, I kind of hope he doesn't. He deserves it for what he did to Midoriya. Ida, Todoroki. Tsuyu, I agree with Todoroki. Uraraka, same here. Eraserhead, I'll let what you said slide, Todoroki. Just this once. Bakugo, The Midoriyas arrive at the hospital and see Mitsuki Bakugo sitting with her hands covering her face, her leg bouncing anxiously. They approach her. Mitsuki? Auntie? She opens her mouth to speak, but the doctor arrives. He informs them that they need to perform surgery on Bakugo's head due to a lack of oxygen to his brain, which caused bleeding. We managed to stop the bleeding, but we won't know the extent of the damage until he wakes up. There's also a chance he may not wake up. I'm sorry, you can see him now, the doctor says, leading them to a room. Mitsuki starts to cry, and Inko goes to comfort her. Izuku silently cries, his fingers digging into his palms. It's all your fault, All Might. Todoroki, wow, you might die, Bakugo. Good riddance. Bakugo, shut up, half and half. Mitsuki, enough, brat. Tsuyu, does Midoriya join Overhaul's Yakuza to get back at All Might? Yaoyorozu, I wonder about that too, he seems to blame All Might. Dalia, not exactly. Eraserhead, then what is it? Dalia, watch. It's getting late. I'm going to stay until Masaru gets here to keep Mitsuki company. Do you want to stay or go home? Inko asks Izuku as she puts a blanket over Mitsuki, who has fallen asleep from exhaustion. Can we visit tomorrow? Yes, we can. I'll go home, I'm a bit tired. Izuku gets up from his chair. Inko walks over and kisses him on the head. Be careful on the way home, okay? Always am. Take care of them. He glances at the Bakugos. I will. Now get going before it gets dark. Izuku makes it home and grabs a box from the hallway closet. He enters his room and stares at it. Anything hero-related is thrown into the box. Diamen him. Damn it. He throws the last item into the box and slams it shut. He looks at his journal sitting on his desk. He opens it to find his analysis of the heroes who were with Bakugo. He presses his fingers against his lips, pondering, why didn't they help him? Why didn't they aim for the eyes, one of the most delicate organs in the human body? Quirks. It's all about quirks. They each could have done something. If only they knew what it was like to be quirkless. Eraserhead, oh no. Present Mike, what's wrong? Midoriya, please don't let it be what I'm thinking. Todoroki, what is it? Uraraka, I don't know if I can watch this. Tsu, it's okay Ochako. Karo. Mirio, I don't like this. Kaminari, what's going on? What did you find out? Dalia, those who are there now know how Overhaul his Yakuza and Eri connect to Midoriya. Kirishima, no, that can't be happening. The other Midoriya wouldn't let that happen, right? Right. Eraserhead, maybe in this universe he wouldn't, but who knows? Midoriya, this is why you sent Eri and Koda to the playroom, because I am going to be there willingly and she isn't. Dalia, you are correct. Jairu, what does that mean? Izuku is seen wearing a black hoodie and black pants, walking down the street in the middle of the night. He checks his phone, it's 2:30. He stops at a building and enters, looking around to find it empty. He waits, not long before someone approaches. The person is Chronostasis. What business do you have with Overhaul? As I stated before, I'll reveal my business when I meet him. Chronostasis takes a fighting stance. I won't ask again. Stand down, a new voice says as Overhaul approaches. Now tell me, what does a kid want with me? I want to join your Yakuza. I heard you're developing a serum to permanently erase quirks. In return, you have my services. Izuku takes out a journal and hands it to Chronostasis, who inspects it before giving it to Overhaul. I analyze people's quirks, mainly heroes and sometimes villains. I can easily find strengths, ways to improve, and especially their weaknesses. Overhaul looks through the journal. Your quirk is handy. Analysis isn't my quirk, I don't have one. I'm quirkless. Overhaul stops looking at the journal and focuses on Izuku. Quirklessness is very rare these days. You're in. You'll be of great use. We'll rid society of these quirks. Izuku's eyes shine. Sounds like a plan. Overhaul hands him a business card. Meet here in 3 days. You'll get paid for each job you do. The more involved, the more you earn. He and Chronostasis start to walk away. Understood. Izuku walks in the opposite direction. Ida, quirk erasing serum? Uraraka slaps Midoriya, her eyes watery. Midoriya, why Uraraka? Uraraka, how could you join him? You know what he did to Eri. Tsuyu and Nijire place a hand on Uraraka. Tsuyu, ribbit. It's not him. They're not the same person. Nijire, come on, let's go see Eri. Kaminari, what just happened? Kirishima, you okay Midoriya bro? Midoriya, I'm okay. Uraraka is protective of Eri, and I think seeing me the other me join the man who is Eri's worst nightmare got her a bit emotional. Mirio pats Midoriya's shoulder, don't worry, Nijire is protective of Eri too. Todoroki, that doesn't explain how Eri relates to Overhaul. Yaoyorozu, it's quite confusing since we don't know the whole story. Mirio, Overhaul. He was using Eri to create the quirk erasing serum because of her quirk. He experimented on her repeatedly due to his quirk, which allows him to reassemble or disassemble objects, including people. Inko Rei Mitsuki, how dare he do that to a poor child? Shigaraki, good thing we cut off his arms. Mr. Compress, it was quite a show. Tokoyami, that explains why she is wary of me. My beak looks like a plague mask, and when I'm around, she always sits next to Midoriya or Uraraka. Kirishima, sorry bro, she's still trying to overcome that. Tokoyami, it's alright, now I know the reason why. I'll steer clear of her path. Tokoyami, she does not belong in the dark side. Uraraka comes back with Tsuyu behind her. Uraraka, I'm so sorry, Dekuen. I didn't know what overcame me. Please forgive me. Midoriya, it's okay, Uraraka. I know how close you and Eri have become. Dalia, let's continue. 3 days have passed. Midoriya sits by Bakugo's bedside. I have to go, I'm meeting them again. Wake up soon, brother. He pats Bakugo's arm as he gets up from his chair. He leaves the hospital and starts to walk, passing the beach and stopping to stare at it. Flashback, Kaken. Midoriya runs up to Bakugo and jumps on his back. What the hell, nerd? Why are you so excited? Midoriya laughs and jumps down. There's a new training I found, I thought we could do it together. Absolutely. Come on, let's start today. They run until Midoriya stops at Dogaba Beach. Aizu, what are we doing at this place? Midoriya laughs, rubbing the back of his head. Well, I thought we should clean up the beach. It's good for the community, plus it counts as strength training. We need to get stronger if we want to ace UA's entrance exam in a year. Bakugo smirks. Let's do it, brother. We're going to be the best hero duo. Flashback and Kaminari, brother? Todoroki, looks like you weren't a JRK in this universe. Still hope you don't make it. Bakugo, shut it, icy hot. Zero, it's still weird seeing them on good terms. Midoriya enters a building and meets with Overhaul, who explains how things work there and when he will come in to help. He also mentions he won't assist with the serum work just yet but will later. Midoriya heads back home, greets his mom, and helps her with dinner. As they eat, Midoriya decides to tell her about the Yakuza. Mom. Yes, Isuku? I may have joined a Yakuza. Inko stops and grabs him by the shoulders. You better not have hurt anyone. What? Mom, let me explain. Inko sits back down, giving him her full attention. I only do analysis for them. I get paid for each one I do, and someone will be training me. That's all. Oh, okay, I see. I will allow you to stay, but only if you follow 3 rules for me. Inko says with a stern voice, and he nods. Don't hurt anyone. No drags or alcohol. Lastly, no inappropriate activities. I'm 14. I know. I just had to put it out there. Hakigure. Wow, she really did think of everything. Mina, she really did. Mirio, he doesn't know Overhaul is using Eri, does he? Dalia, you're right, he doesn't know yet. Tsu, will he find out later? Dalia, he will. 10 months pass, and Bakugo is still in a coma. Isuku has established a daily routine of school, visiting Bakugo, and attending the Yakuza. Even after being with the Yakuza for over 10 months, he still doesn't know how they make the Quirk erasing serum, although Overhaul assures him he will soon. Now that school is over, Izuku begins taking college-level classes for an hour or 2. The rest of the time he spends with Bakugo and the Yakuza. While at the Yakuza, he conducts analyses on the members to improve and receives training from one of the men there. One day, he wakes up, and his mother tells him she received a call from Mitsuki saying they need to go to the hospital. Kaminari, is he awake? Mina, I'm pretty sure he is. Tsuyu, but then why didn't she say that? As they enter, they can't help but walk quickly to Bakugo's room. They arrive to see Masaru holding a crying Mitsuki. Auntie, uncle. What's going on? Izuku turns to see Bakugo and watches as a doctor turns off his life support. What are they doing? Stop. Izuku is about to intervene, but Masaru holds him back. Izuku turns to him with tears in his eyes. No. Let me go. The doctor turns off the last equipment and faces the family. I'm sorry for your loss. He then exits the room. What? Why? Masaru pulls him into a hug. The doctors told us he was starting to become brain dead. We had no choice. Izuku begins to shake his head. No. This can't be happening. Put him back. Put him back. He struggles to break free from Masaru's grip. Kid, please calm down. You're losing control of your quirk, a doctor says. Izuku turns to the doctor. I don't have a... He then looks around and sees papers, pens, clipboards, and a few chairs floating. His eyes go wide. I'm sorry. Everything then falls back down. Izuku cries into Masaru's shoulder as they hear the slow beats of Bakugo's heart monitor. It becomes slower and slower until there are no more beats. Mitsuki falls to her knees, supported by Inko. Masaru grips Izuku closer, one hand on his head and the other around him. Kaken. Izuku continues to cry. Mina, that's so sad. Kirishima, Todoroki, he died. He got a quirk out of it, though. Nizu, it seems his emotional state triggered his quirk. Midoriya, it looks like a stronger version of Mom's quirk. It is now past midnight on the day Bakugo died. Izuku is at the beach, wearing sweats and a hoodie. He sits on the sand, facing the ocean and watching the waves. His eyes are dull despite the pale moonlight shining down. He begins to think of the times he spent with Bakugo. Uraraka, oh no. Ida, should he really be out so late? Kaminari, lighten up, Thman. Mina, he looks so sad. Tokoyami, revelry in the dark. Flashback, we did it. Izuku yelled as he jumped up and down. Bakugo had a small smile. Yeah, we did. Midoriya looked around the clean beach, not a speck in sight. It's so beautiful. They both stood there in silence, but at peace. Boys. They turned to see their parents. As their moms prepared a picnic, Masaru ruffled both of their heads. Well done, sons, you both did an amazing job. Bakugo grumbled but didn't push his father's hand away. Izuku laughed and said thank you. Izuku and Bakugo were in the water, but only their feet were wet. Hey, Kaken, look over there. Izuku pointed to the sea. What? Where? Bakugo got splashed with water and Izuku laughed. Bakugo slowly turned his head to him. I'm going to get you for that. Izuku began to run away, and Bakugo chased him. Izuku then tripped and fell into the water, getting wet from head to toe. Bakugo laughed. That's what you get, nerd. They both laughed. Flashback and Izuku pulls his knees to his chest and begins to cry silently. Bakugo, is this how it would have been if we stayed friends? Kirishima, man, that is heartbreaking. Tsu, ribbit, it is, seeing as they were close. Kaminari, seeing Midoriya cry makes me want to cry. The week Bakugo died and was buried, Izuku was sad, but now, after a week of his death, he is angry. Angry at All Might, since it is his fault for losing a criminal who was already caught. Izuku spent 2 whole days hacking into the city cameras looking for him. After all, he knows about his small form. While trying to find him, he also looked into his background and discovered some interesting things. He discovered his true name and was on the path to becoming a teacher at UA, but what truly frustrated Izuku was learning that All Might had been a late bloomer. With this revelation, Izuku began to devise a plan to meet him again and confront him. Ida, is he going to confront him? Uraraka, I hope not. Shiro, he definitely looks really angry. Yaoyorozu, it's quite intimidating to see him like this. That is how Izuku found himself standing at the gate of UA. Dressed in black pants and a red button-down shirt, he pulled out his phone, pressed a few buttons, and held it to his ear. It barely rang twice before someone answered. Who are you, and why are you at the front gate of my school? Hello Nizu, I am Izuku Midoriya. I am here to speak with one of your staff. I know they are here. And who might that be? Izuku suppressed a laugh. That's simple, I'm looking for All Might. You should know that he isn't part of my staff. Not yet, at least. Why should I let you in? Izuku ran a hand through his hair. I could easily expose him to the media. I know of his smaller form. Don't you think it's better for me to speak to him on your terms? I don't mind waiting for him. Even if he manages to leave UA, I can find him again. I have no intention of harming him, just talking. Izuku then raised his head to face a window, the same window through which Nizu was observing him. What will it be, Nizu? Kaminari, did he just outsmart Nizu? Shiro, I did not expect that. Nizu, interesting. He's been hiding a lot of potential. I don't mind making young Izuku my personal student. Smiles wider. Staff. Oh no. He's planning something. Nizu remained silent for a moment while Izuku waited patiently. Enter, Nizu finally said before hanging up. Izuku stepped inside and walked toward the teacher's lounge. Even though it was his first time at UA, he knew exactly where to go. He had found a map of UA and Nizu's number. Izuku began to hum as he walked. He stopped at the lounge and, without knocking, opened the door. "See you." Wow, Midori-chan really knew his stuff. Kaminari, yeah, it's a bit scary. Staff, not another Nizu. Nizu, blah, when I get back, I'm teaching Izuku my ways. All the teachers felt a shiver go down their spines. Who are you? Eraserhead asked, but Izuku ignored him and entered the lounge. Eraserhead and the other pros stood up. Who are you? Midnight asked. Nizu interjected, it's all right, everyone, I let him in. Everyone looked at him, confused. Before anyone could ask why, Izuku spotted All Might and raised his arm. Suddenly, All Might floated high in the room. Wah! His eyes widened when he saw Izuku. Izuku noticed Eraserhead preparing to use his quirk. He finally spoke. Careful, Eraserhead, if you use your quirk on me, All Might will fall. Turning to All Might, he asked, do you remember me, All Might? Or should I say Toshinori Yagi? Kaminari, not gonna lie, that was a cool entrance. Mina, yeah. Todoroki, is he going to hurt him? Yaoyorozu, I don't think so. All Might, seeing him angry is scarier than Gran Torino. Everyone's eyes widened, all thinking the same thing. How does he know his real name? All Might struggled to break free but failed, and Izuku tried not to laugh. You're Izuku Midoriya. How? Izuku tilted his head. How what? How I got a quirk? Let me tell you, I spent the last 15 years declared quirkless, only for it to manifest 2 weeks ago. Wanna know how? I watched my brother die right in front of me. My emotional state triggered my quirk. You are the one who killed him. Izuku took a deep breath and looked All Might straight in the eyes. The day you met me, you saved me from a villain, but then you lost him after capturing him. That same villain got a hold of my brother the same day. Blonde hair, red eyes, ring a bell? All Might opened his mouth to respond, but Izuku continued. I watched as you and 3 other heroes did nothing to save him while he suffocated. You heroes rely too much on your quirks. You could have easily aimed for the villain's eye, but no, you all just watched, putting him in a coma and causing him to die 11 months later. Eraserhead, even though he looks calm, he's angry. Present Mike, I'm surprised he hasn't done anything. Nizu, I have a theory, he would rather use the quirk erasing bullet on him and see him fall as a hero. Mirio, then that means he would know about Eri. Nizu, it's possible. Silence hung in the air for what felt like hours, though it was only a few seconds. Izuku spoke again, you know, my brother and I were going to be a hero duo. Unlike everyone else, he didn't care about me being quirkless. We were brothers in everything but blood. He had a strong quirk 2 nitroglycerin. He could produce explosions from his palms. He would be the one to fight the villains while I saved the civilians. Fitting, don't you think? Why young Midoriya? I'm sorry. Izuku looked at him and laughed. Do you think I want your apology? You're clearly mistaken. The reason I'm here is to tell you that the blood of my brother is on your hands. Izuku released his quirk, and All Might landed on his feet but then lost his balance, falling to his knees. Some hero you are, All Might. You're pathetic. To find out you were quirkless too late, bloomer, my foot. Izuku turned to leave. Why not kill me? If I caused you so much pain, All Might said. Izuku didn't turn to face him. Killing is wrong. You may have killed my brother and told me I couldn't be a hero because I had no quirk, but you're already 1 foot in the grave. Villains are the ones who are supposed to kill you. After all, one of them managed to give you that wound on your side. He can do it again. Goodbye. All Might, it seems he also knew about All for One. Midoriya, hero duo. I remember, that was when we were in preschool. Bakugo, I forgot we wanted to be a hero duo. Shigaraki, hee, All Might looks pathetic. Izuku began to walk away but was stopped by Nizu. What if I can offer you a spot in the hero course? Izuku sighed. I know what you're trying to do, Nizu, keeping me in your sights because I know All Might's secrets. I won't say anything, you have my word. The day my brother died was the same day I decided I no longer wanted to be a hero. Isuku left the room, leaving behind a group of shocked heroes who were still processing what had just happened. He walked away from UA, heading toward the Yakuza. Uraraka asked, "Does this make him a villain?" Todoroki replied, "It doesn't seem like it. It's more of a gray area." Ida inquired, "What do you mean?" Todoroki explained, "Midoriya doesn't want to be a hero, but that doesn't make him a villain. He hasn't done anything villainous. I think he just wants to change society." Tsuyu added, "But he's working with Overhaul." Yaoyorozu reminded them, "He doesn't know about Eri, remember?" Kirishima pondered, "That's true. I wonder how he'll react when he finds out." Izuku arrived at the Yakuza hideout, and just as he was about to begin his work, Overhaul stopped him and instructed him to follow. As they walked, Overhaul said, "It is time for you to know how we create the quirk erasing bullets." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "It's right behind this door." Overhaul opened the door, revealing a little girl sitting quietly in a chair, her head down. "Why is there a little girl here?" "Meet Eri." The girl flinched at Overhaul's voice and looked up, her eyes widening as she saw Izuku. "Why is she here?" Izuku asked, concern creeping into his voice. "You'll see," Overhaul replied, preparing to use a scalpel on her. Izuku struggled to contain his anger as he watched. Overhaul held up a small test tube filled with blood. "With her blood, we can create the bullets thanks to her." "Quirk." Izuku's eyes widened further. Kirishima whispered, "Why is he just watching?" Uraraka said, "I don't know if I can handle this." Tsuyu agreed, "Me neither." Todoroki suggested, "I think he's analyzing the situation." Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement. Izuku clenched his fists behind his back, nodding at Overhaul. "I see." Overhaul turned back to Eri and continued his work. "I want to change the world, but this isn't the way." He noticed a table with equipment nearby. Using his quirk, he discreetly grabbed a knife and hid it behind him. "Aren't you doing too much to her?" "She'll be in serious trouble at this rate," Izuku challenged Overhaul. "That can be fixed with my quirk," Overhaul replied, beginning to remove his glove. "Your quirk?" Izuku asked, his heart racing. Overhaul touched Eri, and she instantly returned to her original state. Eri breathed shakily and looked up, her eyes meeting Izuku's, pleading for help. Without hesitation, Izuku lunged forward and swiftly incapacitated Overhaul, acting before he could react. Uraraka gasped, "He killed him." Midoriya thought, "I killed him. He deserved it." Dabi remarked, "Wow, he didn't even hesitate. That's impressive." Kirishima exclaimed, "I can't believe he did that." Kaminari added, I didn't need to see that." Jairu noted, "That's a lot of blood." Izuku dropped the knife and rushed to Eri, speaking softly, "Eri, it's okay. He won't hurt you anymore, and I won't let anyone else hurt you ever again." She looked from the fallen body to Izuku. Thank you," she stammered. Izuku nodded. "Let's get out of here. Can I carry you?" Eri nodded, and he picked her up, her arms wrapping around his neck. Just as he was about to leave, Overhaul's 8 commanders entered. Izuku's heart raced. "What did you do?" Chronostasis demanded. The 8 prepared to confront Izuku, but he held Eri close and waved his arm, using his quirk to summon knives from the table, positioning them inches from their faces. Kirishima cheered, "So manly." Tsuyu said, "He saved her." Uraraka sighed in relief, "Oh, thank goodness." Mirio questioned, "Will he be able to fight them all?" Mina encouraged, "He has to. It's Midoriya after all." Kaminari added, "Totally he's badass. I killed him because what he was doing to Eri was wrong. I want to change society, but this isn't the way to do it. I will not let you harm her. I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means fighting you," Izuku declared, his voice steady with determination. A few of them took a step back. "Then how do you plan to change it?" Mimic asked, and the others turned to him. "What are you doing?" "He killed Overhaul." Chronostasis hissed at Mimic, but Mimic ignored him. "How?" Mimic pressed again. Izuku looked at him skeptically. I want to eliminate those who seek only power and fame. I want to remove their quirks without using Eri as a test subject. I want to protect those who are quirkless and those who are judged because of their quirks. During my time here, I've learned about everyone and their reasons for being here. Most of you are here because you want to be treated like people, but once Overhaul became leader, people joined out of fear. I don't want anyone to live in fear. Mimic and the others fell silent, contemplating his words. Finally, Mimic spoke. Without Eri, how do you plan to get rid of quirks? With science. It will take time, but it's possible. I'm confident I can figure it out, Isuku replied. Mimic nodded. We won't kill you. He killed Overhaul. He should suffer. Rappa shouted. Who will lead us now? Nemoto asked. Siro remarked, I really thought they were going to kill each other. Mina agreed, yeah, it looked pretty scary for a minute. Yayarozu added, I have a feeling where this is going. Tsuyu nodded, me too. He will, Chronostasis said, pointing at Isuku. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him in disbelief. Are you mad? Nemoto questioned. Chronostasis sighed. No, I am not. Deep down, each of us was afraid of Overhaul. He strayed from the path the old master envisioned. The old master was kind and saw each of us as family, but Overhaul only saw us as tools. Midoriya here can lead us. He has shared his plans and goals, which are similar to the old master's. He raised his hand. I'm in favor of him being our leader. Mimic and Tenai raised their hands as well. One by one, the others began to raise their hands in agreement. Izuku watched in shock. It settled then. Izuku Midoriya is now the leader of the Shai Hasaikai. Kaminari exclaimed, in no way. I didn't expect that. Jiru replied, of course you didn't. All Might wondered, will he accept? Eraserhead commented, it doesn't look like he has a choice. Shigaraki added, he could just take them all out and leave. Dabi agreed, true. Are you sure? Izuku finally spoke, and Chronostasis nodded. Yes, what is your first order, sir? Izuku was bewildered. He had just taken a life and become the leader of a Yakuza group in less than an hour. If none of you want to be here, then you're free to leave. I will not force you to stay if you don't want to. The members exchanged shocked glances, surprised they were given a choice. They turned back to Izuku, and no one left. First, dispose of the body, leave no trace. Second, have everyone in the Yakuza meet tomorrow afternoon. That is when I will introduce myself as the new leader and share my plans with them. That is all. I will be leaving now and taking Eri with me. They all nodded in agreement. We will see you tomorrow, sir, Mimic said. Izuku nodded and left the room. Kirishima remarked, wow, he just walked out of there. Tsuyu added, he became the leader. Uraraka wondered, I wonder where he is taking Eri. Nijire agreed, me too. Mirio speculated, I'm sure he's taking her to the heroes or the police. Eraserhead replied, I doubt it. As they left headquarters, Izuku realized it was past sundown. He still held Eri in his arms and began to walk home. Where are WW going? Eri asked shyly. Izuku looked at her and smiled. We are going home. Home. He rubbed her back and nodded. Yes, home. Eri began to tremble. But I am a CC curse, I can't. Izuku stopped and gently placed her down. Kneeling in front of her, he said, Eri, you are not a curse, you never were. What Overhaul said to you is wrong. You and your quirk are a blessing. Eri's eyes widened and she started to cry. Izuku pulled her into a comforting hug. I will never hurt you or let anyone else hurt you. I will protect you. He picked her up again. Come on, we're almost home. Kirishima commented, manly. Mirio asked, a curse? Midoriya, has Eri ever told you something like that? Midoriya replied, huh? Yeah, it was during the raid when I was fighting Overhaul. I told her the exact same thing, that her quirk isn't a curse. Mirio exclaimed, wow, I didn't know. Tamaki added, that's probably because you were passed out. Mirio laughed, that's right. I forgot. As Izuku walked up the stairs with Eri in his arms, realization hit him. Wait a second. What am I going to tell Mom? Oh hey Mom, I killed my boss, became the leader of a Yakuza, and somewhat brought this child home. Great. He glanced at Eri, who was half asleep. You can go to sleep, Eri. I'll keep you safe. Eri nodded. Okay, Papa. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Izuku paused for a moment, then smiled. Okay, I'll be your papa. As he opened the door, he was met with his worried mother. Izuku. She stopped when she saw a sleeping Eri in his arms, her eyes wide with surprise. Izuku laughed nervously. I may have broken rule number 1. Oh dear, come in. Explain everything. Kaminari chuckled. I love the sarcasm. Mina cooed. Ah, that was so cute. Yayarozu added. She called him Papa. That's so adorable. Jairu noted. There's a possibility that Eri thinks of Midoriya as her dad. Midoriya blushed. No, she couldn't possibly. Tsuyu insisted. She could. Eraserhead and Mirio sulked in a corner, while Present Mike, Midnight, and Nijire covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Todoroki observed. It makes sense. You drop everything when she comes to our dorms, even your training. Not even Ida or I can get you to stop. Midoriya protested. No, I don't. Ida confirmed. Yes, you do. Tsuyu added. It's the same with Koda. Mandalay joined Eraserhead and Mirio in the corner. Midoriya stammered. Aye. Mina suggested. Well, we won't know until we ask them. Kaminari agreed. Yeah, let's ask. Midoriya exclaimed. What? No. Dalia greeted. Oh hey, Eri and Koda. Welcome back. Midoriya thought. Oh no. Mina smirked mischievously. Hey, Koda, Eri. Can I ask you something? Koda replied. You just did. Mina continued. Yes. What do you both think of Midoriya? Midoriya urged. Eshido, please stop. Eri asked. What do you mean? Kaminari explained. She means, what do you see him as? Koda answered. A hero. Eri nodded. Mina pressed. Yes, but what else? Midoriya interrupted. It's time for the next one, don't you think? Eri and Koda agreed. Yeah. Mina protested. Wait next time, I swear. Multiverse loading 22%. Multiverse loading 59%. Multiverse loading 86%. Multiverse found 100%. Memes. Dalia announced, it's time for memes. Kaminari cheered, memes? Siro added, yes. All Might asked, what are memes? Mina laughed, oh my god, look at my face. Jairu burst out, Petey. Siro wondered, where did he even get the ostrich? Bakugo scoffed, what an idiot. Recovery Girl sighed, it's a nightmare. I want to retire, but someone keeps breaking their bones. Midoriya replied, Eep, I don't break them anymore. Recovery Girl retorted, it's futile, you're still reckless. Midoriya stammered. A few laughed. Kaminari, Siro, and Mina burst into laughter. What on earth is happening? Bakugo exclaimed, clearly bewildered. Present Mike chuckled, Eraser, just look at your face. Kirishima couldn't help but join in, and check out Bakugo's. PFFhaha. Shut it, you idiot. Bakugo shot back. Tsuyu giggled. Todoroki made a knife. Mina gasped between fits of laughter, I can't breathe. Oh my gosh, their faces. Toga simply smiled mischievously. Dabi sighed, I don't have the energy for this. Spinner replied, you never do. Dabi shrugged, you're right. Toga, go wild. Everyone shouted in unison, Kirishima realized, oh my gosh, was this why Bakugo was smiling all day during training? Bakugo laughed heartily, absolutely. Kaminari exclaimed, no way. Todoroki added, so you really said that? I thought it was just my concussion. Midoriya apologized, I'm sorry. Bakugo grinned, look at that, you got it right this time. Midoriya blushed and hid his face, stop it. Todoroki reassured him, it's fine Midoriya, Kaminari shouted, "What the heck?" Mina sighed, "We're caught?" Kaminari pondered, "I was wondering why I felt so tired after just waking up." Jairu advised, "Next time, don't sleep on the couch." Midoriya expressed his surprise, "I can't believe it worked while I was sleeping. I wonder if—" He trailed off, muttering. Uraraka tapped his shoulder, "And he's at it again." Midoriya blinked, "Huh? Sorry." Ida reassured him, "It's all right, Midoriya. We're used to it." Shigaraki remarked, "Did he even breathe?" Gran Torino reflected, "When he told me that, I genuinely thought my training was starting to get to him." Kirishima asked, "What do you mean by that?" Gran Torino replied, "Exactly what it sounds like. I pushed him hard. He had bruises everywhere. I'm surprised he didn't lose his lunch like this guy here." He poked his cane at All Might. All Might flinched, Please don't hit me." Nizu commented, "Those were entertaining to watch." Gran Torino nodded, "Yup. I feel bad for those who had to clean it up." Everyone slowly moved away from them. Recovery Girl scolded, "Stop it, you two. You're scaring everyone." Kirishima whispered to Midoriya, "How did you survive?" Midoriya replied, "I don't know, but Gran Torino is a great teacher." Gran Torino proudly stated, "Demonstrate I am." Dalia announced, "That was the last one." Kaminari groaned, "Ah man." Dalia continued, "There will be more later. Now on to the next multiverse." Nizu noted, "Interesting title." Dalia reminded everyone, "In this universe, there are no quirks." Kaminari eagerly said, "I can't wait to see who's there." "Captain, we have something really important to tell you," Midoriya said, looking at Captain Aizawa. "Captain?" He glanced at Kaminari, who was putting on a Kevlar vest. "Are you wearing a Kevlar?" Aizawa crossed his arms. "Now, gentlemen, we aren't going to pretend there's not a big elephant in the room." Shiro remarked, "Kaminari, you look scared." Tsuyu added, "Aizawa-sensei looks really mad." Dalia snapped her fingers. "Oh, I almost forgot. This universe has a lot of vulgar language, so I put soundproof headphones on Eri and Koda." Mandalay thanked her, "Thank you." "What is going on?" Midoriya asked, confused. Aizawa turned a photo frame around, revealing a picture of a female version of Shinso. "This is what's going on." Midoriya looked from the photo to Kaminari and back again. "Oh no." He jumped from his seat and then back down. "Oh no." He grabbed Kaminari's arm, laughing uncontrollably. Shinso exclaimed, "I'm a girl?" Midoriya was in disbelief. "What is happening?" Kaminari remarked, "It's still weird to hear Midoriya curse." Jairu agreed, "Totally." Midoriya started to walk out of the office. "No way. That is not happening right now." He walked down the hall, shouting, "Hey, everyone, he's dating the captain's daughter." "Yo." Aizawa put his hands on the desk. "Every time he says that." Midoriya continued, "Oh no. That's another foot in your backside," Aizawa replied to Kaminari. Shiro laughed, "I feel so bad for you." Present Mike chuckled, "Pee." Tsuyu commented, "It's amazing how Midori-chan is still laughing at this situation." Midnight laughed, "Huh." Midoriya banged on the office window. "Kaminari, you clearly. This is the best thing ever." He yelled down the hall, "Kaminari is dating the captain's daughter. Kaminari is dating the captain's daughter." He skipped as he yelled, "Oh no." Midoriya walked back into the office and grabbed Kaminari's arm. "You're dating Captain Aizawa's daughter?" "You bragged to him to his face." "To his actual face." He looked at Aizawa, then back at Kaminari. "Do you realize that this face right here, you bragged to that face?" He added, "You actually high-fived Kaminari for dating your daughter." Shiro laughed heartily. Dabi smirked, "This is my kind of humor." Bakugo muttered, "He's such a fool." Present Mike laughed, "Look at your face, Eraser." Midoriya thought, "I can't believe I had the guts to do that." He sat back down. "Wow. Oh my gosh. It's really not that funny," he said, scratching his neck. Kaminari tried to ease the tension. "I just want to say that." It was strange not to mention that your daughter went to MC State. Aizawa deadpanned. I think it's bizarre that I haven't cut your. You know what? Ida asked. Then why were you laughing? Tokoyami added, revelry in the dark. Shiro laughed again. I can't. Haha. He held his stomach. Kirishima patted Kaminari on the back. Rest in peace, buddy. Midnight chuckled. He looks so disappointed. Present Mike laughed heartily. Eraserhead said, shut up. Midoriya proposed, what if the captain gets to punch you in the face once, really hard? Izawa shook his head. I have something much better. He grabbed a taser and aimed it at Kaminari. Oh no, Midoriya whispered. Kaminari fell to the ground. The screen went black. Shinso commented, R.I.P. your future children. Shiro and present Mike laughed. Jairu exclaimed, I can't believe Aizawa-sensei did that. Kaminari admitted, I don't like this. I'm scared. Everyone laughed. Dalia asked, next one? Kaminari replied, Weiss. Mina cheered, yeah. Multiverse loading 15%. Multiverse loading 38%. Multiverse loading 91%. Multiverse found 100%. Mine. Dalia giggled. Midoriya asked, what's so funny? Dalia replied, you'll just have to wait and see. Mina whined, but I want to know. Kaminari agreed, yeah, me too. Dalia teased, the only thing I'll say is that Midoriya is a girl in this universe. All the girls gasped, a girl? Dalia confirmed, yes, she's quite adorable. Multiverse found. Midori-chan, hurry. We're going to be late. Tsuyu called as she and Uraraka headed out of the dorms. I'm coming. I'm coming. Midoriya replied, rushing to catch up. As they walked to class, Midoriya smiled at them, her long green hair tied with a red ribbon, accentuating her curvy figure. Kaminari blushed. Wow, Midoriya, you're really cute as a girl. Some other guys nodded in agreement, while Todoroki and Bakugo tried to hide their reactions. Mina squealed, her smile is so adorable, it's contagious. Hakigure added, her hair looks so fluffy. Midnight chimed in, she's such a cutie. The three best friends entered their classroom and took their seats. Midoriya walks to her seat and glances back to see a sleeping Shinso. She gently pokes his arm. Shinso-kun, poke Shinso-kun, poke class is about to start. Poke, he finally opens his eyes. Stop poking me. Midoriya smiles at him. Nope. You really should sleep more, you're starting to look like Aizawa-sensei. Shinso looks at her. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Midoriya tries to glare but ends up pouting. Oh my gosh. That was so cute. Mina exclaims. The pout, oh my gosh, Hakigure adds. She's like a small 5-year-old, Jairu comments. You're right, it's adorable, Uraraka agrees. Wait, I'm in class 1A? Shinso asks, confused. Yes, you replaced Mineta after Aizawa expelled him, Dalia explains. Wow, Shinso replies. Aizawa then enters the class and instructs everyone to change into their hero costumes. They all head to Gym B, where Midoriya's costume is the same as male Midoriya's. Aizawa explains what they will be doing today. Midori looks so cute. Mina exclaims. It's adorable, Uraraka agrees. Who knew I needed to see a female version of Midoriya until now? Kaminari says, only to be jabbed by Jairu with her earjack. Quit being a perv, she scolds. As Aizawa finishes explaining, Ashido taps Midoriya on the shoulder and whispers, Hey Midori, is it just me, or is Todoroki staring at you more than usual? Midoriya jumps slightly at the mention of Todoroki. I have a feeling why, but I'm not sure, she whispers back. Explain later, okay? Midoriya nods, and they both return to listening to Aizawa. I smell a love confession, Midnight teases. It's so obvious, Mina agrees. I bet $10 she accepts, Hakigure chimes in. I bet $15 she declines, Jairu counters. I agree with Jairu. There has to be another guy involved. It gives it flavor, Mina adds. Flavor? Ojiro questions. What does that even mean? Shiro asks. You wouldn't understand. I bet $20 the other guy is Bakugo. Tsuyu states. I want in. $20 she declines Todoroki and goes with Bakugo, Midnight says. The childhood friend versus the best friend, I love it. Mina exclaims. Seriously? Betting over this? Eraserhead questions. There's no harm in it, Eraser. I bet $50 she declines both of them and ends up with someone else. Present Mike chimes in. You're pretty confident. Too bad you're going to be wrong. I bet $40 she gets both of them, Dobby adds. Oh my goodness, that would be such a plot twist. I love it. Mina exclaims. Nah, I bet $20 it's someone we least expect, Nijire says. Midoriya thinks, how did it get to this? Dalia replies, I wonder that too, Midoriya. In the girls' locker room, all the girls finish putting away their costumes and start fixing their hair and shoes. Hey Midori, can you explain now? Ashido asks. Explain what? Midoriya replies, confused. Everyone's attention turns to her. Todoroki was staring at Midori a lot today, and I asked her why earlier. She said she had a feeling why but isn't sure, Ashido explains. Oh thank goodness, I thought I was the only one who noticed, Jur pipes in. So what is it? Midoriya begins to fidget with the hem of her skirt. Todoroki wants to meet with me later today because he said he has something to tell me. Hakagure jumps with excitement. He's going to confess. I just know it. Midoriya sighs. Yeah, I had a feeling. She quickly looks at Yaoyorozu. Don't worry, Yamamo, I don't have feelings for him. Yaoyorozu looks surprised. Why you don't? Midoriya shakes her head. I don't, I have feelings for someone else. Uraraka and Ashido gasp. Who? Midoriya stammers, a look at the time. I'll see you at the dorms. She runs off, faintly hearing them chase after her. Darn I lost, Hakagure mutters. Woo, she will decline him. Midnight cheers. I can't wait to see who she likes. Mina adds. You're a bit too excited, aren't you? Ciro remarks. You wouldn't understand. We live for this type of drama, Mina replies. Aoyama chimes in. Sparkles we sparkles. Midoriya rushes to the dorms, her quirk activated. She quickly opens the doors and runs to the stairs to reach her room. Ida and Todoroki are already in the common room. Ida scolds her for running indoors, while Todoroki smiles softly at her. Midoriya can faintly hear Mina calling out to her. She sighs in relief once she's inside her room. I should train today. I feel like I'm going to need it, but first, homework. Such a responsible one, Mina comments. Something you should be too, Ciro adds. Kaminari laughs. I wouldn't be laughing, you aren't any better, Kirishima retorts. I can feel the drama coming. Hakagure exclaims. Ojiro sighs. The door to Midoriya's room opens, and she pokes her head out to check if anyone is around. Phew, no one's around. I really don't want the girls to question me about who I like. She quietly and quickly closes the door and heads downstairs. In the kitchen, she grabs an apple, but as she turns to leave, someone calls out her name. Midoriya turns to face Todoroki Shoto. Confession time! Hakagure exclaims. I'm so excited. Mina adds. If it's Todoroki, it's going to be straight to the point, Jiraiya remarks. You're right, Tsuyu agrees. Oh, hi, Todoroki-kun. Do you need something? Midoriya asks. Can I talk to you for a second? He replies. Why yeah, she stammers as Todoroki steps closer, less than a foot away. I like you. I like everything about you, your smile, your laugh, your eyes, everything. I know how much being a hero means to you, and I don't want to get in the way of that. I just needed to tell you how I feel, or else I'll go crazy. That was smooth, Jiraiya comments. Yeah, who knew he could actually be romantic? Mina adds. It was cute, Nijire agrees. Karo it was, Tsuyu chimes in. Todoroki asks, how would I go crazy? Thank you for telling me this, Todoroki-kun, but I'm sorry, I don't feel the same way. I like you, but not romantically. I hope this doesn't ruin our friendship. I don't want to lose my best friend, Midoriya says, looking into Todoroki's eyes. He gives her a small smile and pats her head. Just because you don't feel the same way doesn't mean I'll stop being by your side. You're my best friend too. Midoriya's eyes widen, and she hugs him tightly, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. Thank you. I should go train now, I'll see you later. She smiles at him and heads out, leaving a stunned Todoroki behind. Hakigure says. That's so sad but heartwarming, Mina adds. Yeah, but I won. She did decline, Jiraiya states. True, Kaminari agrees. She will go with the childhood friend. It's always the childhood friend, Midnight comments. Ribbit. It always is, Tsuyu adds. How? Kirishima asks. There's lots of movies and shows that have this kind of plot, Siro explains. Especially telenovelas. Kaminari, how do you know this? Siro, my mom and grandma would watch them a lot at home. Hakigure, we should totally watch some as a class when we get back. Mina, that's an amazing idea. Uraraka, yes. It is now sundown, and Midoriya is walking back to the dorms. She decides to take a shortcut through the small forest. As she walks, she writes in her notebook. Suddenly, someone grabs her forearm. She looks up to see Bakugo, who pushes her against a tree. What are you doing? Listen here, Deku, you better not be with half and half. Mine. He grips her cheeks with one hand. You got that? No one can take you away from me because you belong to me. You will always be mine. Always. Jiraiya, possessive much? Mina, what and but? Ida, language. Tsuyu, I was right, the other guy is Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, that is so wrong. Kaminari, not cool man. Bakugo, that's not me, dunce face. Todoroki, it could be, but I doubt you'll get a girlfriend with that attitude. Tsuyu, I agree. Bakugo, shut up. Siro, they aren't wrong. Stop, you're hurting me. Midoriya tries to break free of his grip. I'm not done with you, Deku. Bakugo leans closer. No, stop. Midoriya struggles to get away, but Bakugo holds her tightly. I said stop. Midoriya slaps Bakugo across the face, the sound echoing around them. I'm not an object. You can't just decide I'm yours. I'm a person and should be treated like one. Midoriya starts to walk away but turns back to speak again. I don't know who you are anymore. You've stopped being the caring and protective Kaken since I was misdiagnosed as quirkless. I may forgive you for what you did in the past, but I will never forget. Midoriya activates her quirk and runs back to the dorms, choosing to enter through her window since her room is on the second floor. Kaminari, oof man. Siro, that's got to hurt. Uraraka, he deserved it. Mina, but Midoriya went off. Go girl. Hakigure, I knew she had it in her. Dabi, I lost. Midnight, me too. Shigaraki, idiots. Midoriya leaves the elevator and heads to the kitchen. I hope a glass of milk can help me sleep, she thinks as she grabs a cup from the cupboard and pours milk into it. She drinks while looking out the kitchen window, the moonlight illuminating the room. So focused on her drink and the moon, she doesn't notice someone approaching from behind. They lean over her and whisper, "Hey, kitty." Midoriya jumps, nearly dropping her drink. She turns to see a smirking Shinso and tries to glare. Don't do that. He tilts his head. Do what? Midoriya looks to the side, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. See, call me that. He turns to get a mug for coffee. The drink in your hand tells me otherwise. He leans on the counter and takes a sip of his coffee, covering his smirk with his cup as she hides her blushing face with her hands. Everyone turns to face Shinso. Hakigure, Shinso. Tsu, wow Carol. Drew, didn't expect him to be the one. I was thinking it was Ida. Uraraka, I thought it was Kirishima. Nijai, yeah. I won. Minoma, didn't take you for giving pet names. Shinso, shut up, that's not me. Mina, I thought it was hot. Midnight, me too. Eraserhead, stop it. He puts his coffee down and walks to her, gently removing her hands from her face and placing his hand on her cheek. I know you said we should focus more on getting our provisional license, but I want to kiss you so bad right now. He brings her closer and kisses her forehead. Get some sleep, okay? He turns to grab his coffee and leave. Midoriya reaches out, grabbing his arm and pulling him down slightly to reach his face, their lips meeting. Suddenly, there's a camera flash. Shinso and Midoriya break the kiss and turn to see Ashido holding her phone, grinning widely. Screen goes black. Mina, I would totally do that. Hakigure, he's so respectful. I can't believe Midoriya was the one to make the first move. Yeah, they're such an awkward and shy disaster. Midoriya, am I that bad? Uraraka, I loved it, it was so romantic. Present Mike, Wayne, I won. Eraserhead, we get it. Now shut up. Dalia, ready for the next one? Kaminari, yeah. Multiverse loading 23%. Multiverse loading 68%. Multiverse loading 84%. Multiverse found 100%. Idol. Mina, no way. Jairu, is Midoriya an idol? Dalia, yes he is. Kaminari, Bakugo, bet he's some D-lister loser. Kirishima, not manly, bro. Let's take a picture of him and post it on his social media, says a girl with pink hair and blue eyes. She has her long hair pulled into a ponytail with a few strands falling out. She wears a blue short-sleeve blouse tucked into a black denim skirt. He's not going to like that, replies a boy with short pink hair and blue eyes, dressed in a blue short-sleeve button-up shirt and black ripped jeans. It's just a picture. The girl takes out her phone. The boy sighs and looks down at the sleeping form of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku has his head leaned back and is hugging a pillow, a bit of drool escaping his mouth. Are you done? We should wake him up, he tells her. She stops taking pictures. Yeah, you're right. The girl then shakes Izuku roughly. He jumps up, wide awake, glaring at her. The girl laughs. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty, we're almost here. Izuku runs his hand through his hair. Did you have to be so rough? Nah, but anyway, go get changed, you have less than an hour. Izuku gets up and mumbles, I hate you so much. The girl laughs and smiles. No, you don't, you love me. Izuku walks away to change. Yeah. Siu, who are they? Yaoyorozu, they seem like twins. Hakigure, totally their outfits go together. Uraraka, they're really close to him. Kaminari, she's cute. Jairu, seriously? Izuku is now wearing khaki pants with a white button-down shirt and a sweater over it. He walks over to the small table where his mom and the pink girl are sitting. The boy is sitting on the couch on the other side, engrossed in a book. Morning, everyone. Inko looks up from the papers on the table. Izuku, it's past noon. Inko says, and the girl beside him laughs. Izuku lets out a small, oh, and then sits next to the girl, playfully taking some fruit from her bowl. Hey, that's mine. Go get your own. She nudges Izuku. Sakura is right, eat something. We'll be arriving soon, Inko tells Izuku. He glances at Sakura, who playfully shoos him away. He smiles and heads to the corner where the fridge is, grabbing a bowl of fruit and yogurt. As he walks back to the table, he looks out the window and sees cars passing by, with the city in the distance. Here I come, he thinks, sighing. What a hassle. Mina exclaims, wow, this Midori has more style in clothing than our Midori. Midoriya replies, what's wrong with the way I dress? Hakigure chimes in, it's not great. Jairu adds, it's plain. Kaminari quips, boring. Tsuyu states, Mr. Aizawa has more style than you. Mina elbows Hakigure, it's not that bad, but you do realize you wear shirts that say, shirt, right? Midoriya shrugs, I like them. Alright, we are here. Izuku, remember not to call me Mom when others are present. Sakura and Satoshi, keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do anything foolish when I'm not around. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Good. Sakura, if you could. Sakura nods and takes a piece of Inko's hair. Her hand glows a light pink, and slowly Inko's hair changes from bright green to blonde. Thank you, now let's go. Izuku, put on the hat and mask, you can take them off once we are inside. Izuku nods and puts on the hat and mask to cover himself. They exit the bus and walk toward the entrance of UA. Someone gives Izuku a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He turns to see his bodyguard bus driver, Kato. Thanks, Kato. Kaminari exclaims, whoa. Kirishima asks, why can't he just call his mom Mom? Midoriya explains, her quirk is cool, it's a 5-finger activation, like Uraraka's. I wonder if it works on her? Why would she do it to Mom? Is it only he trails off? Todoroki comments, well, there he goes again. Yaoyorozu suggests, I think the reason she changed her hair is so people don't know she and Midoriya are related. Kaminari responds, oh, that makes sense. Jairu adds, if that's true, he probably has a stage name to hide his identity. Many idols have them. Midoriya mumbles, lost in thought. Ida taps Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya, snap out of it. Midoriya blinks. Huh? Oh, sorry. Tsuyu reassures him, it's fine, we're used to it. The four reach a meeting room, and Isuku is the first to reach the door. He takes a deep breath and opens it. Inside is a long table with Nizu at the end and the pro-heroes sitting on the sides. Isuku spots a certain blonde skeleton and hides his grimace. Welcome. Thank you for coming, Nizu greets. Isuku takes off his hat and mask. Hello, Principal Nizu and heroes of UA. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Viridian. This is my manager, Mizukira, and these are Sakura and Satoshi. The big guy is Mr. Kato. They bow and take a seat, except for Kato. Mina exclaims, you were right, Jairu. He does have a different name. Jairu responds, Viridian. It suits him. Uraraka agrees, yeah, it does. Yaoyorozu adds, I think they want him to perform at the school. Ida nods, I thought the same thing. As you know, I would like you to perform here for my students to help them relieve some tension. You would receive a great payment, and it would also boost your image. Sounds like a great deal, don't you think? Nizu smiles as he addresses Viridian, who tilts his head. I'm going to be honest, I dislike all heroes. It's the main reason I don't work with them. A small silence follows. Then why did you come here? Nizu asks. That's simple. Because you, Nizu, are one of the 2 heroes I actually like and respect. So I'll agree to perform on one condition. Kaminari comments, well, that was a complete turnaround. Todoroki muses, what do numbers have to do with this? Jairu agrees, you can say that again. Siro wonders, I wonder who the other hero is. Uraraka guesses, it's got to be All Might. Tsuyu shakes her head, I don't think so. What is the condition? Nizu questions Viridian. I want no heroes at the show, except for you, of course, and Eraserhead. Eraserhead turns to Viridian. I'm the other hero? Viridian nods and turns back to Nizu. I can agree to that. Is tomorrow afternoon a good time for you to perform? Sounds good. One more thing. All Might is part of your staff, correct? Out of the corner of his eye, he sees the blonde tense slightly. Correct. Viridian takes a deep breath. I don't want him near me or my team, not even in the vicinity. If I see him, I'm dropping the performance. I don't care if he is the #1 hero, nor do I care about the money or my image. I'll make it clear that I want him away from us. Shinso remarks, wow, he really went off. Siro adds, no kidding, he practically said it to his face. Dabi chuckles, hilarious. Uraraka exclaims, I can't believe he said that. Midoriya thinks, yeah, in a room full of heroes, including All Might. Tsuyu observes, seems pretty obvious he hates All Might. The silence is deafening until Sakura awkwardly coughs to hide her laughter. Satoshi kicks her leg from under the table, maintaining a stoic expression like Viridian. The heroes all wear expressions of surprise and shock. Viridian stands and his team follows. I'll be here tomorrow. See you then. I hope you keep your end of the deal. Goodbye. Viridian and his team exit, leaving the heroes in stunned silence. What just happened? Snipe asks, looking around. Tsuyu notes, he's more confident here. Uraraka agrees, yeah, he is. Jairu expresses, I can't wait for the show. Kirishima adds, manly. Ida states, he must be a wonderful singer if UA requested him to perform. Mina suddenly asks, wait, can our Midori sing? Midoriya stammers, "Oh." Jairu sighs, "I was hoping you'd say yes." Eri chimes in, "Deku can sing, he sings to me." Shiro is surprised, "Seriously?" Eri nods, "Eh?" Mina exclaims, "No way." Midoriya blushes, "Eri, that was supposed to be between us." Eri apologizes, "Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry." Midoriya reassures her, "It's okay, no harm done." Jairu encourages, "You should totally sing for us when we get back." Izuku is in a dressing room, with Sakura styling his hair and Satoshi deciding between two outfits for him to wear. They can hear the distant cheers and excitement for Izuku. Inko enters and informs them they have 10 minutes until showtime. Sakura finishes styling Izuku's hair, and he smiles at her, complimenting her work. He then approaches Satoshi, grabs the outfit closest to him, pats his shoulder, and heads off to change. Izuku's outfit consists of black jeans, a black turtleneck, and a white button-down shirt over it, accessorized with a few chains hanging from his hip and necklaces. Satoshi and Sakura hand him his microphone and wish him luck before he steps out onto the stage. Mina exclaims, "Wow, he really looks like a pop star." Jairu adds, "I'm excited." Kirishima comments, "So manly." Shiro notes, "We'll probably see other versions of ourselves too." "Hello, Yua." Viridian says into his microphone, waving to the crowd. The audience erupts in cheers. "It's Viridian. You're amazing. You're the best. Viridian. I love you." Viridian laughs, "Thank you, I love you too." The crowd's excitement intensifies. A certain blonde with a black streak shouts, "I'm only for you." Viridian smiles and blows a kiss. "Ready for the first song?" The crowd responds with enthusiastic shouts of agreement. The music starts, and Viridian begins to sing, filling the auditorium with energy and passion. The crowd claps and cheers, and he beams at them, enjoying the moment. After the first song, the audience is buzzing with excitement. Jairu says, "Wow." Mina adds, "That was amazing." Shiro agrees, "No kidding." Kirishima exclaims, "So manly." Uraraka praises, "That was great singing." Jairu nods, "Yeah, it was." As the next song begins, the atmosphere shifts. Viridian sings about his past, reflecting on lost power and the fleeting nature of glory. The crowd listens intently, captivated by his performance. When the song ends, the screen goes black, and the audience erupts in applause. Mina cheers, "Who?" Uraraka adds, "Yeah." Jairu exclaims, "That was so good. This one's my favorite." Kirishima comments, "He's a very good singer." Bakugo scoffs, "He wasn't that good." Shiro counters, "Yeah, he was." Ida praises, "Amazing talent." Kaminari urges, "Let's do the next one." Dalia responds, "Okay." Suddenly, a loading screen appears, indicating a shift in the multiverse. Uraraka gasps, "Oh no. Not another villain version of Deku." Shigaraki smirks, "I'm going to enjoy this." Toga giggles, "He blood." Todoroki asks, "Is he going to confront All Might again?" Dalia reassures, "Oh no, he isn't." Yaoyorozu breathes a sigh of relief, "Thank goodness." Dalia smirks, "He's going to do so much worse." All Might coughs, "What's?" Dalia declares, "Let's start." In a flashback, a young Izuku watches fireworks light up the night sky, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "Do you love them, Izuku?" his mother asks as she carries him. He smiles brightly, "Yes, Mama, but I love you more." Inko hugs him tightly, showering him with affectionate kisses, and Izuku laughs joyfully, "Mama, that tickles." Suddenly, Izuku wakes up in his bed, running a hand through his messy hair. He takes a few deep breaths, trying to shake off the remnants of the dream. "It's just a dream," he sighs, letting his head fall back onto the pillow, an arm draped over his eyes. "I hate how you were taken from me, Mom. I miss you so much." In the present, Izuku stares at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, his hands resting on the sink. He notices the dark circles under his eyes, a sign of sleepless nights. His hair hangs untamed to his shoulders, and his once bright emerald eyes now appear a dull forest green. With a heavy sigh, he ties his hair back into a low ponytail and leaves the restroom. He looks over to his clock. It's barely 9:30. He hums to himself. They said to meet at noon. Well, it doesn't hurt to be early. Even though it's the first time I'm ever early. He grabs his hoodie and pulls it over him, then takes his bag and heads out of his small apartment. Dabi, wow, he looks rough. Kaminari, like you're any better. Dabi, want to say that again, dum-dum? Siro, whispers, oh no. Kaminari, nervously laughs, I'm sorry. Jairu, idiot. Ida, he does not look healthy. Bakugo, no kidding, for eyes. Uraraka, I hope he's okay. Izuku enters an abandoned theater, the League's hideout since they lost the bar during Kamino. He walks quietly down the hallway, his footsteps silent as he hides his presence, a skill he has honed over the years. As he approaches the main room, he stops when he hears Shigaraki yelling. Instead of entering, he leans against the wall to eavesdrop. Shinso, I already know this is going to end badly. Shigaraki, as if the brat can take me down. Tsuyu, he probably can with his intelligence and strength. Ribbit. Toga, hey, I want to see some action. I want to take down the brat. Shigaraki exclaims. You should calm down, Shigaraki, Kurojire's impassive voice states. Shigaraki groans, I do not understand what Master saw in him. Is he talking about me? Izuku thinks. Why don't you? What can he do? He's quirkless, remember? Izuku clenches his fists as he recognizes Dabi's voice. Definitely talking about me. He continues to listen. Yeah, he relies on his little knives. It's pretty pathetic. Izuku grits his teeth. Spinner, he hisses in his mind. Can I help? I want to see little Izukuin in action. Can I? Can I? Izuku is seething, his teeth clenched so tightly he fears they might break. His knuckles turn pale white, and his eyes shut tight. Demon them, after all I've done for them. Demon them. Toga, but I don't want to take down Izukuin. He's mine. Spinner, that's not really you, you know? Toga, oh right. Kaminari, that's messed up, talking bad about him. Kirishima, yeah, totally not manly. Todoroki, they're jerkus for saying that. Ida, Todoroki. No vulgar words. Robot Chop. Calm down. Deep breaths. And out. Izuku slowly calms himself, his breathing evening out as he unclenches his hands and teeth. He opens his eyes, revealing an intense green. Leaning back against the wall, he opens his bag and pulls out a small vial filled with a dark green substance, smirking. Looks like they will be my first test subjects for my new concoction. But first, I need to knock them out. He puts the vial away and discreetly places his knives on him. Silently, he walks back to the entrance, but instead of leaving, he turns back and makes his presence known. Each step echoes in the empty hallway. He closes his eyes and sighs. I knew I shouldn't have trusted them. I can't trust anyone anymore. Nizu, that vial looks really interesting. Eraserhead, of course it would. Uraraka, he looks so sad. Siro, he's going to get revenge, isn't he? Jairu, seems very likely. Shigaraki, stupid brat. Dabi, I'll stop him before he does anything. Izuku opens the door and enters, lazily greeting everyone as he sits on a worn-out couch. Why are you staring at me? Izuku asks, noticing the confused expressions around the room. You're early, Shigaraki says. Izuku raises an eyebrow. So? Shigaraki rolls his eyes. Ugh, never mind. Izuku then stands up. Oh, I forgot, I have something for everyone. Toga begins to bounce with excitement. Really? What is it? Oh, just a small gift, Izuku smirks, and in less than a second he takes out his knives and throws one to each person. Kurojire is the only one who is incapacitated instantly. Can't have him warp them away. The knives hit them in the shoulder, arm, or leg. You brat. Shigaraki gets up to use his quirk on him but stumbles down. What did you do? Toga tries to confront Isuku but, like Shigaraki, she falls. One by one, each member of the League of Villains collapses. The last thing Shigaraki sees as his vision blurs is Isuku walking toward him with a smirk, putting on gloves. "Let's get started, shall we?" Isuku says. Soon, Shigaraki and the rest lose consciousness. Kaminari, that was cool. Zero, he just took out Kurogyri and is probably going to take down the rest. You think that's cool? Kaminari, when you put it that way, not cool. Spinner, he really did just take you out quickly, man. Kurogyri, I'm pretty sure that's better than what he has planned. Dabi, it can't be that bad. Izuku sits down in a chair, one leg crossed. He's different from before. His shoulder-length hair is now a small tuft of curly hair. He wears a fitted white button-down shirt that shows off the muscles he has built up over the years. He sharpens a knife, and on the floor are the members of the League, tied up in chains. They begin to stir and groan. Dabi is the first to wake up. Wada! He struggles against the chains and looks up to see Izuku staring at him, who smiles back. About time you woke up. Mina, he looks good. Hakigure, yeah. He went from looking rough to looking fierce real quick. Uraraka, hot. I mean, besides that, it's scary to know what he can do. Zero, totally, he just captured the League of Villains like it was a simple walk in the park. Shigaraki, gore. So what, you gonna take us out? Shigaraki sneers at Izuku, who simply stares back. Obviously. Shigaraki scoffs. As if, I'll take you down before, Izuku swiftly stabs him in the back of his hand, leaving the knife embedded. Shigaraki curses and groans in pain. Did anyone ever tell you that you talk too much? Izuku rises from the chair and rolls his shoulders. He walks toward the exit but pauses to pull something from his pocket. Shame I have to take you down. You all have such interesting quirks. Izuku tosses a key that lands a few feet away from the League. Here's the key to unlock those chains around you. Just before he closes the door behind him, he throws the green vial, which shatters upon hitting the floor. Let's see if you can escape before my poison takes effect. Have fun. Shigaraki, what the hell? Kirishima, that was brutal. Mina, no kidding. Tsuyu, he does have a point, ribbit. He talks too much. Shigaraki, I should have taken you out back at the USJ. Tsuyu, ribbit. Dalia, stop scaring them, crusty. Izuku then closes and locks the door, watching through the small window. They all reach for the key, but it's just out of reach. They fail to notice the smoke rising from the green liquid. Toga clutches her stomach and coughs. I'm not feeling so good. Her body collapses next to Twice's feet. Twice stares in shock and reaches for her. Toga? Dabi yells at Shigaraki, grab the key. Hurry. Shigaraki grits his teeth. I'm trying. Suddenly, Dabi screams in pain, his skin starting to peel. He stumbles, blood trickling down his body. Shigaraki looks over to Spinner, Compress, and Twice, realizing they are no longer moving. Spinner has tears of blood streaming from his eyes, while Compress lies in a pool of his own mess, and Twice is covered in rashes. Shigaraki takes a shaky breath, reaching for the key until he finally loses consciousness. Mina present mic, hey. Yairozu, oh my god. Jairu, eyes covered, is it over? Dabi, what the heck? Kaminari, I think I'm going to be sick. Koda, fluffy white bunnies, fluffy white bunnies, fluffy white bunnies. Compress, I don't like this show. Shigaraki, what is this? Toga, Isuku took me out. Kurogyri, I was right. I'm glad he got to me first. Spinner, shut up. Nizu, that was interesting to say the least. I'm curious about what he will do next. Tokoyami, reveling in the dark. Well, that was interesting. It seems it affects each of them differently. Izuku begins to walk away, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Emergency services, how can I help? There's been a murder at XXXXXXXX. Izuku hangs up before they can respond, dropping the phone and stepping on it to destroy it. He leaves the building, leaving behind the fallen members of the League of Villains. He also leaves a message for the heroes, He is no longer Deku but the green toxin. Kirishima, whoa. Jairu, that was quite the exit. Kaminari, is he going to target the heroes next? Uraraka, aren't we the heroes? We've probably already graduated. Zero, if we are, we're doomed. Dabi, serves you right. A few days have passed since the end of the league. It is past sundown, and Isuku walks down the empty street. He turns a corner and comes face to face with pro-hero, Creati. They lock eyes for a moment before Isuku quickly turns away. Green toxin. She calls out, and he slowly turns to see Creati holding 2 rods with cuffs hanging from her hip. He places his hands behind his back. In her eyes, he no longer looks like the villain she knew, but more like a businessman in a suit. What can I do for you, Creati? Here to take me in? I don't think you're capable of that, hero. Creati charges forward. We'll see about that. See you. You were right, Uraraka Carol. Jairu, and Yamamo is his next target. Kaminari, I don't like this one bit. Zero, is he really going to take her out? Tokoyami, the darkness is overwhelming. Izuku dodges and blocks her attacks, sensing her frustration. He kicks her in the stomach, sending her back a few feet. Are you sure you're trying? He taunts, stepping closer. I could easily defeat you. Creati shakily rises, now wielding a warhammer. I'm letting you get away. If you want me, then come get me. Izuku pauses, placing a hand on his chin and tilting his head to the side, his eyes glinting mischievously. Want you in which way? Don't get me wrong, both involve those cuffs you have, but there's a big difference, sweetheart. He smirks as her expression shifts from confusion to a flustered mess. Seizing the moment, he escapes. See you around, sweetheart. Creati snaps out of her daze and chases after him but loses him. Midnight, what a flirt. I like him. Eraserhead, what a pain. Jairu, he didn't take her out. Mina, thank goodness. Todoroki, there's another way to use cuffs? I need to research this when I get back. Dalia, oh his poor soul. Kaminari, that was bold. How did it come to this? I was just fighting Creati less than 2 hours ago, and now I'm facing Uravity and Ingenium. I just wanted some coffee, Izuku thinks as he strikes Ingenium in the shoulder through an opening in his suit. He then punches him, sending him crashing to the ground. Ingenium struggles to rise but collapses, unconscious. Uravity calls out to him. First name basis? Interesting. What did you do? She demands, trying to touch him to activate her quirk. If you want your boyfriend to live, darling, you should get him to a hospital. Who knows how much time he has left? The more his heart beats, the faster the poison spreads. Uravity's eyes widen in realization. Let me leave and you get to save your boyfriend. What will it be, darling? Shinso, coffee? What a mood. Uraraka, boyfriend? Ida? 2, it's cute. Kaminari, is he flirting with every hero he sees? Zero, I think just the girls. Todoroki, are we ignoring the fact that Ida could die? Yaoyorozu, it's either she lets him go and saves Ida or she captures him and Ida dies. Jiro, how can one choose? Time's ticking. Uravity looks between Izuku and Ingenium, then back at Izuku. Why you're a terrible person to exist. She turns to rush to Ingenium, but Izuku quickly grabs her hands, pulling them over her head to prevent her from touching him. He lifts her chin. That's the best compliment I've ever received. I expect more of them next time we meet, darling. With that, he releases her and vanishes from sight. Izuku is now heading back to his lair, thinking, I wish I could have seen her reaction when they realized it wasn't poison but just a simple numbing spell. He heads to the restroom and takes off his shirt, revealing his body covered in bruises and small cuts. He touches a bruise over his ribs and winces. Ouch, they hit hard. But nothing's broken, so that's good. Screen goes black. Jairu, what a player. Kaminari, wow, he's smooth. Ida, I survived. Uraraka, is there going to be a next time? Yaoyorozu, I'm not sure how to feel about this. Kirishima, it's strange to see him act so villainous. Zero, what he did to the league was pretty ruthless. Dabi, don't remind us. Shigaraki, watching your skin peel was unsettling, patches. Mina, stop, I don't want that image in my head anymore. Dalia, next. Mina, yes, please. Multiverse loading 23%. Multiverse loading 67%. Multiverse loading 92%. Multiverse found 100%. Cute hot PT2. Chapter end. Dalia, we have more pictures. This time it isn't just Midoriya. Mina, boop. Hakigure, they better be cute. Jiraiya, is that all you care about? Hakigure, Midoriya, hides himself, this is so embarrassing. Mina, Hakigure, Uraraka, God. Mina, he's adorable. Midnight, so cute. Nijire, he's even wearing an All Might costume. Tokoyami, the brightness is blinding. Too much light. Aoyama, he is so sparkles dazzling sparkles. Rei, wow. Mitsuki, you can say that again. Inko, sniff sniff. Tsu, Karo, that is wholesome. Uraraka, it is. Kirishima, they resemble their moms a lot. So manly. Mina, that's so cute. Bakugo, what the heck? Kaminari, wow, even in his sleep, he hits Midoriya. Bakugo, shut up, Pikachu. Inko, I remember this. Mitsuki, yes, good times. Uraraka, they're both wearing All Might pajamas. It's adorable. Bakugo and Midoriya blush. Jiraiya, they must be big All Might fans. Mitsuki, they are, you should see the pictures we have of them in matching onesies. Inko, we have a lot of them. Mina, I want to see them. Todoroki, I do too. Bakugo Midoriya, no. Bakugo, don't you dare hag. Midoriya, please, no. Jiraiya, they're so tiny. Uraraka, look at their chubby cheeks. Kaminari, what's with Bakugo? Kirishima, so manly. Mina, why does Todoroki look so confused? Hakigure, never mind that, look at Ojiro's little hat. Ojiro, says under his breath, I can't believe I'm actually mentioned for once. Siro, I gotta say we look nice. Kaminari, totally. Uraraka, oh my goodness. My heart can't take this much cuteness. Mina, look how tiny they are. Too, their hands look so small. Tsuyu, look at the way Kirishima is holding Bakugo's hat. Karo, it's adorable. Todoroki, how did Bakugo even get on top of All Might? Kaminari, who knows? Bakugo sure does look soft without his scowl. Siro, yeah, he looks normal. Bakugo, what does that mean? Siro, nothing. Yayorozu, Todoroki? Smiling? Wow, didn't know I would need to see that. Jiraiya, honestly? Me too. Mina, they all look so happy. Well, maybe not Tokoyami. Tokoyami, reveling in the dark. Siro, oh look, Bakugo has his signature scowl on his face. Bakugo, shut up, soy sauce. Uraraka, Ida, you look adorable. Ida, thank you, Uraraka. Nijire. Uraraka, Eri. She's so adorable. Mirio, power. Tamaki, I want to go away. Mina, that is so cute. Shigaraki, all of you are a pain. Toga, you love us. Twice, yes. Dabi, I'm done. Mina, you gotta admit it's cute. Hakigure, Kirishima, so manly. Jiraiya, we look awesome. Ida, Jiraiya. Language. Kaminari, look at me. We totally look awesome. Uraraka, we look good, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, yeah we do. Mina, but Midoriya looks great. Midoriya, Hakigure, Todoroki looks great too, he's a calm type. Todoroki, calm type. Shinso, what the heck? Tamaki, I can't, this is too embarrassing. Nijire, but you look amazing, Tamaki. Right, Mirio? Mirio, small blush on his face, why, you look great. Kirishima, you all look manly. Ashido, more like hot. Midnight, you can say that again. Hakigure, they're not even trying and they look amazing. Todoroki, I wonder how my dad would feel if I modeled. I should do it just to annoy him. Dalia, the power he would hold if he did. Mina, but look at those muscles, wow. Nijire, it's a nice sight if you ask me. Tamaki, what? Zero, wow, we look great. Kirishima, we sure do look very manly. Mina, if only Bakugo could wear a tie for once. He would look so good. Jairu, at least Midoriya is actually wearing a tie right. Hakagure, you're right. Tsuyu, I wonder if someone did it for him or he did it himself. Uraraka, don't know, but they sure do know how to clean themselves up. Except for Bakugo, he looks the same. Bakugo, the heck? Kaminari, wow, you girls look great. Mina, I love it. Hakagure, me too. I love my outfit. Kirishima, so manly. Tsuyu, it's not my style, but it looks great. Jairu, it is my style, I like it. Uraraka, I enjoy my outfit. Yaoyorozu, we do look amazing. Ryuma, sparkles, fabulous sparkles. Mina, wow, that's impressive. Hakagure, Shigaraki looks good. Toga, it's me. I look great. Spinner, look at that, you don't look as homeless as you do now. Dabi, shut up you lizard. Spinner, for the last time, I'm a gecko. Dabi, same thing. Shigaraki, you argue too much. Hakagure, Mina, I look great. Kaminari, you all look a bit sketchy. Zero, nah, it looks like fancy gambling. Uraraka, I can't believe Kirishima is helping Bakugo cheat. Yaoyorozu, is that a gun? The thing Ishido is holding? Mina, oh my god it is. I thought it was a phone. Todoroki, yeah, for sure we're doing something sketchy. Mina, wow, Midori, you look great. The scars make you even more impressive. Kirishima, manly scars. Hakagure, especially the new hair. Look at Todoroki's. Jairu, Kirishima has his in a ponytail. Uraraka, yeah, it looks great. Dalia, I could stare at this all day. Everyone. Dalia, what? Shrugs, they're impressive. Anyway, ready for the next one? Midoriya, why? Multiverse loading 9%. Multiverse loading 48%. Multiverse loading 87%. Multiverse found 100%. Again. Chapter end. Multiverse found. Again. Mina, this better not be like the last one. Kaminari, I second that. Midoriya, it wasn't so bad. Todoroki, I liked it. Zero, something's wrong with you. Todoroki, bold of you to assume there wasn't anything wrong with me. Kirishima, bro, are you okay? So who's going to tell sensei? Kaminari slowly questions, nervously laughing. The rest of the class around him remains silent. This isn't a laughing matter, Kaminari. You were responsible for Midoriya when the two of you went shopping, Ida states, emphasizing his point. Jairu sighs and runs a hand down her face. I told you sending Kaminari and Midoriya was a bad idea, but did you listen? No, you didn't. She points toward the couch. Now Midoriya is 6 instead of 16. The rest of the class turns to the sleeping boy on the couch. He is wearing a Nizu onesie, made by Yaoyorozu. Ah. He's so cute. Ishido and Hakagure squeal. Uraraka shushes them, quiet. You're going to wake him. Midoriya thinks to himself, I'm a kid. Again. Oh my goodness. He looks so adorable, Uraraka exclaims. It suits him, Tsuyu adds, her voice soft. Ah man, look at those little ears popping out of his hood, Present Mike comments. So adorable, there's even a little tail. Midnight chimes in. Zero turns to Kaminari. Dude, I feel so bad for you. Rest in peace, Mina adds with a smirk. Geez, whose idea was this? Jairu wonders aloud. Zero draws everyone's attention. Kaminari, you have to tell sensei. Kaminari pales. No way, sensei will expel me. Todoroki's monotone voice cuts in, or worse, he'll be furious. Kaminari grips Ida's arm, panic in his eyes. Ida, you're the class president, you should tell him. Please. I'll do anything. Ida clears his throat and adjusts his glasses. I'm afraid I cannot help you, you must face the consequences. Kaminari promptly breaks down, repeating that he is going to be in big trouble. It's not my fault Midoriya attracts villains. Oh man, I'm doomed. Jairu playfully nudges him with her ear jack. They all fail to notice that Isuku is no longer on the couch. Mina laughs. Pee. Jiru shakes her head. He's hopeless. Hakigure adds, not even Ida will help him. Siro chuckles. Ha, I feel so bad for you, dude. Fu nods. Midoriya-chan is a villain magnet. I am not, Midoriya protests as he reappears. Seriously? The mall incident, Uraraka counters. Stain, Todoroki reminds him. Let's not forget the festival. You literally fought someone 30 minutes before our show. Tsu adds. Okay, I get it. No need to gang up on me, Midoriya replies. It's only the truth, Todoroki states. Dabi mutters. How does the kid just run off whenever he wants? Spinner shrugs. At least we're not dealing with him like the other one. Nizu is in his office typing away on his computer when he hears a faint sound of crying. He tilts his head. It is past school time. No one should be in the building. He slides off his chair to investigate. Poking his head out from his office, he waits to hear another noise. His ear twitches again. There. He walks down the hall and turns. Behind a flower pot is a small figure. A child? How did they get past the gates? He wonders. Nizu approaches the child, who has their head tucked into their knees and doesn't notice him at first. It takes a moment for Nizu to understand the situation. Midoriya, did you run into another villain again? Isuku begins to cry harder, repeating that he's sorry. Oh no! Uraraka gasps. Jiru shakes her head. You really struggle with kids, Kaminari. Kaminari defends himself. It's not my fault he was awake. Bakugo scoffs. What a crybaby. Todoroki questions. How did he even get to the school? Ida observes. From what I've seen, Midoriya is very stealthy when he wants to be. Shinso agrees. I second that. I'm sorry, Denki-chan said I am a villain magnet. Izuku stammers, wiping his tears away, but new ones come. Midoriya, can you look at me? Nizu asks gently. Izuku sniffles and looks up, tears still streaming down his face. He blinks a few times while Nizu just stares at him. Suddenly, Izuku jumps to his feet, eyes wide and tears gone. You're Nizu, the principal of UA. How did I get here? You're one of my favorite heroes. Were you born with your quirk? If so, does that mean it's a mutation? Or did it activate at a certain age? Is it because of your quirk you can talk? Izuku slaps his hand over his mouth, letting out a muffled apology. He looks down, making himself as small as possible and anxiously fidgeting with his hands. He is scared. That's right. It's me, Nizu. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? More importantly, that I am the principal. Kirishima chuckles. There he goes again. Tsuyu smiles. It's adorable how he does that even as a kid. Mina adds, he called you Denki-chan. Kaminari grins. Take that, Bakugo. You won't be the only one, he adds, Chantu. Bakugo rolls his eyes. No one cares, Pikachu. Hakigure beams. It's absolutely adorable. Nizu smiles wide. No need to be sorry. I will gladly answer your questions. Follow me, little one. You are safe here. Nizu turns and begins walking. Izuku stares with wide, watery eyes, sniffles, and wipes his eyes with his sleeve. He quickly walks to catch up with Nizu. The two walk side by side, Izuku being slightly taller than Nizu. It is then that Nizu notices what Izuku is wearing. Yaoyorozu must have made it. It suits him. The only difference is the color of their shoes. Nizu's are orange and Izuku's are red. They enter Nizu's office, and he leads Izuku to the couch. Izuku quietly sits, and Nizu places a cup of milk and cookies in front of him. I will be happy to answer your questions now, Nizu cheerfully says, and Izuku's eyes light up. That is too cute, Jiru comments. Yamamo. You have to make Midori a Nizu onesie, Mina urges. Yaoyorozu shakes her head. Mina, no. Please don't, Midoriya pleads. Kaminari asks, Yo Midoriya, do you know what Principal Nizu is? Ida interjects, Kaminari. It is rude to say such things about our principal. Kaminari stammers, I'm sorry, sir. That was out of line. Nizu reassures him, that's quite all right. Although I am curious about what you think. Kaminari guesses, A mouse? Mina adds, that doesn't explain his paws. Uraraka suggests, I think dog. It is the first thing he says when he introduces himself. Ciro counters, you are forgetting that he is the most intelligent of everyone. He wouldn't just say that first. Uraraka responds, that's what he wants you to think. Mina nods, that makes sense. Ojiro ponders, trying to see underneath the underneath. Tsuyu agrees, ribbit. It could work with the last thing he introduces himself, a bear. Hatsum chimes in, a polar bear. They're white like him. Shinso adds, bears are big, he isn't. And no offense, Principal Nizu. Nizu laughs, none taken. Fascinating theories, students. Midoriya, you are awfully quiet. Thoughts? Midoriya stammers, you are. The principal. Everyone falls silent. Nizu laughs heartily. Midoriya continues, haha, while I do have an idea of what I think, I don't think Principal Nizu would appreciate it. Shigaraki sighs, darn, here I thought I'd get valuable information. Kaminari groans, ah man. Nizu and Izuku sit side by side with a computer in front of them. The screen shows a live feed of cameras, specifically Izuku's classmates searching for their little green-haired friend. Izuku munches on a cookie as he watches Satu and Shoji lift the couch while Ishido and Jair look underneath. He laughs as he sees Ida accidentally slam himself into a wall while running with his quirk activated. Why are they looking for me? I'm no one important, Izuku asks, mumbling the last part, but Nizu hears. Uraraka, Deku-kun, you are important. We're friends. Ida, that's right. Friends look after each other. I can say you've done so much for me in ways I can never repay. Midoriya, I was just doing what anyone else would, Ida. Todoroki, Midoriya, no one else would confront a serial killer or risk their own safety for someone else. Midoriya, that's not the same. Todoroki, my point still stands. You encouraged me to use my fire side for my own sake. Satu, yeah, Midoriya, everything is better with friends. That's why I let you join me when I bake. Mina, or when you help me and Kaminari study. Kaminari, definitely. I would have failed Midnight Sensei's test if it weren't for you. Tsuyu, you saved us from the flood zone during the USJ, ribbit. Tokoyami, you also helped me conquer Dark Shadow at summer camp. I will always be grateful and stand by your side. Bakugo, Deku, stop it. Midoriya, sniffs, why you guys? Bakugo, Deku, you better not. He's cut off as the theater fills with Midoriya's tears. Dabi, what the heck? Shigaraki, someone do something. I can't swim. Dalia, oh dear, what a mess. Nizu pats Izuku's head. They are your friends and they care about you, just as you care for them. Izuku's mouth forms a small O as he watches his classmates search for him. Nizu observes Izuku with a neutral expression. You may not realize it now, but you influence everyone you befriend. You inspire them in ways no other hero can. You and your classmates have faced many challenges, but because of your skills and leadership, every single one of them is still standing strong. That is what makes you important. Nizu, well, it seems my thoughts align with others. Over 20 pairs of eyes turn to the small mammal, who remains unfazed and continues sipping his green tea. Midoriya, Principal Nizu, sir, do you really think that about me? Nizu, yes. Midoriya begins crying again, creating yet another flood. Spinner, not again. Shigaraki, what is wrong with him? Nizu and Izuku spend more time together as Nizu shows Izuku the secret passages throughout the school. Wow, Izuku says in amazement. I must return to my work, little one. These will lead you where you need to go. You may even find another hero. Izuku smiles brightly at Nizu and thanks him. Before Izuku can leave, Nizu adds, Midoriya, you are going to be a great hero one day. Izuku's eyes widen, and his lip begins to tremble. Then, he does the unexpected and hugs Nizu. Nizu freezes for a moment, and Izuku gives a small thank you before going through the passage. Nizu snaps out of his trance. What an unusual day. Nizu, indeed. Midoriya, I don't think I can ever face Principal Nizu again. Bakugo, Deku. Stop crying. It's annoying. Midoriya, sorry, Kaken. Shigaraki, thank goodness. I'm tired of this. All Might, he will surely surpass me. Midnight and Present Mike are in a classroom grading papers when they hear a small pattering noise. Present Mike looks up from his paper. Do you hear that? He asks. Midnight glances up from her work. Before she can respond, their attention snaps to the vent cover that opens. Two little legs and a tail emerge, and gradually more of the body follows. Suddenly, the figure loses its grip and falls to the ground with a small thump. I'm okay, a small voice chirps. Midnight, ugh. Mina, my heart. Hakigure, this is so cute, he's literally a ball of sunshine. Tokoyami, he shines too brightly. Uraraka, I wish we had grown up together, Deku. We would have been best friends like we are now. Todoroki, I agree. Midoriya, yeah, me too. The two heroes rush to the small voice and see the figure get up and dust itself off. They exchange confused glances. Midnight steps forward, Big green eyes look up, and they share a moment of silence. Suddenly, Present Mike and Isuku scream, one out of shock, the other out of excitement. Isuku jumps in front of the two heroes, bouncing up and down. His hood falls, revealing his bouncy green curls. You're Midnight and Present Mike. You're both so cool. Isuku exclaims, rambling about them and their quirks. In unison, they call out, Midoriya? Kirishima, ha! Uraraka, oh my, their faces. Tsuyu, I'm glad he didn't activate his quirk. Jairu, you're right, it probably would have hurt him. Kirishima, I'm pretty sure Midori bro would just be more amazed. Kaminari, no way. Midoriya, no, he's right. Izuku pauses from his chatter, looking at the two heroes with wide eyes. You know my name? His eyes grow even wider, and he lets out a small wow. Present Mike kneels down. Midoriya, why are you so small? Izuku's lip trembles and his eyes water. Panic flashes in Present Mike's eyes as he opens and closes his mouth. Midnight quickly picks up the boy. It's okay, no need to cry. She gives Present Mike a small glare for making the boy upset. While the heroes aren't looking, Izuku smiles and gives a thumbs up to a corner where a camera is. In the principal's office, Nizu chuckles. Present Mike, you scared the poor boy. Midnight, I can't believe I fell for that. Yaoyorozu, oh my, what a twist. Kaminari, you can say that again. He literally just fooled two pro heroes. Tokoyami, his blinding light fools us all. Ojiro, okay. Mina, that was just funny. Did you see the fear in Mike Sensei's eyes? Jairu, Midoriya is clever for that one. Izuku sits on Midnight's lap, writing in a journal given by Nizu. Midnight and Present Mike are intrigued. So unumbust, Izuku says in syllables as he writes it next to a drawing of Midnight. He sheepishly hands it over to her with a pen. Getting the hint, Midnight signs it and hands it back. Izuku stares in astonishment and lets out a small, wow. Hey Midoriya, who's your favorite hero? Present Mike asks. Without hesitation, Izuku replies, All Might. He then puts on a concentrated face. Anizu, and a hero named Eraserhead. No one knows who he is, not even his quirk. Do you know who he is? I think his quirk has something to do with shadows because he works at night, Izuku said, continuing to talk about Eraserhead, while Midnight and Present Mike exchanged knowing glances. Ah, look at that, he's a fan, Midnight teased. Present Mike poked Eraserhead on the arm. Go away, Eraserhead replied, unimpressed. Tsuyu and Uraraka laughed at the exchange. Always an energetic child, I see, Ida remarked. Ichhe, I wouldn't call it energetic, Midoriya stammered. Nope. It's definitely energetic, Todoroki chimed in. Izuku navigated through UA. He didn't want to disturb Midnight and Present Mike any further. They were heroes with important work to do. He quietly slipped away using Nise's secret passages, hoping they would understand. Suddenly he heard thumps and thuds. Curiosity piqued, he followed the noise and found a man dressed in black with a long scarf looming over a purple-haired student, who was clutching his side in discomfort. Without thinking, Isuku dashed forward. There he goes again, running off without a single brain cell, Eraserhead remarked. Hey! Midoriya called out. It's cute though, he's trying to save Shinso, Mina said. It seems he went off not knowing they're just training, Yaoyorozu added. I'm sure he'll figure it out soon, Kaminari said. Shinso sighed, watching the scene unfold. Before he knew it, Izuku stood in front of the purple-haired boy, fists clenched. Stop it! Stop hurting him, he shouted. His purple eyes shifted to his teacher's weary face. Aizawa-sensei, are you okay? Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating his life choices. Confused, Izuku relaxed his fists and turned to Shinso. Sensei? Aizawa squatted in front of Izuku, letting out a deep sigh. They exchanged a long, silent stare. You should sleep more, you look tired, Izuku remarked. Kaminari burst out laughing. PFFD ha! Present Mike tried to stifle his laughter but ended up snorting, which caused everyone else to join in. He is definitely questioning his life choices now, Siro added, chuckling. I never really had a filter, did I? Midoriya said, groaning into his hands. Now you realize, Inko said, shaking her head. I can't believe I said that, Midoriya lamented. You have to admit, it was funny, Uraraka said. Top-tier comedy, Shinso agreed. I'm not tired, Eraserhead insisted, though he seemed unfazed by Midoriya's comment. He turned to Shinso. Training is over for today, get your injuries checked out. Shinso nodded and headed out. Midoriya, did you get into another villain fight? Never mind, don't answer. He extended his hand. I'm your teacher, now let's go back to the dorms. Izuku smiled and took his hand. As they walked, Izuku couldn't help but ask, if you're a teacher, that makes you a hero too. So, who are you? Aizawa sighed. Eraserhead. There was a long pause before Izuku exclaimed, Eraserhead. Screen goes black. That was so embarrassing, Midoriya thought. Okay, that has to be the cutest thing ever, Uraraka said. His excitement is adorable. I'm pretty sure Mini Midoriya is talking Sensei's ear off, Gyro added. I agree, Tsuyu said. His joy is so contagious, very manly, Kirishima remarked. Sensei looks so done with life, Kaminari noted. Same, Shinso agreed. Did you enjoy that one? Dalia asked. Very much, especially after the last one, Yaoyorozu replied. Let's not talk about that one ever again, Kirishima suggested. Multiverse loading 27%. Multiverse loading 52%. Multiverse loading 84%. Multiverse found 100%, ninja. Chapter end. Multiverse found, ninja. I love ninjas. Kaminari exclaimed. Same here, Siro added. This one is going to be cool, I just know it, Kirishima said. I'm excited, Uraraka agreed. What's a ninja? Eri asked. Well, let's watch and see. Mirio replied. Congratulations. You are all now certified ninjas of our village, Konoha. You are first-level ninjas, or Genin. You will be placed in a 3-man squad led by a Jounin, an elite ninja, a deep voice announced to the students. The man had black hair pulled back into a ponytail and a headband on his forehead. His red eyes scanned the room. I'm going to call out your squads. Pay attention. Team 1. Team 2. Team 7, Ijuru Uzumaki, Ochako Haruno, and Shoto Achiha. Ijuru perked up at his name, Ochako gave a determined nod, and Shoto rolled his eyes, continuing to stare out the window. Tomorrow you will meet your Jounin sensei, that's all. You're dismissed. Present Mike laughed. Haha, you're a teacher. You enjoy being a teacher, right? Shut up, Eraserhead replied. Uraraka. You have pink hair like me. Mina exclaimed. I noticed, it's long too, Uraraka said. Did you see Todoroki? The black hair and eyes, Gyro pointed out. His scar is missing too, Yaoyorozu added. I like it, Todoroki said. Welcome to the darkness, Tokoyami said. Although he seems a bit uptight, Shiro commented. Yup, it's like pre-sports festival Todoroki, cold and emotionless, Kaminari said. At least Kiri looks the same, Mina said. I have whiskers, Mina, Kirishima replied. I wonder where Midoriya is? He wasn't in class, Ida pondered. Nizu thought, I see, young Izuku is the elite ninja. The next day, Idru, Ochako, and Shoto were the only ones left in the classroom. The other teams had already been picked up by their Jounin sensei. He's late, Idru complained, then chuckled mischievously. He placed a chalk eraser on top of the door, hoping it would fall on their sensei when the door opened. He isn't going to fall for that, he's an elite ninja, Shoto said impassively. Ochako nodded in agreement. Without warning, the door opened, and the eraser fell straight onto a green-haired man. Idru laughed uncontrollably, while Ochako apologized for trying to stop him, and Shoto simply stared, unimpressed. Nizu thought, I was correct. Hey, he's wearing a mask like Shoji, Shiro noted. Manly, Kirishima added. It suits him, Shoji said. Midoriya thought, why do I wear one? Also, what's with the eye patch? It doesn't look bad, Tsuyu said. Kaminari laughed. I can't believe he fell for that. The man's headband covered one eye, and a mask concealed his mouth and nose. My first impression of you three is, you're a bunch of fools. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. In a puff of smoke, he vanished. The three stared blankly at the empty space until they snapped out of it and headed to the roof. Now seated in front of their sensei, he said, Introduce yourselves, one at a time. Share your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. Why don't you go first? Idru suggested. I'm Izuku Hataki. Things I like, things I hate. I don't feel like sharing. I have many hobbies. As for my dreams, I haven't really thought about that, Izuku concluded with a smile. He only told us his name, the three thought simultaneously. Okay, you with the red hair. Start, the sensei instructed. Yaoyorozu remarked. He really did speak his mind and called them fools. That's rough, Kaminari said. He's so laid back, Shiro added. Commented. He's like Eraser but without the eye bags. Present Mike agreed. I see it. Snipe nodded in agreement. Jiru remarked. I get the vibe he has some sad, mysterious backstory. Shinso echoed. I get the same vibe. Believe it. I'm Idru Uzumaki. I like instant ramen. I hate the 3 minutes I have to wait for the instant ramen to cook. My hobbies are eating and comparing ramen. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage and earn everyone's respect. Idru beams a bright smile, and Izuku nods before turning to Ochako. I'm Ochako Haruno. I like sweets, and I dislike selfish people and spicy foods. My hobbies are reading and training. My dream is to be a strong medic kunoichi. Izuku then turns to the last member of their squad. Shoto scoffs. Shoto Uchiha. I dislike many things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and confront a certain someone. Everyone falls silent. Kaminari laughs. Ramen? All Might comments, they sure are. Unique. Mina adds, the only one that sounded normal is Uraraka's. Shiro asks, what's a Hokage? Dalia explains, the leader of the village. They are usually the strongest ninja. Kirishima exclaims, wow, so manly. Todoroki inquires, what happened to my clan? Dalia responds, oh, they were tragically lost. Midoriya stutters, W. Shigaraki chuckles, murder, my specialty. Toga giggles, hee hee, blood. Dalia continues, yes, it was quite a scene. Bodies of all ages, men and women, lying in their own blood. Shiro exclaims, what the? Kaminari adds, no way. Shigaraki says, I want to see that. Dalia replies, maybe next time. Mina quickly responds, and no thanks. Well, you are all unique. Tomorrow we will have a survival exercise. This is not like your previous training. They question what kind of exercise it will be, and Isuku begins to chuckle darkly. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be accepted as Jennine. The rest will return to the academy. The 3 are shocked, and Idru begins to complain about how hard they work to get where they are. I decide whether you pass or fail. Training grounds, 5 o'clock tomorrow. Don't be late. He turns to leave, ignoring their inner turmoil. One more thing, skip breakfast, or you'll regret it. Dismissed. In an instant he is gone. Present Mike remarks, ouch, that was harsh. Tsuyu adds, reminds me of the first day of school. Uraraka agrees, you're right. Ida questions, is he really fit to be a sensei? Kaminari responds, I mean, Aizawa-sensei doesn't look like a teacher, more like a drifter. But I think he's doing a pretty good job. Shiro nods, yeah, even if he threatens us. Midnight teases, I'll look, Eraser, they care about you. Eraserhead slowly sinks into his seat and says nothing. The next morning, with the sun barely rising, the 3 students meet and wait for their mask-wearing sensei. It isn't until many hours later that their sensei shows up. Ochako and Idru yell and ask why he is late. Izuku rubs the back of his head. You see, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way. Ahem, let's start. He places a clock on a log. Your goal is simple. He takes out 2 bells. Take these bells from me. If you can't by the time the timer goes off, you'll be tied up and have to watch me eat my lunch. At the mention of lunch, their stomachs growl in hunger. Shinso comments, wow, he really used that kind of excuse. 10-10 for creativity. Mina scoffs, how hard can it be to get some bells? Tsuyu adds, Ribbit. He's a higher rank than them, he must be stronger. Yaoyorozu wonders, why are there only 2 bells if there are 3 of them? Nizu sips his hibiscus tea. Oh, there's another motive, very smart. How come there are 2 bells? There are 3 of us, Ochako asks. Izuku gives them an eye smile. Heh, at least one of you will fail and return to the academy. Anything goes when he is cut off by Idru, who takes out a kunai and charges at Izuku. In an instant, Izuku is behind Idru, one hand gripping his hair and the other his arm, pointing the kunai away from Idru's head. Shoto and Ochako stare in amazement at his speed. Don't be so hasty, I haven't even said start yet. He releases Idru, okay, start. Shoto and Ochako run to hide, while Idru stays put. I'll fight you right here right now. Idru declares and charges forward. Kaminari exclaims, whoa, that was quick. Mina adds, that was so cool. Shiro remarks, I didn't even see him move. Midoriya thinks, wow, that was fast. How did he? I do that. Jairu questions, I don't know if Kirishima declaring to fight against someone who is clearly stronger is idiotic or not. Kirishima responds, I think it's pretty manly. Eraserhead sighs, looks like the final exams didn't teach him anything. Izuku starts to explain one of the main battle techniques of a ninja taijutsu. He then reaches into his pouch and takes out a book, beginning to read. Idru stops running and stares, confused, questioning why Izuku is reading. To find out what happens in the story, of course. You're weak, so it won't matter if I read or not. Idru growls and launches a punch at Izuku, who blocks it with his hand while still reading. Idru then attempts a roundhouse kick, only to hit empty air. He blinks, what? Never let your enemy get behind you, Izuku says from behind Idru, while doing a hand sign. In the distance, Ochako yells at Idru to get away. Secret finger jutsu, 8,000 years of embarrassment. Izuku pokes Idru, sending him flying into the nearby river. Shiro bursts out laughing, ha. Kaminari adds, PW what the ha. Mirio chuckles, ha. Ida stammers, did he really do that? Kirishima laughs, I. Mina giggles, ha ha he. Your face. PFFD. Uraraka exclaims, haha, I really thought he was going to do something serious. Yaoyorozu agrees, I thought so too. Izuku walks away from the river and turns at the sound of splashing. He sees Idru jumping out of the water and making a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Next to him are 4 other Igyrus. The 5 of them run toward Isuku to attack. However, Isuku quickly substitutes himself with one of the clones, causing the clones to disperse. Idru stands alone on the field and falls for a trap, leaving him upside down, tied by his feet. He yells in frustration, "Don't fall for such obvious traps." As Isuku is distracted by Idru, Shoto prepares to attack. "Now's my chance." Shoto throws 5 kunai at Isuku, but he dodges them and disappears. Midoriya exclaims, "Clones?" Nizu responds, "Interesting." Kirishima asks, "Whoa, I can do that?" Mina comments, "That was cool, except for the part where he fell for a trap." Uraraka laughs, "That was pretty funny." Bakugo shouts, "How the hell is he disappearing out of nowhere?" Siro suggests, "Maybe it's his power?" "Oh no. Now he knows where I am," Shoto thinks as he quickly leaves his hiding spot. Izuku then spots Ochako hiding behind some bushes. He does a hand sign and stands on a tree branch. Ochako looks around, trying to find any danger. Help me help." She turns to the voice and gasps, hands going up to her face in shock. As Shoto lies on the ground, looking beaten and exhausted. She screams and faints. Meanwhile, Izuku flips a page in his book. "It seems I overdid it. But she needs to see through these things." He jumps away to find the last member. Ida, "See through what? What did he do?" Siro, "Is Todoroki okay?" Yaoyorozu, "When did he manage to do that?" Dalia, "Shoto is fine. What you saw was an illusion. In that world, it's called a genjutsu." Mina, "So like a quirk?" Dalia, "No, most ninja can do it and easily see through it." Nizu, "How intriguing." Izuku and Shoto are now facing each other. Shoto speaks, "I'm not weak like Idru and Ochako." He runs forward and throws a punch, then another with his other hand. Finally, a kick. He reaches out to grab a bell but fails. "Seems like I won't be able to read now," Izuku thinks as he throws Shoto away from him. Shoto is panting, and then he performs a few hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Izuku's one visible eye goes wide. Impossible, a fresh genin can't do a fire jutsu. It takes too much energy. Shoto then blows and a huge fireball appears. Midoriya, "That was amazing." Ida, "Seemed very powerful." Todoroki, "Can I do ice too?" Uraraka, "That'll be so cool." Dalia, "He can't do ice, but he can do lightning techniques." Kaminari, "Lightning?" Todoroki, "I would rather have ice." Kirishima, "What about me? What can I do?" Dalia, "At the moment, you can just do clones. Later on, you can do wind techniques." Kirishima, "That's so manly." Shoto stops the jutsu, only to find Izuku missing. He panics and looks around, trying to find him. Suddenly, a hand grabs his leg. "I'm where you least expect me." Izuku pulls Shoto into the ground, leaving only his head poking out. Izuku crouches in front of Shoto and gives him a smile. "How do you like my earth style?" He doesn't get an answer, just a gritted teeth. Izuku sighs, "You won't get anywhere with that mindset." He walks away, book in hand. Siro, "That was impressive." Ojiro, "He wasn't even trying." Mina, "That's what makes it cool." Midoriya, "Earth style?" Dalia, "You can do earth and lightning techniques." Midoriya, "Whoa." The timer goes off, and the 3 genin look gloomy. Idru is the only one tied up, the other 2 are sitting on the ground. Izuku stands in front of them, hands in his pockets. "I decided not to send you back to the academy." Ochako and Idru shout in glee, and Shoto smirks. Izuku clears his throat, "Yes. You all are being dropped from the program. Permanently." Their smiles drop. You can't do that." Idru yells in anger. "I can. You all think and act like brats." Shoto runs forward in anger, but Izuku easily holds him down. "That was harsh." Kaminari, Man, he's meaner than Aizawa-sensei. Kirishima, I was hoping we'd pass. Uraraka, yeah, it is. Ojiro, he's still quick as ever. Ida, a sensei shouldn't act that way towards his students. Handchop, do you think this is all a game? Why do you think we are put in squads? No one answers. So you never realized the purpose of this exercise? Once again, no one says anything. Tiesuke, it's simple, teamwork. Their eyes go wide. They repeat the word in disbelief. Yes, teamwork. It's too late now. If you three had come at me together, maybe you would have passed. Teamwork is the most essential element when going on missions. Without it, it leads to failure. Izuku gets off Shoto and turns his back to them. Nizu, I see, he was hoping they would overcome the situation with the two bells and work together. What a great tactic. Mina, ah man, I would have never figured that out. Siro, tell me about it. Kaminari, I am so glad I am not there. Ida, teamwork is an important asset in the field. Tsuyu, what happens to them now? I'll give you one more chance, however, it's going to be harder. Eat lunch, but do not give any to Aijuru. It's his punishment for breaking the rules. If either of you tries to feed him, you will fail immediately. Izuku gives them a hard stare. Understood? I make the rules here. Izuku then disappears, leaving the three alone. Shoto and Ochako begin to eat, and Aijuru's stomach growls. Shoto then offers his lunch to Aijuru. What are you doing? Sensei said not to. Ochako tells Shoto, who huffs. Sensei isn't here. If he doesn't eat something, he won't have the energy to fight. Then we all fail. Ochako bites her lip and then gives a determined nod. You're right. Ida, they broke the rules. Uraraka, oh no. Siro, they're going to get caught. Tsuyu, their reasons are valid. Yaoyorozu, that is true. Mina, I think it's a bad idea. Kirishima, sniff, wipes a tear. That is so manly of them. They both start to feed Aijuru since he can't do it himself. You. They all jump at the sound of Izuku. He stands in front of them, glaring down. Aijuru tries to break free. Hey, we're a team, punish all of us. Believe it. Yeah. Teammates help each other. Go on, send us back to the academy, the three say to Izuku, whose glare turns into a smile. You pass. The genin stare at him, stunned. Remember, in the ninja world, those who abandon their mission are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Call me Izuku-sensei, and meet tomorrow at 7 to start our first mission. He waves goodbye, and in a blink, he's gone. Screen goes blank. Kirishima, we passed. Uraraka, oh man, I got scared for a moment. Tsuyu, it seems sharing the food was a good idea. Jairu, he must have been around to see what they would do. It's smart. Kaminari, I liked it. It was cool to see Midoriya in action. Mina, yes. Especially Kiri. Kirishima, can we start the next one? Dalia, yes. Multiverse loading 19%. Multiverse loading 36%. Multiverse loading 87%. Multiverse found 100%. Who broke it? Aoyama, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Uraraka, Jairu, and Midoriya stand side by side. In front of them is Aizawa, his usual deadpan expression in place. In the middle of them is a table with a broken coffee maker. Who broke it? Aizawa says as he stares at each of them intensely. Siro, oh no. Kaminari, they are going to be in trouble. Todoroki, I accept my fate. Mina, I am so glad I am not there. Kirishima, may their spirits live on. Ida, it won't be so bad. Tsuyu, I don't know who you are trying to fool, us or you. Uraraka, rest in peace you guys. Dabi, it's just a coffee maker. Shinso, to others, yeah, but to Aizawa, it's his lifeline. He deals with hormonal teenagers during the day, hero duties at night, and gets about 4 hours of sleep. Midoriya, yeah, and without his regular 8 cups of coffee a day he's midnight, cranky. Present Mike, annoyed. Snipe, upset, guns blazing. Ectoplasm, hostile. Eraserhead, I get it, just be quiet now. I'm not mad. I just want to know. No one responds. I did it. I broke it, Midoriya says. Aizawa sighs. No, you didn't. Aizawa turns to Todoroki. Don't look at me, look at Tokoyami. Tokoyami, arms crossed, turns to Todoroki. What? I didn't break it. Todoroki blinks at him. That's strange. How did you even know it's broken? Tokoyami's eye twitches in irritation as he points to the table. Because it's right in front of us, and it's broken. Kaminari, wow, Midoriya's brave for taking the blame. Shoji, Midoriya truly is kind. Ida, if he didn't do it, then who did? Todoroki, suspicious. Todoroki leans towards Tokoyami. Suspicious. Tokoyami rolls his eyes. No, it's not, Todoroki. If it matters, probably not, Uraraka mentions. Jiraiya was the last one to use it. Jiraiya gasps. Liar. I don't even drink that stuff. Uraraka looks at her incredulously. Oh really? Then what were you doing by the coffee cart earlier? I used the wooden stirrers to push back my cuticles. Everyone knows that, Uraraka. Jiraiya replies. Todoroki, wow, am I telepathic? Tsu, Todoroki no. Ribbit. Zero, yup, they share a brain cell. Kaminari, you're weird, Jiraiya. Shut it, brainless. Mina, wow, Uraraka, way to point the blame. Uraraka, that's not me. Let's not fight. I broke it, let me pay for it, Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya insists. No, who broke it? Aizawa says in a gruff voice. Tokoyami leans a bit forward to Aizawa and says, Sensei, Aoyama's been awfully quiet. Aoyama turns to him, placing a hand on his chest. What? Really? Yeah, really. They all begin to argue with each other. Kirishima, you're too kind, Midoriya bro. So manly. Midoriya, thanks. Mina, man, way to throw Aoyama under the bus. Tokoyami. Aoyama, yes. So unlike you. Tokoyami, revelry. Ida, is no one going to stop them from arguing? The group continues to bicker as Aizawa walks away. I broke it. It burned my hand, so I punched it. I guess in about 10 minutes from now, they'll be at each other's throats. Aizawa turns back to the group, who are still arguing, and smirks. Good. It was getting too friendly around here. Everyone. Bakugo, what the heck? Kirishima, so not manly. Uraraka, are we just entertainment for you, sensei? Eraserhead, no well, sometimes. Zero, he actually admitted it. Present Mike, this is something Nizu would do. Nizu, bold of you to assume I haven't. Smiles and goes back to drinking his jasmine tea. Dabi, what the hell is wrong with them? Dalia, laughs next one? Uraraka Kaminari, yeah. Multiverse loading 23%. Multiverse loading 55%. Multiverse loading 87%. Multiverse found 100%. Hero villain. Dalia, now, we'll be seeing the villains as heroes and the heroes as villains. Mina, really? Uraraka, us as villains? Shigaraki, what a pain. Dabi, does it? Kaminari, it doesn't sound too bad. Dalia, Shinso is first. He's a hero. Shinso, oh. Midoriya, he looks really cool. Blinks and blushes a bit. You look great, Shinso. May, I need to build that suit. Minoma, there she goes again. Present Mike, look, Eraser, he has your scarf. Midnight, that's so cute. Mina, a mini Aizawa. Eraserhead, stop it. Hakigure, but it's so cool. Todoroki, Mom? Ray, I didn't expect to be here. Inko, neither did I. Uraraka, you're wearing the same hero outfit as Deku-kun. It's so adorable. Midoriya, yeah, it looks good on you. Ida, they both seem like amazing heroes. Mina, Shigaraki looks so soft. Hakigure, Dabi is totally a charmer. Shigaraki, what the heck is this? Twice, so cool. Not cool. Yeah. Kaminari, you know, in decent clothes, you all don't look homeless. Jiraiya, shut up, idiot. Dabi, want to say that again, brat? Kaminari, Zero, you're in charge of my funeral. Toga, hey. Mama. Toga, wow Dabi, she still looks a bit crazy. Spinner, says the one who wants to take revenge on his family. Zero, under his breath, what the heck? Dabi, at least I have something to live for, unlike you, who wasted his life playing video games. Kurogiri, quit arguing. You're acting like children. Dabi Spinner, shut up, old man. Kurogiri, I'm done, I am so done. The master was easier to work with. Present Mike, W. Mina, fashionable. Midnight, I agree, lovely. Tsu, I have to admit the outfits look a whole lot better than the ones they have now. Ribbit, Eraserhead, my suit is efficient, it gets the job done. Zero, but you look like you're going to drop dead. Kaminari, bro, he's dead half the time. Dabi, mumbles and you say I look homeless. Ojiro, they do look kind of cool. Kirishima, manly. Shigaraki, ha, I like it. Evil. All Might, that's me? Kirishima, man, he looks a bit scary. Midoriya, makes me wonder how it would be if he was at full power. Todoroki, wouldn't that make him the most powerful villain? Kaminari, that is scary to think about. Midoriya, is that Ida? Todoroki, he doesn't look like a villain. Dalia, that is because he doesn't fight on the front lines, he's more of a behind-the-scenes type of villain. Uraraka, like the mastermind? Yaoyorozu, seems very likely. Ida, I. Zero, Kaminari, no way. We look awesome. Jiru, that's something we don't see every day. Mina, a villain duo. So cute. Tsu, they do seem to be wearing matching outfits, ribbit. Kirishima, manly, they also have motorcycles. Hakigure, they are totally together. Jiru, what? Like blush. Kaminari, huh? Mina, giggles I ship it. Jiru, Mina with long hair? Mina, I like it. What do you think, Aoyama? Aoyama, I think it is Sparkle's marvelous sparkles. Zero, seriously? Kaminari, it is cool. Who knew we looked cool as villains? Racerhead, size. Tsu, Karo, it's similar to her hero. Costume. Kaminari, whoa, awesome. Uraraka, I guess. Midoriya, you know, I realize that everyone's quirk can be very deadly as it is helpful. Like Uraraka, she can simply touch someone, let them float high enough, then deactivate her quirk, which could lead them to fall. Dabi geez. That's dark. Spinner, what the heck is he on? Kaminari, whispers what the heck? Eraserhead, Midoriya, stop. You're scaring your classmates. Zero, I like the color scheme. Mina, you look amazing, Tsu. Ju, the piercings though. Tsu, I prefer being a hero, ribbit. Hakigure, of course. No one else can be froppy but you. Hugs Tsu tightly. Yaoyorozu, I don't think she can breathe, Hakigure. Hakigure, oh whoops. Tsu, Karo. Dabi, we really did kidnap the wrong kid. This kid has potential. Mina, Kiri. You look fantastic. Jiru, the ponytail and spikes really give off a villainous vibe. Kirishima, so manly. Kaminari, wow, he looks so much better than my villain version. Mina, wow, another duo. Todoroki, I like it. Maybe I should try being a villain to annoy my father. Midoriya, Todoroki, no. Uraraka, you actually look pretty good, Yamamo. Jiru, I agree. Yaoyorozu, thank you. Kirishima, manly. Hakigure, hey, it's me. I like the mask. Zero, not bad, it's cool. Ojiro, you're right, not bad at all. Uraraka, I still don't see myself as a villain. Midoriya, good thing you aren't. Mina, even as a villain, you can't tie a tie, Midoriya. Kaminari, huh? Not much of a difference. Bakugo, not much. I'm covered in dirt. Idiot. Mina, I mean that's the only difference I see. Zero, you know, I can practically hear the insults. Kirishima, hey, I'm King Explosion Murder, get ready to lose. Mina, PFFTT. Kaminari, lose. Zero, yep, sounds about right. Bakugo, I'm done with all of you. Zero Kaminari, plus. Kirishima, pats Bakugo's shoulder, trying to hold in his laughter but fails. Bakugo, go away. Todoroki, wow. Kaminari, you look awesome. Jiraiya, I agree, that's a complete turnaround. Tsu, Rabididus. Kirishima, manly. Midoriya, I wonder what made all of us villains. Nizu, well, this was certainly fascinating. All Might, I tend to disagree, it's quite unsettling to see us and the students as villains. Dabi, once again, you chose the wrong kid, Krusty. You'd rather have an angry Pomeranian as a villain. Shigaraki, shut up, I get it. Start the next one. Dalia, of course. Mina, I'm excited. Zero, you always are. Dabi, I really dislike it when he does that. Todoroki, does it actually happen? Spinner, yeah, it's a hassle. Shigaraki, you try managing a decaying quirk. You're just a knockoff, forget you. Zero, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. Makes eye contact with Kaminari. They both burst into laughter. Kaminari, ha, a knockoff ha, a turtle ha. I'm sorry, pft. Mirio. Bakugo, that idiot would actually say that. Kaminari, wait, seriously? Can he? Spinner, how on earth is he a hero? Eraserhead, sighs, I ask myself that every day. Kaminari, hey. Dabi, chuckles. Todoroki, laughs heartily. Present Mike Midnight, he can laugh? Ray, I haven't heard him laugh like this in a long time. Mina, oh my gosh. Todoroki, looks at them oddly, of course I can laugh. Jiraiya, this is the first time I've heard you laugh. Many others nod in agreement. Midoriya, wait, seriously? He always laughs. Tsuyu, that's probably because he only laughs around you. Kaminari, yeah, you're like his best friend. Mina, have you noticed Todoroki always says Midoriya and the others? Zero, now that I think about it. Yeah, he does say that a lot. Kirishima, you're right. Why do you say that instead of guys or everyone? Todoroki, what does this have to do with me laughing? Mina, you're hopeless. Todoroki, good to know. Mina, that's not what I mean, you know what? Never mind. Eraserhead Shinso, what a mood. Todoroki, this confirms it. They are definitely related. Nizu, you both will be seeing the hound dog when we get back. Mina, pft, I wonder what we did to make him act like that. Ida, it was probably Midoriya. Tsuyu, possibly. Todoroki, it's very likely. Eraserhead, yup. Midoriya, hey. Come on. Ida, Midoriya, he calls you problem child for a reason. Midoriya, forget it. You're forgetting that I'm not the one who attempted something serious. Ida, Midoriya. There was one time. Kaminari, what just happened? Zero, when did this happen? Midoriya, one time is all it takes, Ida. Todoroki, at least he isn't the one who injures themselves while using their quirk. Midoriya, says the one who refused to use their quirk over a minor grudge. You're not the only one with family issues. Kirishima, ouch. Zero, burn. No pun intended. Midoriya, don't forget you called the chief of police a mutt, right to his face, might I add. Tsuyu, when was this? Todoroki, you don't have to remind me. Midoriya, then don't come after me and my bones. Kaminari, what just happened? Zero, I have no clue. Shigaraki, who the heck is I? Dabi, who would actually love that crusty guy? Mr. Compress, when was the last time you looked in the mirror? Toga, he does look a bit like a strange cat. Kaminari, PFFTT. Mirio, Nijire, I don't see a difference. Mina, same. It's cute. Hakigure, he even has pointy ears too. Tamaki, stop. I don't like. The attention. Kaminari, fta. Zero, haha, I can't ha. Toga, I hate it when he does that. Spinner, it's mostly your fault for taking so long. Toga, me. It's Shigaraki, he's the one who spends over an hour at the game store. Shigaraki, forget off. Midnight, he's such a softy. Present Mike, whispers loudly, believe it or not, but he talks about you all in the teacher's lounge. Mina, really? Eraserhead, no, I don't. All Might, he does. Eraserhead grumbles and hides in his scarf, mainly to conceal his embarrassment. Tsuyu, that's concerning. Kaminari Kirishima, Ftaha. Zero, did that really happen? Mr. Compress, yes, it did. We all played rock paper scissors to see who would go with Spinner. Toga, thank goodness I won. I didn't want to face danger. Spinner, forget off. Kaminari Zero, ha,